Hello and welcome into the stream for everybody joining us today on YouTube. Thank you for being here, as well as the 3.7 million, no, not 3.7 million, the 3.7 thousand people that have already joined over on TikTok in about the last 5 minutes or so. I really appreciate y'all for being here. We have a lot to go over today. So before we hop into the debates, let's go over the breaking news. First and foremost, shocker, Trump broke the law again. Oh, and what law did he break? Take a guess. The Epstein Files Transparency Act, which, if you were unaware, is a law that he has been breaking and defying quite frankly, quite a bit throughout his second administration so far. So if you don't know what the Epstein Files Transparency Act is, let me describe it to you. That was a bill passed through Congress almost unanimously, driven by Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie, a Democrat and a Republican. We actually had Ro Khanna join our stream last month, which was super exciting. And this bill forced Donald Trump's Department of Justice to release all the Epstein files with limited and specific redactions for the names of victims, the faces of victims, or the names or faces of minors. And it explicitly said that you cannot redact anything for reputational damage to a sitting politician. And for all the redactions that you do make, you have to give a reason why. Now, the Trump administration has already been breaking this law. See, the deadline to release all the files was December 19th of last year. It is now January 4th of 2026, and we still don't have all of them. So they've been in active defiance of this law and the Congress that passed it for the last 2 weeks. But there was a deadline yesterday, which, by the way, coincidentally, I bet it was just a coincidence, aligned with Donald Trump's invasion of Venezuela, to give an explanation for all the redactions that they made. Because if you don't know, the limited Epstein files that they did release were heavily redacted. Every word of every line of every paper related to Epstein's grand jury testimony was redacted, 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 redacted. There was a picture of Donald Trump with Ghislaine Maxwell that was redacted, 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 redacted. Okay, 90% of the first small batch released on December 19th was redacted. And that is illegal because, as we just went over around 45 seconds ago, the Epstein Files Transparency Bill only allows the DOJ to redact the names of minors, the pictures of minors, the names of victims, the pictures of victims, and of course we'll see some overlap there, not saying that minors weren't victims of Epstein because that would be fucking stupid. And the thing is we have not received that explanation yet from Donald Trump's Department of Justice for why they redacted what they did. We haven't seen it yet. And that is a big problem because that is the Trump administration breaking the law. Then that is the Trump administration defying Congress once again to protect the corrupt elite, the P3DOs, the predators, the rapists, and the molesters, so on and so forth. Okay, so quite frankly, if you are a Republican that complains about undocumented entry, you say, well, they broke the law, they committed this federal misdemeanor with no victim and helped this country, so therefore they need to be sent to Secot in El Salvador where they're beaten and tortured, and then you turn around and you still support the Trump administration, not just only after they've been in active defiance of the Epstein Transparency Files Act, since December 19th, but also today with not providing an explanation for the redactions, even though they were legally required to yesterday, but also, the war crimes in the South Caribbean and about a billion other things. You're a hypocrite. That's what you are. You're a hypocrite. But see, that's the reason why we do these lives. The reason that we do these live streams is to talk to American adults that support Donald J. Trump as president, to go over that hypocrisy. And so that's exactly what we're going to do today. Hop inside of the queue over on TikTok if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. If you've never been here before, we debate Trump supporters. We try to get them from the wrong side of history to the right side of history. And in doing so, we just want to change minds and build a larger anti-Trump coalition in this country because it's something that we need. Donald Trump is the worst president of your life. Donald Trump is the worst president of my life. Donald Trump is the worst president of all of our lives. So if you disagree with me, if you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, hop inside of that queue. We'll bring you up here and we'll have a discussion. One other line of business that I wanted to go over, if you're watching on TikTok, you will obviously see a live follower account at the top of my phone screen, and that is my Instagram following. We are less than 900 followers away from 3 million. So we are going to celebrate the hell out of that once we hit it. Super duper exciting. If you haven't followed me yet on Instagram at Dean Withers, go drop a follow, 900 followers away. And then real quick, just before we hop in the debates, we got 2 donos that I'd like to shout out real quick. Hannah, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo, who says, keep doing what you do. You're an inspiration to many. Hannah, all the love of the world to you. Thank you so much for your kindness. And then someone else I'd like to thank as well. I think that we got a singular super chat over on that YouTube stream. So nope, I don't think we have. Okay, anyways, let's go ahead and hop in those debates. Hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. And we're going to go ahead and pull up the very first guess right now. And by the way, if you break our rules, if you join the queue, even though you are not an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, you will be automatically banned. Sounds good. Let's go to get that very first guest, Thomas, loaded up of the night. And Quan, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, my best friend's mother in Pennsylvania has been going through the legal process for 20 plus years with no success, and they don't want to talk about them doing it the right way. Yep. Thank you so much for sharing that story with us. And I appreciate you for the $10, Quan. Show some love to Quan down below in that chat while we try to find the very first Trump supporter of the evening to join the stream to have a conversation with us. 500 followers away from 3 million on Instagram, bro. That's crazy. I'm cheesing over here. That's nuts, bro. Ah, man, that's nuts. That's awesome. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean, I do.
And how do you?
Question. Do you crack Charlie Kirk? Did you ever, do it? Just answer, please. I need for research.
Are you a fan of the...
D, look. I'm not here
are you
for
a fan
politics.
Of the...
I'm not here for you and Parker. I'm here because I enjoy this. I loved your live stream. I love you, D.
So your bio says Jesus is...
D, you're not listening. D, you're not listening.
So your bio says Jesus is king, buddy. Get your head out of the gutter.
You're not listening.
Get your head out of the gutter.
I love you, D.
Get your fucking head out of the gutter. Moving on to the next guest, bro. What are we doing? Dude spent too much time on AO3, my friend. Hey, Victoria, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, still can't join the Discord. It says we don't share server still and that someone has to invite me. Victoria, I'll look into that. I just don't think that's accurate. Thank you for the $10. I wonder what, a weird issue you're experiencing because I'm not familiar with that. Maddie James, what's up? Do you support the worst president of your life that is actively defying the Epstein Files Transparency Act, protecting P3?
I just want to say you're doing a great job, mate. And you're getting a lot.
Appreciate you so much for the love, man. That's very kind of you. Make sure to show some love to that last guest in the chat. I will ask you guys to follow the rules, please. All right? Just, try your best. Try to follow those rules. I'd really appreciate it. I'm going to be honest, just because we're looking for some debates and shit. Y'all already know it. Moving on to the next guest, we got Blake loading in. His screen name is Jesus is Alpha. I don't know. He's kind of giving me 14-year-old vibes. How was I spot on, dude? I've been doing this for so fucking long that I just know it. I just read his name and I said, I know that's a little ass kid. Okay? I said, I know that's a little ass kid. Yo, check this out. This next guest is somebody that we've already shit on a couple times. Just want to make sure. Just to be clear, you do still support Trump as president after his most recent act of defiance of the law and his protection of P3DOs by failing to give an explanation for all the redactions the DOJ made to the Epstein files, right?
I mean, of course, bro. Donald Trump. I love him.
Yeah, you still do support him as president.
Could you
wait one second.
indulge in the conversation?
I'm not done talking. You still do support him as president after his illegal coup of Venezuela's government, not because he cares about the people, but for money and oil. And then today's statements where Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that Cuba's next, and then Donald Trump saying that Greenland might be next too, right?
Yeah, so why do you run from my conversation all the time? Yesterday I debated Parker about it and I cooked him because he indulged in the conversation. Could you indulge in the conversation now? Do you think trans women are women?
I don't really think that you have the right to say that anybody's a runner. Do you remember what happened last time you joined my live stream?
I did not run. You ran for me. You pivot so hard. You started talking about
that delusional.
Bro, I watched it. You pivot.
You were. Oh my god, I would hate to be as delusional. Honestly, bro, I kind of feel bad for you. So if you're curious, about what happened last time this guy was up here, I'll make sure I inform you now. Basically, I got him bad. So he was making some type of claim about how he would never support a trans woman as president. but he would support Donald Trump as president even if he was a rapist, which he is.
You
by
were
the way.
straw manning
And
me,
that's
bro.
what I reduced him down to. And then basically, right, the position after debating him for 30 minutes was able to get down to the fact that he thinks it's worse to be trans than it is to be a rapist. And then I just straight up asked him, so in accordance with your argument, right, is it true that you think it's worse to be trans than it is to be a rapist? And then, he came up with about 1 billion excuses to not answer the question, but I effectively dismantled every single one of them. So then after repeating this question and defeating his excuses for another 10 minutes, I got him to a position where he had nothing to say, nothing at all. So then I asked him the question one more time. So after defeating all of your excuses, is it true that you think it's worse to be trans than it is to be a rapist? And he couldn't answer it. He crashed out. He lost his shit. One of the worst crash outs we've ever seen on this live stream. And then eventually it got to a point where his answer was about some other completely unrelated topic. He basically just like bowed down, gave up, made it obvious that he wasn't going to debate me because he got destroyed. And it was one of the most humiliating defeats I've ever, watched take place on this live. So that's why I'm telling you, I don't think that you have the right to call anyone a runner, considering the fact that you never answered that question.
You are a compulsive liar. That did not happen. If you guys watch that nothing happened. He strawmanned me the whole entire time. He ran from the debate. He called
professional
trans women, and you don't even know what a woman is.
Professional
Number
victim.
one.
Professional victim out here. Oh my God. I
What?
Yeah, you're a professional fucking victim. You just got cooked and now you're just like whining, coping. Oh, guys, he strawmanned me the whole debate, bro.
I mean, that's what you do
got
all the
fucking
time.
clipped.
You just go along with your speeches.
And the greatest part of this all is that, every single day after I'm done with a live stream, that live stream is then uploaded as a VOD to my YouTube channel, publicly available to anyone. So if I just compulsively lied about how our last debate ended, I want you to go ahead and pull up the VOD on YouTube and play it for us all to expose me as a liar.
I don't got that much followers to like share my screen, but
Well, you don't even need to share the screen.
bro,
just need
why are
play
you
the
trying to
audio
pivot
out
though?
of
Let's
another
just
device.
indulge in the conversation.
That's why you think I'm pivoting. Okay, exactly. That's the thing.
Yeah, because
you
you're
made
talking
a claim,
about everything.
You made a claim. You made a claim. You called me a compulsive liar. I called your bluff. I called you out on your shit.
What?
And then you accused me of pivoting.
All right, so how did I crash out? What did I say to crash out? How? Tell me.
Oh, yeah. So specifically the crash out was after you demonstrated a lack of an ability to answer the question for 10 minutes and tried, every trick
What
in the book
question?
to get after. Oh, yeah. The fact, so in accordance with your argument, it is true that you think it's worse to be trans than to be a rapist.
All right, so when did you ask me that? Did you ask me that that was not your first question you asked, or did you ask me that like when we were in the middle of our conversation?
Oh, so that was a culmination of my argument throughout the totality of the conversation, hinged on your premise that you would never support a trans woman as president, but you would support a rapist as president, with all else being held equal.
So, ladies and gentlemen, he officially strawmanned me. What he did, I said trans women are not women. You said, oh, well, would you support a trans person as a president? I said no. So you said, oh, so you would support a rapist as a president, which is completely strawmanning.
Oh, so that's not.
I
even
never
like
said why would I support it. Why would I support?
That's not even an accurate recapture of the debate. More so, the way that the debate went is the first 50% of what you just said was true. You made it clear that you never support a trans woman as president. But then like the latter half was us going through how Donald Trump's a rapist. And that entailed the conclusion, right, that even if it were true that Trump was a rapist, you would still support him as president, right? Like, could you explicitly affirm or deny that so we can make it? No, I'm not strawmanning. I'm not pivoting. I'm just making it clear to the audience that I'm not compulsively lying, and I'm giving an accurate recapture of our last conversation. So let's just ensure that what I'm saying here is indeed an accurate recapture of our last conversation. Is it true that even if Trump was a rapist, because I know you reject the court that ruled so, would you still support him as president? Yes or no?
I wouldn't support his action. I wouldn't say I love rapists, but I would support Donald Trump.
Yes, so you would still support him as president. So
I supported
exactly.
I supported his policy with the whole trans thing, but I wouldn't say I love
overall, if it was the case that he was a rapist, would you still support him as president? In the same sense that overall you wouldn't support a trans woman as president.
Yeah, so could I ask you the same? Yes, I would. But let me ask you the same thing. Hold on. When you said the N word, right? Should I ask supporters?
Yes.
Hold on.
I forgot about this part of the debate. God.
Hold on. So basically, So should I ask you supporters right now, guys? So you guys are racist. Would you support a racist because this guy said the N-word back then? Why are they not using that against you?
Oh, yes. Oh, this was like another 25% of the debate. So, like, obviously, it was like wrong when I called a white friend the N word when I was 14. Okay, obviously, like, white people shouldn't use the N word at all. But obviously, I'm not racist today because, you know, I've been able to change my character and hold myself accountable from the age of 14 to 21.
That's not
But
what
I
I'm
think
saying.
it's like pretty fucking crazy for you to compare raping a woman to a 14-year-old calling his white friend the N word.
Hold on,
That is some
but
crazy fucking shit, dude. That is
see,
that is truly
the fact that
outrageous.
you're trying, I'm not trying to, bro. I'm not trying to like just compare those two. I'm just saying why, like your supporters could do the same thing. They could say, "Well, Dean, I'm not gonna support you because you said the N word." They're not supporting you because you said the N word. They're supporting you because they like how you debate and I guess
So I
the
think
things you
that
stand on.
well, first and foremost, I think that like it's reasonably worse, okay, to grape a woman than it is for a 14-year-old to call his white friend the N-word. Now that shouldn't like downplay the fact
Wait,
that
hold
it's
on. Where do you
wrong.
even hold on? Where do you get your morality
Can
from?
I
By the
finish
way,
talking?
go ahead.
By the way, I get my morality from wherever you don't.
That doesn't make any sense. But
I'm basically
could we
saying
indulge?
that like
Could we please?
your moral ideas are terrible. Again, can I please finish my statement? I was in the middle of saying something there. I'll take that as a preemptive yes. By the way, Parker
Huh?
Raiders, welcome into the live stream. We're gonna go to get Parker up here in a moment. Now, just to respond to the last crazy thing you said, I'd argue that graping a woman is worse, okay, than a 14-year-old calling his white friend the N-word. This shouldn't undermine the fact that it's wrong for white kids to say the N-word 110%, but it's insane for you to compare those two actions.
I'm
Plus,
not
I'd
comparing
argue,
them.
so I'd secondarily argue that it's reasonably true, okay, right? That, you know, I could go from thinking that it's permissible to use slurs when I'm 14 to now thinking that it's impermissible to use slurs at 21. But I wouldn't say it's reasonably true to go from like graping a woman and thinking that that's okay to then like thinking it's not okay later down the line. I think that's crazy because I don't think that grapists can change, because I think that grape, on top of being wrong, is a completely intentional thing, especially within the circumstances described and proven by the jury of 9 in the civil court that ruled Donald Trump was one. And I think that a denial of that fact is just absurdly unreasonable and paints you like a delusional villain.
That's not what I mean.
Jane, thank you
Anyway,
for the galaxy.
could I indulge? Like, could you answer like what is a woman now? Since you think trans women are women.
So just to recapture everything we said, you just want to drop it, leave it where it is.
No, that's yeah. Literally, you just pivot again. Like,
Okay,
you're
thank
talking
you for the
about everything
galaxy.
but my argument.
You continue to call me, right, a man that's guilty of a pivot when all I've done is responded to the shit that you've said. Like, honestly, dude,
No,
I'm
you
not gonna
didn't.
lie. It is like pretty annoying to get accused of pivoting when I'm just responding to things that you're saying.
No.
Like what do you,
Yeah, because
can
you
you like
started
quickly, can you define the word pivot? Cross, I
like
appreciate you for the galaxy.
turning away, like avoiding something or like turning away from something.
No. So that's a really
It is
terrible.
avoiding. What do you
That's a really terrible definition of what a pivot is. So a pivot would be
the definition?
like bringing up a subject that is not conceptually related to like a topic being purported inside of the debate. So
Yeah,
please
so you're
explain to me
avoiding.
now. Please explain to me how I pivoted when you compared me saying the N-word at 14 to Donald Trump raping E. Jean Carroll,
So
and
that
then
wasn't the
I
first thing we talked
responded.
about.
One moment, and then I responded by just calling you delusional and giving you an argument for that. Could you please describe the pivot?
Yeah, because that wasn't the first thing we were talking about. I came in here and I said, define what a woman is. You started talking about, oh guys, I had this guest on. You started lying, saying, oh, I crashed out because whatever reason. And then you're saying, oh, you're straw manning me saying, oh, if I wouldn't support a trans person as president, would I support a rapist as president? Which that did
Well,
not
see,
even
the
come out my
thing
mouth.
is I don't know. Maybe that this isn't just true of many other people. I kind of hold grudges, okay, especially against the Trump supporters that I debate. And unlucky for you, I also have a really good memory. Period. I appreciate you for the galaxy. So just because the last conversation we had ended, just because the last conversation we had was maybe a week and a half ago, that doesn't change the fact that I'm going to remember how it ended, including the hyper specifics, and that I'm not just going to like all of a sudden experience this sense of amnesia and relent and take my foot off of the gas pedal with the line of dialogue that was crumbling your worldview the last time we spoke.
Wait, so you're admitting that you started
one
it?
moment, one moment. Like no, there's no great reset theory going on here. You know, I'm not going to take the foot off the pedal just because you're whining. I'm not going to take it easy on you and let you redictate the conversations that we've been engaging in, right? So you could talk about what you think you want to talk about. Because what really matters here is just the insane level of bigotry and phobia that you were displaying to every single member of this live that then generates real world harm directly for trans people, obviously, but also for everyone else. Because you're willing to accept a rapist, you're willing to accept a rise of fascism and in the younger American generation, you're willing to throw 42 million Americans relying on food stamps under the bus and 45 million Americans relying on the ACA under the bus. And then you're willing to actually argue that it's a greater sin to be trans than to rape a woman. And that's what matters. That's what I had a conversation with you about last time. And maybe if that conversation didn't end with you running away and just straight up intentionally refusing to answer the question, well, then I wouldn't be giving you the energy I am today. And don't deny that you were running away, because that is exactly what happened, because you refused to answer the question and there's simply no way to sugarcoat it.
Bro, you're literally proving my point right now. How you're trying to avoid like the whole conversation. So you did admit that you did bring up the conversation.
Now, I'd actually argue that you're trying to avoid the conversation that we didn't finish last time. No, I'm not,
because that wasn't even my argument. So what are you talking about? That's your argument.
Wait. So you're saying that because it's an argument I gave to you, you're allowed to ignore it. Therefore, because you're giving me an argument to me, I'm allowed to ignore it.
Bro, you have this big prompt saying, why do you still support Trump? I'm telling you why I support Trump. You're like, oh, no, you can't talk about that. Oh, you can only talk about what I want to talk about.
If you were a first-time guest, if I didn't have those prior experiences with you,
but we never got to discuss it.
One moment. If you didn't run away from me last time, okay, well then I wouldn't be, going so hard on you as I am, okay? I would just give you a definition for the word.
I mean, that's what you did the first time.
One moment. It's not like I don't have one. The reason I'm going so hard on you is because you are a squirming, low IQ cult member, okay? That that thinks it's literally worse to be trans than to be a rapist. But let's see if we can meet in the middle of the road here. Okay, if you could either accept that you think it's worse to be trans than to be a rapist, or give a counter argument against it, I will tell you what my definition of the word woman is. And I think that's a very fair deal, because this is informing you that with certainty, I will answer to the question that you asked me. This is informing you with certainty that I'm willing to debate the topic that you brought up to deflect away from the way our last conversation ended. And this is me informing you that no, I'm not running away from the information that you're purporting. So, sir, at this point in time, the ball is in your court, undeniably so. I will happily tell you what my definition of the word woman is. If you could either affirm that you think it's worse to be trans than it is to be a rapist, or you could give a counter argument against it.
I mean, there's obviously, it's kind of more extreme if you rape someone and it be a trans person. But at the end of the day, that still doesn't take from the fact that it is kind of sexist and kind of weird to claim to be something that you want because you fit stereotypes of a woman.
Okay, well, if you think it's more extreme, okay.
I don't know why you're strong.
By the way, the word kinda, dude, just stop using those bad words. They don't look good on you. If you think it's quote unquote more kind of extreme, okay, well, I want to respond to what you just said. If you think it's more kind of extreme to be a rapist than it is to be trans, well, then why do you hold to the position that you would never vote for a trans woman under any circumstance, but you would vote for a rapist under real circumstances such as Trump?
Because Donald Trump isn't a trans. I wouldn't vote for Donald Trump if he was trans.
But you do support him, and you would vote for him if he's a rapist. So if you think that grape is
I
more
don't
extreme
support.
than being
Oh, you
trans,
straw man again.
then why do you? It's not a straw man. That's just a
Yes, because
that's a
I don't.
description
Of
your view.
course, I don't support his actions, but I support his policies. Are you like?
But the question
Get up
is
your
why
skull,
is it
you
a red
liberal.
line in one scenario but not in the other? Because you're saying that if he was trans,
Because
that
that's
would be a
my
red.
argument, bro.
No, I'm not asking you for an argument. I'm asking you for an answer to my question. Because you're saying if
I
he was
did.
no, you didn't, because you haven't even heard the question yet, silly goose. The question is, You're arguing that if Trump was trans, that would be a red line. You wouldn't support him, okay? You wouldn't vote for him to be president. But if he was a rapist, that wouldn't be a red line, and you'd still support him as president by appealing to his policy. So why do you hold a red line against the thing that you think is the lesser of these two evils from your perspective?
Because first of all, there's nothing I can do about him. He's already president. I can't stop him from being president. And if if he committed rape, there's nothing I can do about that. I'm just saying, in the future, I would not support a trans person as president. That's all I'm saying. You're straw manning me so bad. You're literally saying, "Oh, I support a rapist because I support Donald Trump as a president, not as a rapist, as a president."
But you wouldn't support him as
It's
the
like,
president.
is that your only thing you can say
But the
about
thing
that? young
is,
man?
is that you wouldn't support him as the president if he was trans, and that's my argument.
Yeah, because I wouldn't. I just wouldn't.
Right?
But I
So
never.
now you're starting to see the light. You're saying if trans, then you wouldn't support him as president. If rapist, then you would support him as president. Don't muddy the water here. It's very simple. Why, if trans, you wouldn't support him as president, even though you think that grape is more extreme than being trans, and you would support him as president if he was a rapist? It's very
my
simple.
pers-
Don't
in
muddy
my
the waters.
personal in my personal opinion, I feel like it's easy to change from being a rapist than easier to change from being a trans person. I feel like when you're trans, your brain is kind of messed up, and I think you're mentally ill, and it's really hard to recover from that, especially living in a society where people support that delusion.
So you're arguing that like it takes like a more ill person to be trans than to be a rapist?
Man, they could still change. They could get some sort of like
But
therapy and stuff.
but is that something that you find to be true? Do you think it takes like a worse, more ill person to be trans than to be a rapist?
It could be equal, but
Well, you just said it wasn't.
hold on, but
You just argued that it wasn't equal.
what? No, I mean, not
Yes.
really.
Yeah,
I'm
yes,
just
you
saying.
did because you said that in
I'm
one
talking
scenario.
about mental. No, I'm talking about
You
mental
said
illness.
like
I'm not
you said in
talking
like
about
one
the action.
scenario like you can change, and the other you can't.
I'm talking about mental illness.
Right. So you're saying it takes somebody more mentally ill to be T than to be a rapist, right?
Now I said mentally with the whole
Right, and
trans
that's the
thing.
question. So just to affirm, so your argument is you think it takes somebody more mentally ill to be T than to be a rapist.
I think it's like kind of like trans people can be rapists as well. So what do you know?
Okay, but we're just looking at a trans person that isn't a rapist and a rapist that isn't trans.
Because
Would you argue that the trans person that isn't a rapist would be like more mentally ILL than the rapist that isn't trans?
like I said, I think they can be equal. I don't know why you're trying to like trap
But
me.
if you think they're equal, then you wouldn't hold a different standard insofar as treating one as a red line,
Or
but
you're
the
literally
other is
still
not
running
one.
from the conversation.
Oh.
Why are you trying to like talk about something else?
Oh, well, the thing is if you don't respond to what I just said, you would be classified as a
did.
runner objectively.
No, I'm not. I literally answered like a lot of your questions. You just keep on.
But see, the thing is that you're answering in obvious bad faith because now you're saying that it would require an equal level of illness to be both of these things, yet you only hold a red line against one. So the question that I'm using to investigate your view here is if it requires an equal amount of illness to be both of these things, then why do you only hold a red line against one? And that's the question that you can't directly answer. Like, I want everyone watching the live stream. Like, of course, I'm talking about the 15,000 people on TikTok. I'm talking about the 4,000 people on YouTube. He's going to respond to this question, and he's just simply not going to address it. He's just going to engage in either a straw man fallacy, a red herring fallacy, or he's going to try to pivot or deflect. Because ultimately, there's no good answer under his view, insofar as if he were to treat both of these things as equally ill, why he holds a red line against one but not the other.
And
So
there's
I'm
no
just going to
good
go
reason
ahead
why a
and I'm just going to
trans
go
woman
ahead
is a
and
woman.
pass the mic to you. You're either going to pivot or deflect, or you're just going to give
Not.
some like half-assed straw man answer that doesn't really respond to the meat on the bone.
No, I didn't. I
So then
literally
answer the
just said
question.
like when it comes to like all right, when it comes to like obviously a grape is like
Also
graping.
say T instead of saying TRANS for TikTok TOS. Now, once again, I'm just going to repeat the question
Okay.
one last time so you know it. If you think that it requires an identical level of illness to be T as it does to be a rapist, then why do you hold a red line against one but not the other as it relates to who you would or would not support as president? That's the question
Because I
that
feel
you will
like
not answer.
Okay, because a T person is really hard to recover from that mental illness than a rapist. I feel like a rapist they could like just like how Jeffrey Dahmer, he changed in the end. So I feel
Yeah, you
like
feel
you
this,
know,
Parker?
bro, Parker, you already got
Brooke,
cooked, bro. I
you
don't
are
even know.
not
I don't know
real.
why you were
You
here.
are not real. That is a fucking insane
Yeah,
statement.
you already
That
got
is a
cooked yesterday.
fucking insane
I'm
statement.
trying to handle your boy right
Are
now.
you
He's
even
running from me.
rational? Like genuinely?
Yeah,
What's
so-
going on?
So dude just hangs out with Grapus. He's just like, oh, I love Grapus. You know,
I never said, see you strong man of me again.
I don't even think that's like a misrepresentation. You're literally you're literally like depicting Grapists as like good people. You're depicting Grapists
I
as
never
like
said that.
is redeemable. You're depicting Grapists as individuals that have like an ability to like become better people and like change over the course of their lifetimes to be redeemed and then to be accepted into the most powerful position of the presidency, right? Just so in juxtaposition, you could then, right, like make it seem more demonic to be T, right? So this is like a really good example of like how one's bigoted prejudice and phobia can like almost erode their rational faculties. So like phobia is like what acetone is. So phobia to one's brain and rational faculties is like really analogous to what like maybe like acetone would be to like nail polish on one's hand. Okay, it just simply erodes your faculties. It just simply like breaks your brain. It diminishes your cognitive function. And like this is just bad for everyone. And like I really hope at like some point in the future we are able to like have a society that doesn't uplift people like you, that doesn't put people like you in positions of power, and you know, certainly doesn't put people like you on a podium in front
Could I
of
ask you a question?
18,000 people. And for that reason, we're just gonna go ahead and kick you. By the way, everybody, we are 50 followers away from 3 million followers on Instagram. Okay?
Follow him right fucking now.
Honestly.
Every single one of you in the damn stream better follow him right now. He better hit
Dude.
3 million by the time we get the next guest up on the live stream. I'm serious. That we can easily do that. There's 20,000 people in the stream right now. You're telling me that there aren't 50 people who do not follow him on Instagram? Come on,
I
please.
think that we could hit it real quick. Dude, this is huge. This is actually huge. This is actually huge.
We did it. We literally did it.
Yo!
Look at that.
Let's go! 3 million!
Go!
1 second. 3 million followers over on Instagram. 1 second. Let's fucking
Dude, I
go,
said
dude.
that and fucking 500 people it followed immediately.
Dude,
550.
let's fucking go. That is so
600.
huge.
Yeah, let's fucking go.
We're just going to take a quick detour from the debates for like 30 seconds and we're going to hop back into it. While we're also going to try to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the live. Let's fucking go. That is legitimately a monumental milestone. Listen, I appreciate the hell out of you guys for everything that we have done over the course of the last 2 years. Nearly 5 million followers on Instagram, over 3 million, nearly 5 million followers on TikTok, over 3 million followers on Instagram, close to 400,000 followers on Threads, 500,000 followers on X, and over 1 million followers on various Facebook pages that I don't even run, plus over 500,000 followers on subscribers on YouTube. This is like huge. Okay, this is crazy. I love this. I think it's so cool because what this demonstrates is the real world impact of what we do. We're talking about a collective of over 10 million individuals, okay, that have engaged with my content, seen what we do here, and been inspired enough to the extent of just hitting the follow button. And I think that really speaks largely about the direction that this country is heading in, what the people of this country want, and what is best for this country's future. The only reason why I care about that silly number on my phone screen is because it represents the real world impact of what we do on these live streams. Kelly, I appreciate you for the fireworks show. So that's like really fucking cool. And I really appreciate you guys so much. Quickly, I'm just going to thank a couple people, then we'll hop into this next debate with Ethan. CC, I appreciate you for the $25 over on YouTube Super Chat. Who says, thank you for supporting trans people. CC, you are awesome. That is CEE. Show some love to CC down below. And also show some some love to Violet for the $10, who says that last guest sounded like he was obsessed with trans women. Yep, thank you for the 10. Eve, thank you for the $10 as well. He says the difference between Dean and Trump is that Dean acknowledged his issues and took accountability. Yep, thank you for the $10, Eve. And then Jasmine, thank you so much for the $10 as well on PayPal. Show some love to Jasmine, Eve, Violet, Cece over on Venmo. Thom, thank you so much for the $25, saying congratulations on hitting 3 million followers. I remember when you had 10K followers on Instagram. Thom, you've been with me and Parker literally for eons. We fucking love you, dude. Thank you for the $25. Show some love to Thom in that chat. Yeshua, thank you for the motorcycle. Jojo with a $20 saying congrats on 3 million. Thank you so much, Jojo. Ivy, thank you for the $33 and the 33 cents for the over on Venmo. He says congrats on 3 million. You deserve it. Thank you, Ivy. You are awesome. Hannah, thank you for the $20. She says this guest is awful. That last guest absolutely sucked. Thank you for the $20, Hannah. Ben with a 10. Tim with a 10. He says my wife and I love listening to your lives. Keep it up. Thank you, Ben. And then Gerard, thank you for the $10 as well. Then Victoria with a 10. Show some love to Gerard, Victoria, Tim, Ben, Hannah, Jojo, Thom, Ivy. Then Audrey, thank you for the 5. Tracy, thank you for the 5. Shannon with a 3. And then A with a 10, who says please keep at it. Thank you so much for the love, A. Let's get 100 AWs and 150 Michelle W's for the $15. It says I cannot believe that this guy's saying that being trans is worse than Dahmer. Yeah, he's just fucking insane. We're not gonna have him up again. And we are all caught up. And then over on TikTok, thank you so much, Yeshua, and all the other incredibly kind donors for the gifts over there. Y'all are fucking awesome. So based. Show some love to our donors. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree, my bio on TikTok, top of the phone screen, pin message on YouTube. Same thing goes for Parker. His pay links are in his bio as well. Let's go ahead and hop into that next debate. By the way, I need to go use the restroom. So for the first 45 seconds or so of this next debate, I'm going to be AFK, but Parker's here. So Mr. Ethan, do you support Trump?
I do.
And how old are you?
I'm 19.
All right. Why do you support Trump?
I think what he's done for service members and for the people of the United States, just gives us a little, not us, obviously, because there's some people that don't believe this, but me in particular, it gives me a little bit of hope for my future. Specifically, the prices around me, I've noticed have dropped quite a bit compared to when, coming out of high school, I was a little bit scared. I couldn't really afford things. Now I can.
Oh yeah, this will be a fun one, Parker. I'm gonna go pass the mic to you for everyone watching. I'm gonna go pee real quick. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Parker will take it away. Go ahead, man.
So you think inflation has declined?
I think the price of food and gas has went down.
Okay, so you think deflation has happened?
I wouldn't say that. I would say over the past year, food and gas around me at least has went down.
Okay, so food definitely no, but gas, yes, gas has gone down in price. Now, is that specifically caused by Donald Trump? No, it's not specifically caused by Donald Trump. It's around a 13-cent difference from what it was last year around this time.
Right. Well, I would say that it was quite high under the last administration compared to this administration. I mean, my gas went up to
last year it was 13 cents higher.
My gas went up to $6, and now it's $2.30. So.
Okay, so $6 might have been at a certain point, and if it's at $2, no, that makes no sense. It would be at $6. It went to a little bit less than $5 on average in the country in 2022. Now that was due to specific supply chain constraints, and also some of the deals that Trump set up, like specifically cutting oil production through OPEC. Like that definitely influenced it, plus the Russia-Ukraine situation, which would have happened regardless. So that's the condition in which led to higher gas prices within that respect, and not caused by the Biden-Harris administration.
Right. And then another reason I do support Trump is his attack on the drug war. I think that's a good thing, especially for younger children.
I don't think that you could argue that you support Trump because of his defense of service members, and that you support Trump because of his attack on the DRUG war. And I can tell you why. Because in his attack on that DRUG war, he's been committing war crimes on the basis of no probable evidence. So that's a big issue, right? And that's definitely in contradiction to what the military is supposed to represent, which would be an adherence to an order of law through international law, as well as our own civil constitutional protections.
Right, but would you not agree that taking out people that are bringing drugs into the country and causing U.S. citizens to fall into addiction and overdose is not good?
Yeah, I don't think
so
it's
then why
good.
did Donald Trump?
I'll go to just make this point real quick, then pass the mic to Parker. I don't think that it's good to kill them and commit a war crime.
But what other means has worked?
Oh my God. Well, I mean, didn't Donald Trump just like overthrow dictatorship in under 3 hours without killing the dictator? That's your
He
new
did,
talking
yeah.
point, right? Okay, wow. So it seems like your military possesses the means and capabilities to like overthrow dictatorships without killing the dictator, but rather like a surgical operation of grabbing them and putting them on a boat. Why can't we do the same people on these boats, that are potentially bringing DRUGS into America? And like, by the way, are you like defending war crimes?
I mean, it's not really a war crime because the people that are bringing them across boats would definitely shoot at you if you tried to take them. So
Oh, okay.
the difference was
Well, see,
the
the thing
difference
is,
was
I'll let you talk,
the
and then I'll explain
the
it. Then I'll pass
president
it
of
to the next one.
Venezuela wasn't shooting at us.
Okay, well, neither
He
were.
did not shoot us.
So
And
so
now
neither.
the people around him probably did.
So
but
neither
not the
were.
president of
So neither
Venezuela.
were the two men that were hanging off of a part of a broken ship that our government double tapped with the use of a drone. And by the way, yes, that was specifically a war crime under Article 8 of the ICC, Article 12 of the Second Geneva Convention, signed into effect in 1949, and then under IHL, which is International Humanitarian Law. So Article 12 of the Second Geneva Convention defines a protected group of people under international law to be shipwrecked enemy combatants that are out of the fight, which would include the two enemy combatants hanging on for their dear lives off the side of the broken ship that we'd already hit and destroyed. Then, of course, Article 8 of the ICC, the International Criminal Court, would define killing a person from a protected group of people as a war crime.
Okay. I just want to say, like, the kids that I follow are my family, so
I'm looking through that right now. I mean, it's possible, but
Yeah.
for the safety of those kids, right? And the fact that it's possible, not certainly true, we're just going to go ahead and remove you and move on to the next guest, Arthur. Also, guys, I'm going to go ahead and repeat this just for the one time. If the guest is...
Also troll.
All right, cool. If the guest is following kids, I'm going to ask you not to like spam it in the TikTok chat. Feel free to just go drop a message in a Discord channel or something, and then open up a private ticket on the Discord, and then drop a screenshot in there. So I'd really appreciate it if you guys could do that. I'd really appreciate it if you guys could do that, because think about it this way: we have 15. Oh, accidentally dropped Parker. We have 15,000 people tuned into the live. When the whole chat is spamming, guest is following kids. Well, then all of a sudden we potentially have 15,000 people going through the following list of the guests, finding the kid, inspecting their profile, commenting under their posts, so on and so forth. So I'd argue that that's just, not something I want to do to minors, okay? Like, especially the fact that the kid he was following was 12, all right? Like, I don't think that we should be sending 15,000 people to an account of a 12-year-old. So we're going to move on to the next guest. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Oh, wait, no, I didn't mean to. Sorry, my bad.
All right, everyone. If you're on YouTube, like the stream. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen as well. Let's try to get to 2 million likes real quick, everyone. We're going to get the next person up here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you are a Trump supporter and above the age of 18.
All right, we're going to get the next guest loaded up into the box. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be, as Donald Trump just said. As Parker just said, about
As
the Donald Trump.
Whoa!
No,
Dean!
listen. No, listen. I said,
Dean,
what I meant to say there.
No!
What I meant to say there, as Parker just said about Donald Trump supporters. Sorry, you're not Donald Trump, I swear to God.
No, Dean!
You're not Donald Trump, I swear to God. I swear to God, you're not Trump. Unless you are. Are you Trump? Is this just...
Dean, what have you done? What have you done, bro?
Is this
what
all
have you
just a
done?
psyop? Is this...
Dean, what is going on? I had someone on my live stream today say that Joe Biden's been dead since 2016.
Brother. Hello, Cameron. Do you support Trump? Dude, Cameron came up here for a screenshot and dip. So we're going to start banning everybody that joins the live that is not an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. So hear me loudly and hear me once. If you are under the age of 18, if you're not MAGA and you're not ready for debate, if you even do as much as join the queue, then you will be automatically banned. Hello, M. Do you support Trump? Okay, so there's one person in the queue right now that I know is a Trump supporter, but I don't really want to bring them up. So we are going to go ahead and just spend like a moment here looking for somebody that's not tax-paying American. And if we can find anybody else, we'll go ahead and bring them up. Have you
That
talked
guy
to...
he like screams at me every single time he's talked to
Dude,
me.
he's
and
crazy.
we couldn't even have a conversation because he got banned. So I wasn't even able to fully engage in a conversation with him.
Dude.
But he like screams at me every single time.
He's crazy, man. What's going on? Do you support Trump, Lenny?
Yeah, I do.
And how old are you, Lenny?
I'm 29.
And you know the obvious question, why the hell do you support the worst president of your life that continues to defy the law, defy Congress, defy the American people, and puts this country last? Go ahead.
I think it takes a real nigga to fucking, stand up as the vice president.
And we're going to move on to the next guys. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got Colton Ball loading into the live stream right now. A couple of people I'd like to thank here. First and foremost, Pixel. Thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, congrats on 3 mil, bro. Pixel. Fuck yes, that's so incredibly kind of you. We hit 3 mil. I love you, and thank you so very much for the $20, as well as Carolyn. Thank you for the $50 over on PayPal, who says, congratulations on the 3 million followers on Instagram. You've really come a long way in such a short time. Be proud of yourself. Listen, I'm proud of you guys. I'm just proud of everyone watching this live stream, everyone who's dropped a follow, being engaged, being involved, and paying attention to what's going on in this world. Huge shout out to you, Carolyn. Seriously, $50 goes one hell of a long way. And I genuinely appreciate you to the moon and back. So please show some love to Carolyn down below in that comment section for the $50. I want to see 500 Carolyn W's alongside 300 Jennifer W's for the $26, who says, here's $26 for 3 million followers in the year 26. Both you and Parker make the future brighter. Be proud of yourselves. Oh, thank you so much, Jennifer and Carolyn. And then Joanna, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. He says, here's $25 for kicking Trump/Parker. How much do it again? JK, appreciate you both as always. Appreciate you for that love, Joanna. Let's show some love to Joanna in that chat. And then 2 more here. Show some love to Jose in that chat for the $20, who says, helped change my mind years ago. Keep fighting to support trans rights and democracy. You are fucking awesome, Jose. We all love you here. Let's get 200 Jose W's and 100 AWs, who says, you've got this. Thank you so much, you guys. We're all caught up with the donations. I appreciate you guys so much for your support to the stream. Peyton, what's up? Do you support Trump? Peyton, creeping on thy ops. You were connected to the live stream. I'm going to go and give you around 5 seconds here to respond. Okay, Peyton's not here.
Hello.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, there he is.
You have an echo.
Sorry about that. You have an echo. Do I?
Huge echo.
Yep.
Huge echo. Yep. Oh,
Stop screen recording.
Stop screen recording.
Or swipe out of the app and swipe back in.
Okay.
Paul, do you support
Hello?
Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Paul, what time is it? Okay, Paul. Bye,
10
Paul.
to 9.
Yeah, bye, Paul. So Peyton, how old are you?
Hello. I'm 21 years old.
Okay, and why do you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump?
I like his policies and I like the fan base that he's gravitated in a way.
Yeah.
Now MAGA, I don't know about MAGA. MAGA is pretty weird, but Republicans
You
I
just
can agree with them.
yourself.
I didn't.
You said that you like his fan base and then you dislike MAGA?
Well, MAGA is like more like a cult, but I like Republicans more.
Okay. So isn't MAGA like 90% of the Republican Party?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
so
I do like Republicans. They're pretty cool.
So you think 90% of the Republican Party is a cult?
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes, okay. But you
Yeah.
still support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you in a cult?
No.
Okay.
What year were you born in?
2004.
Okay. Did you go to college?
No, I went to trade school.
Okay, so you work.
Yes.
Okay. How many hours a week do you have to work in order to be considered a full-time employee?
Well, I'm more like a hooker on the side of the street, and I just start like sucking.
Yeah, he's a minor. Moving on to the next guest. By the way, guys, I really
Bro.
hope that this exposes the MAGA fraud, okay, that's going on in this country. Right now, we have 16,000 people watching the live stream, and it is impossible for us to find a single Trump supporter that supports him as president that's willing to come up here to have
Other
a
than
dialogue.
taxpaying American.
Willing to have a dialogue with us. So I really want this like to really be like a turning point for maybe a lot of the individuals watching that label themselves as an independent, maybe sit in the middle of the road, don't really know if they do or don't support Trump. Just consider the fact that we are like two dudes that are willing to talk to anybody and everybody who supports Donald J. Trump as president. And there's not a single person watching this live stream that is over the age of 18 that is MAGA, right? That is pro-Trump, that's willing to come up here and have a dialogue with us. So I hope that this exposes the cowardice and the just simply wrongly informed view of Trump supporters, because they're not even willing to come up here and have a conversation, because they know the moment that they do have a conversation with us, the light will expose their lies. So welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Support America's best interest.
So does that mean supporting Trump?
Means supporting your leader of your free world, right?
That definitely doesn't, because if you want to support and protect America's best interests, okay, and then the leader of said country is working in opposition of this country's best interests, then you shouldn't support them.
I think half of America would disagree with that, right?
No, they actually wouldn't. So half of America wouldn't disagree with the statement that if the president is working against the best interests of the country, you shouldn't support them. They just disagree with my statement that Donald Trump is working against the best interests of the country.
Seemed like a bit of a paradox.
That's not a
I do
paradox.
appreciate-
You just simply don't understand the difference between the operating principle. You shouldn't support the president if they're not working in the best interests of the country, and then the opinionated statement, which I call a fact, the fact that Donald Trump is not working in the best interests of the country. So let's just go ahead and clarify. Do you think that Donald Trump is working in the best interests of America?
Yes.
Why?
Like you mentioned in the past, I'm joining this live. I'd like to kind of lead the discussion here if you want to talk about a topic that I'm interested in.
So I don't know. Are you going to answer the question? Why do you think Donald Trump is working in the best interests of this country?
Well, I think there's many things I could go into a rabbit hole on, and you're probably going to nitpick, a topic that you feel like you could corner me in. I don't want to go down that path.
You wrong?
No. I don't want to go down that path. I'd like to have a conversation on something that's on my mind that's more relevant.
Okay, well then what's something that is on your mind that demonstrates why you believe Donald Trump is working in the best interests of this country? Just bring up one topic, whatever you want. Go ahead, Parker.
So, by the way, a topic that he was going to say that you were looking for in order to trap him in an argument, he now has a specific topic he wants to bring up so that he can trap you in an argument. But go for it.
Yeah, it's fine. You could try to trap me. It's okay.
Not quite. I think it's more. I mean, as Dean mentioned with the last guest, he said he'll allow someone to join and kind of lead the reins on what the conversation would be.
Yeah.
So that's kind of.
Yeah, as long as it operates under the prompt, why do you support Trump as president? And so far, you've described that you support Trump as president because you believe that he is working within the best values of this country. So obviously,
Correct.
the follow-up question would be, well, why do you find that to be the case? Which would then lead to you describing why you believe that Donald Trump is working in the best interest of the country. I'm just going to ask you to stop the cope and go ahead and give us an argument.
Sure. And I'll jump to that right now, but I like to say anyone that is running as president of the United States, I mean, we'd all hope has the best interests of the country, wouldn't we? Right?
Yeah, but there's a difference between finding it to be true and hoping it to be true. Because hoping something to be the case just means that you wish it were true. Finding something to be the case means that you have evidence it is true. And you could wish something were true without having evidence it's true. Like, for instance, I wish that you didn't support Trump. Do I have evidence that you don't support Trump? Hell no.
Okay, Dean. All right, so the topic that I like to talk about, which is kind of more why I joined this live, I saw you had posted a video about the recent Venezuela conflict, and I just wanted to get on your radar. I guess there was a citizen of Venezuela that had expressed her, her feelings towards the conflict that occurred, and this video right now has 2 million views, almost 300,000 likes. So it has some pretty good engagement here. and she was clipping one of your. I guess you did a recent video on your channel, explaining the conflict under your impression of what happened, and I just kind of wanted you to get visibility into that video and how citizens of Venezuela actually feel about
Sure, then go ahead and describe
what
it.
occurred. I actually have it pulled up here. I'm not sure how the audio would come across if I were to play the video, and you could kind of hear it in her words if you're open to that.
I mean, just want to try to describe it.
I don't want to put words in this lady's mouth, but if the audio comes clear, you could tell me to stop if it doesn't.
Okay. Yeah, so we could go ahead and just play the video because I found it.
President Donald Trump.
I wanted to say a couple things. I knew this video was coming. I happen to like Dean, but I'm also Venezuelan, and what we're not going to do is spread misinformation and disinformation.
Has invaded Venezuela, bombed their capital, overthrown their government by abducting their president.
First and foremost, I need everybody to stop referring to Maduro as the president of Venezuela. That was not legal. We have had elections where a real president has been elected by the people, and Maduro has continued to declare himself the president. Do not call him the righteous president of Venezuela, because he is not. He is also not a president. He is a dictator, was and continues to be a dictator. This is an authoritarian regime.
I also find it incredibly important for you to understand that the president Trump abducted, Maduro, was a horrendous man and a terrible leader for Venezuela and all Venezuelans.
I think there happen to be way stronger words and bigger things that we could say to describe Maduro that are not horrendous man and terrible leader, but let's continue.
This is not about liberation for the Venezuelan people. This is about oil, money, and regime change.
Everybody in Venezuela is intelligent enough to know that Donald Trump has ulterior motives, and yet it is most definitely for us about liberation, because this is the furthest that anybody has gotten to liberating us. This is a huge, huge, unmeasurable accomplishment. So do not, under any circumstance, undermine it. We know he has ulterior motives. Anyway, everybody and anybody is free to form their own opinions, but I need everybody to stop reading United States media, who for a long time has been using erroneous terms to describe what is going on in Venezuela. Respectfully, if you don't know what is going on from an insider, the opinion is invalid. And not only is it invalid, but it is undermining our happiness and triumph and celebration today. Happy New Year and have a good day.
The president...
Cool. So I'll go ahead and respond to that all. Her first point was, I called him a president. She said, don't call him a president, call him a dictator. So it doesn't really seem like you or her, which I'm not blaming her for, by the way, read the caption, because the caption under that video is, quote unquote, I stand with every Venezuelan celebrating the removal of Maduro from office. He was a brutal dictator. However, this doesn't excuse Donald Trump from illegally conducting regime change without congressional approval or planning to steal Venezuela's oil to enrich himself/America. In fact, these actions are what give rise to dictators like Maduro. So then the conflict there would be, well, can a president be a dictator? Under my view, that's what would be true, because the official title of his role was president. So we'd say that the president is illegitimate because he rigged an election. Therefore, the president is a dictator. However, right, I understand the argument that you shouldn't even call him the president, and you should just always refer to him as a dictator. And I'm willing to concede that point. That's a smaller point, though. The second point was, well, I said that it's not about liberation. It's going to be about conquest, imperialism, regime change, money and oil. And then she said, well, for the Venezuelan people, it is about liberation. Well, that statement could have been clarified better by saying for Trump. Obviously, for Trump, it's not about the liberation of the Venezuelan people. Donald Trump doesn't care about the Venezuelan people. If you're Venezuelan and you're watching this, he doesn't give a fuck about you. My evidence is that, well, for the Venezuelan immigrants inside of America, he infringed on their human and constitutional rights and illegally deported them in violation of their Fifth Amendment rights, due process, to Sica in El Salvador, where he then had them beaten, tortured, and starved. He also labels immigrants, including Venezuelans, as vicious, violent gang members. Okay, he labels them as escapees from mental institutions. He labels them as escapees from prisons. He labels them as people that are going to rape your wife, kidnap your children, and eat your family pet and dog, just to identify them as an enemy for a unifying cause for his base, which, by the way, is the fourth tenet of fascism. So my statement there was absolutely true. But then she follows it up by saying, well, it's about liberation for the Venezuelan people. We no longer live under dictatorship, and that is good. Yeah, I think that we could all agree that it is a good thing that the Venezuelan people no longer have Maduro as a leader. Okay, that's not going to be a premise that I contest. In fact, that's why the first line and sentence of my caption was, I stand with all the Venezuelan people celebrating his removal. Super duper good that Maduro's gone. But the means in which our government used to get Maduro gone were super duper bad. And in fact, the means in which they used to get Maduro gone are things that a dictator like Maduro would do, like illegally circumventing Congress, violating the first article of the Constitution, to start a war and enact inside of a regime change, okay? To then go into another country that is not yours and steal their oil, okay? By the way, this is also annexation because he is now sending American oil companies into the country protected by our military against any say of the Venezuelan people, which would include that woman, to take their resources back to America to then profit off of it. And then the greater idea here is, well, Maduro's gone, but now what's going to come next? Because there's not too much of a difference between Trump and Maduro. In fact, the only difference is that Maduro was successful with his attempt to illegitimately steal an election. We forget that in 2020, Donald Trump had his FAKE elector plot where he installed FAKE, you got to say that for TikTok, TOS, votes for himself in Congress to install himself for a second term, just like Maduro successfully did. Okay? It's not ridding Venezuela of a dictator. It's just simply putting Venezuela under the new management of somebody that tried to do exactly what Maduro did, but unlike Maduro, was not successful. Plus, historically, we know when we destabilize a region by conducting a regime change, then that region is predisposed towards higher levels of volatility due to said power vacuum that is created that leads to a higher likelihood of authoritarian takeovers in the future. Okay? We saw that in Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, with the Taliban after a 20-year war with the killing of Saddam Hussein. And by the way, after Saddam Hussein was killed by America, what did the Iranian and Iraq individuals do? They celebrated, just like Venezuelans are celebrating today. In fact, I stood with the Iranians celebrating, Saddam Hussein's unaliving, the same way I stand with the Venezuelans celebrating the end of the Maduro dictatorship. Because on a material level, there's no real consideration about what the future potentialities are. On a material level, what it's about is the fact that inside of Venezuela, Venezuelan citizens have lived under a dictatorship for the last 23 years. That is longer than I've been alive. If I was born in Venezuela 21 years ago, I would have been living under dictatorship for the totality of my life. And yesterday, I would have been celebrating like fucking crazy. Okay, but this just simply doesn't mean that we don't need to be wary of these concerns and other concerns. I'll bring up a big one right now. In accordance with the Wartime Powers Act of 1974, Congress has to give explicit approval for military action within 60 days of it starting in order for it to be able to legally continue. If Congress does not give that approval within the next 60 days, all military has to be pulled out of Venezuela, then all of a sudden Venezuela will be the largest unguarded power vacuum on the face of planet Earth, which will only increase the likelihood that we'll have an authoritarian takeover again. And by the way, sure, is Congress more likely than not going to approve Donald Trump's military actions? Yes. But the thing is it's a probabilistic based claim. Why are we leaving the lives of millions of Venezuelans up to a probability? That's just not something that's smart. I think it's reckless. I think it's bad. Not to mention, okay, well, now we're creating a permission structure for the government of the United States of America to go into other countries, claim good reason, just act like they care about these individuals, then with hostility, take over their government, annex the country, and then extract their resources, okay? When we allow that permission structure to exist, well, then what happens is things like what happened today. Okay, the Trump administration saw a celebration from the global theater from Republicans in America, and then today, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, turned around and said, well, maybe Cuba's next. Donald Trump turned around and said, now I have my eyes set on Greenland. All of a sudden, the global stage is saying, holy fucking shit, we've created this permission structure, and now America is touting imperialism like we haven't seen them do in a very, very long time. So in summation, in a sentence or less, I stand with that woman. In fact, I stand with all Venezuelans celebrating the end of the Maduro dictatorship. But for around the other 15 reasons that I brought up, it was obviously a bad thing for Donald Trump to do it the way he did.
If you could go back in time, would you have stopped Donald Trump from liberating Venezuela?
Yeah, obviously I would have stopped Donald Trump for going around the first article of the Constitution, going around Congress, engaging in a reckless action, taking out Maduro. By the way, the regime's not over because now Maduro's VP is serving as the president, annexing the country, extracting their oil resources, recklessly, potentially creating a power vacuum because he doesn't have the approval of Congress yet, especially due to the historicity of these actions in Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, and now the permission structure in which it's created for Marco Rubio to say now Cuba's next, and Donald Trump to say that he has his eyes set on Greenland. Abso-fucking-lutely.
So I guess my argument would be the Venezuelans would say, although Trump might have done wrong in the process of doing it, we are glad that he did it. So that's kind of where the argument is. And that was,
I don't
and
think
thank you
that's
for being
even
receptive,
necessarily
by
true.
the way.
I think what they're glad for is that the Maduro dictatorship is over. Okay, right? But due to these other various concerns, I think it's a bad way that I think it's a bad thing that Donald Trump did it the way he did.
That's what you think Venezuela believes, the people in Venezuela.
No, that's what I believe.
That's what you believe. Okay. And I guess the goal of me having you play that video was to show you, I guess, the counter argument there. And thank you for being receptive for playing it. And that's really what I wanted to cover today. And also congrats on the milestone of 3 million.
So do you have any like response to my critiques there?
I mean, what you kind of do is, I guess, re-highlight the situation and the counter argument and the arguments itself. And I kind of made my point, and that's all I have for today.
But so you don't have anything to. So do you accept the reasons that I gave insofar as why I stand with a woman in that video? But ultimately, I believe, right? And made like 2 minor concessions, but ultimately, I believe that I'm like still right on this subject matter.
Well, like you mentioned, you have your personal beliefs, and then there's the beliefs of people in Venezuela. I mean, I can't change either. I'm asking you. Do I believe you're correct?
Yeah.
I mean, we all have our different arguments. It's like you asking, do you believe that people in Venezuela are correct, right?
That I'm right or wrong?
I think you're correct on the basis of some things were done illegally and legal, and then there's feelings, and I guess so it's tough, right? You're not asking me what exactly you think is correct. We talked about a lot.
If you think that my counter response effectively dismantled the points provided.
You dismantled the points correctly, sure.
Okay. All right. So then you concede, right? That there's a couple things, that could have been different. Like I understand the argument of not calling an illegitimate president. An illegitimate president should be referred to as a dictator, right? But ultimately speaking, this was a bad thing for the Trump administration to do.
I think we both believe that the people in Venezuela are happy, although it might have not have been done.
Okay. So that wasn't a response to what I said, sir.
Well, you're also pivoting. But
I'm not
thank
pivoting.
you again
I'm actually not pivoting at all.
Taking the time here today.
So I'd like to
Dean,
clarify. A pivot would be. Wait, 1 second. No. I want to describe this to you. Don't leave, bro. Don't run. And of course. Okay. Yeah, he ran. Okay, sounds good. What the hell? Should I do
That's just brutal, dude.
Yeah. Should I do a video response to that? Because I mean, I feel like all those points are very important. Okay. Right. I feel like I'm going crazy here. I feel like I'm going super crazy here. Holy shit. What I brought up was super important. Everybody should be aware of these things.
Bro, you could just clip it from the stream.
Oh, true.
It's bro, you already made the video. What are you talking about?
Yo, actual facts. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yep.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
07.
Could you get a lot closer to your mic?
Is that better?
Nope.
No, not better at all.
What about now?
Yeah, that's a little better. Get a lot closer.
I'm as close as I get.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
Do you have a Bluetooth connected?
No.
Okay, well. Go ahead. Why do you support Trump?
His thoughts and opinions on transgenderism.
What specifically?
That they aren't what they say that they are, and their sub-identity is in reality, and they should be treated as such.
So you're saying that because you don't believe trans people's identities are valid, you want to treat them differently in society, and that's the reason why you voted for a rapist?
Yep.
Yeah?
Yep.
You voted for a rapist because you want trans people to be viewed as not valid.
Yep.
Even though there's no basis in difference in policy based upon that perspective, right?
So I have a question. If Donald Trump was literally Hitler but says it's wrong to be trans, would you still support him?
No.
Okay, so then there's a certain level where it's too far. Why isn't that met at being a rapist?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, there's a certain bar that disqualifies someone, right? Even though they agree with you on that position. So why isn't that met when someone's a rapist?
Why is it met when somebody's a rapist?
Yeah, the disqualifying bar.
It's it doesn't matter if they're rapists or not.
What?
What? You don't think it matters if someone's a rapist?
You can't say that. You gotta say rapist. But yeah, it doesn't matter as long as hey, can you stop looking at my followers?
Wait, so are you just saying that you don't care about grape?
No, I didn't. Say I
If
didn't
you
care
cared about grape, then it would at least matter like a little bit, right?
I mean, it matters, but not as a.
Wait, you just said that it didn't
Like
matter.
a main factor. Yeah. So your fans need to stop sending me messages. Like I know I'm famous and all, but they need to calm down.
You're not shit. You have 700 followers. No one
Is
knows
this
you.
rage
Logo.
bait? Like,
So,
No, just I'm being stalked by your fans right now.
oh
what are you
shit.
talking about?
So I just got a live restriction for the next 10 minutes for unverified claims. Not even
interesting.
not even misinformation. Quote unquote unverified claims. Let me go ahead
I've
and
never seen that before.
So I don't know how much we could talk about this. I need to show you all this. So I'm going to go ahead and show you a screenshot of this. And then I'm going to talk about a little bit what I was learning before I even went live today. So here's like the temporary restriction that I just got from TikTok that says unverified claims.
Oh my gosh.
Yo! Cat! I know if you're on YouTube, you didn't see that, but if you're on TikTok, you certainly did. Cat, thank you so much for the holiday lion. Queen Cat is in the building, everyone. You are awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love, Cat. You are a goddamn icon. You are quite the gym. And you've shown so much love over the course of the last couple weeks. I love ya. We all love ya. Show some love to Cat, K-A-T, down below in that comment section. While we're going over TikTok censorship for 15 seconds. Huge shout out to Cat down below. So here's actually a screenshot of the notification that I just got saying that my live won't be visible for the next 10 minutes because of unverified claims. Something else that I noticed, this is crazy, is that my video on Venezuela, okay, got a notification that it was taken down for violating community guidelines for misinfo. I then had a TikTok rep appeal it. She said that the appeal was unsuccessful, but then like 7 hours later, it was appealed, it was back, and it was fine. But then 5 hours later, I didn't even get a notification, and it just told me that the video was ineligible for recommendation. And this isn't just a me thing. If you guys know Dylan Page, News Daddy, he had the same exact thing happen to his videos on Venezuela. The same exact thing. They got hit with ineligible for recommendation. And then on the other side, I think that TikTok is boosting, right, videos with sentiment against the one in which I express, saying that the Trump administration did bad. All right? Like, for instance, even that video that last person just brought up, last night, after being posted for 24 hours, it had 10,000 likes. Overnight, now all of a sudden, it's at over 300,000. Okay, and by the way, I'm not saying anything bad about the creator here, but I'm just saying that it's super duper sketchy because, like, typically on TikTok, they either have a trajectory for success from the moment it's posted or not. So to see it get some engagement over the course of the first day and then blow up overnight in 2 hours is really, really sketchy, especially considering that, like, I'm being censored on my videos for talking about Venezuela with a bad opinion about Trump's administration, that Dylan Page is being censored for his videos on Venezuela, not even echoing a bad opinion about the Trump administration, but just like saying, well, like, here are the different perspectives. And then to build off of that, now I'm getting my live restricted for 10 minutes for quote unquote unverified claims after just talking about Venezuela as well. These things are like sketchy. Very, very sketchy. We're going to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter. I actually need to go to the bathroom again, so I'm going to do that here shortly. Well, let's get that next guest up. Yeah, I drank a lot of water at the gym today. Hey Lola, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for the love, Lola. Lola with the $50 says, just like she said, quote unquote, if you aren't Venezuelan, you can't know how we feel. Well, lady, if you're American, you can't know how us invading and involving ourselves, stealing resources affects us. We've been through it. It's just worse because it's Trump. I appreciate you for the $50, Lola. So, I mean, I think that there's some level of validity to what she said there, right? But then simultaneously, very similarly to how we don't have the experiences of Venezuelans, Venezuelans don't have the direct experiences of Americans knowing who Trump is and what he's been doing to this country and everybody in it, to be wary of like an illegal invasion of another country. You know what I mean? But thank you for the $50, Lola. Show some love to Lola down below. I'd also like to thank Analytical for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says, I'm tired of people using the reaction of Venezuelan people to justify this brazen act of imperialism. This has implications for the U.S., regardless of how Venezuelan individuals feel. Lawlessness, erosion of democracy, risk of retaliation. Yup. Thank you for the $10, Analytics. And then Darrow, thank you for the $10 as well. That is Darrow. Show some love to Darrow down below. A, thank you for the $5, who says, take care of yourself. You're making a difference. We will win our country back. Appreciate you for the $5, A. And then Vanessa, thank you so much for the $22 over on PayPal. And Vanessa, I just read your message. It is so special. I'm going to keep it to myself. Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. That is crazy. I want y'all to show some extra special love to Vanessa down below. And then, of course, Keonin. There we go. Keonin. Thank you for the $25. Who says you hit 3 million. By the way, it's Keonin. Well, Keonin, thank you so much for the $25. And that is right. We hit 3 million on Instagram. Show some love to Keonin down below. As well as Allison, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, don't forget Trump attempted to remove TPS for Venezuelans in October because conditions in the countries had improved. Yep, thank you for the $10, Allison. Zach, thank you for the $15. And then Rami, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. Rami, you are the queen. Thank you so much. That is Rami spelled R-O-M-I. I want to see 500 Rami W's. It says W Dean for surpassing 3 million followers. You rock, kid. Additionally, about Venezuela, it's not liberation, it's a trap. Thank you for the $50, Rami. You are awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so much, you guys. Everyone, just genuinely and seriously, I appreciate y'all so much. At this point in time, we're going to go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the live to have a dialogue with us.
Alrighty.
Okay, we got our next guest loading up in here. Guys, only op inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. What's that?
Tax-paying Americans still in the box.
I mean, do you want to talk to him? It's up to you.
No, I'm not even saying I want to talk to him. I'm just saying he sat in the box for like the entire time we've been on the stream, just on the off chance maybe he'll be added up.
But do
It's
you
really
want?
funny.
But do you want to talk to him? It's ultimate. If you say yes, I'll bring him up.
It's up to you.
Nah, man, it's up to you.
Oh, jeez. It's up to chat.
Cause like I'm just gonna be honest here, guys. I'm not really seeing any other Trump supporters in the queue. Like, of course we could continue to find them, but like it's like been like 40 minutes now without a debate. JC, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
See what I mean? Just a bunch of kids. Get out of here.
They're just scared, I guess. MAGA's scared.
Yo, what's going on, Michael? Do you support Trump?
Hi.
There's another kid. Moving on to the next guest. Okay,
Very
we're
unfortunate.
So we're gonna try 2 other people first. If we can't find a Trump supporter in the next 2 guests, then we'll bring him up. But we're gonna implement some ground
We're gonna get
rules.
yelled at, bro.
Oh my god, dude, we're gonna get verbally abused. Preston Drake, what's up? Do you support Trump? Preston Drake's not here. Okay, one more person, and then we're gonna go ahead and have him up. But if we do have him up, we are gonna go ahead and just like set a ground rule, and that ground rule is gonna be if a question tracks linear dialogue, and it is a fair question, if he doesn't answer it, then we kick him. Because that's the biggest issue I've experienced with him. When I defeat his argument, all right, with like a question to demonstrate either hypocrisy, absurdity, or contradiction, he just doesn't answer it. In fact, the first time I talked to him, he didn't answer the question for 8 goddamn minutes. Sad people news. Do you support Trump? No, he's not even here. Dude, it was... Okay, so now it's taxpaying American time. So, dude, it was crazy, Parker. So, he said that Donald Trump ended the Rwandan and Congolese conflict. And then I was like, can you tell me anything about the conflict? Or actually, no, tell me, no. So he said the Rwandan conflict and he didn't know the country it was with. So I was like, what country is it with? And I was just asking him that question and he couldn't answer it for so long that I literally put a timer up on the screen. And I even typed the question out. I said, what country is Rwanda in conflict with? And it literally took the timer running for 8 minutes and 30 seconds before I was like, okay, cut the shit. Like, here's more information. So, all right, we're going to go to bring him up.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm just going to clarify this for, did he leave the queue?
He did because you're mad. He's mad.
Oh my God, did he run? No, there he is. So we're just going to be like super clear here. Okay, actually, so Taxpaying American, here's the first thing I need you to know. Here's the ground rule. In order for you to stay on this live,
You're not Jesus.
I'm going to need you to explicitly
let me respond.
accept
Let me
this
respond
ground
to a lot.
rule.
You just said a lot about me.
No. This is an operating. This is an operating ground rule. You as a guest on my live will not speak a word. By the way, Parker, there's some feedback from your mic. You as a guest on my live will not speak a word until you explicitly accept this ground rule. And if you don't explicitly accept this ground rule, you will be removed. And because this ground rule is fair, and you know that you will be removed if you don't accept it, you'll be classified as a runner. But anyways, here's the ground rule that I'm going to need you to explicitly accept. Can you please explicitly accept the ground rule that if a question is asked, either directed by me and Parker to yourself, or by yourself to me and Parker, and that question is fair and tracks the linear dialogue, that question will be answered?
You need to show respect to your guests when they come up here. You two just lied and talked a lot about me when I wasn't up here to defend myself. Parker said I screamed and yelled at him. That's not true. You yelled at me. It's recorded. You guys mute people. We just saw you mute me as I was up here for 10 seconds. I want to have a good conversation. I pray for you two. You guys are there's a lot of mean words people could say about you, and they're very true, but I want to have a good conversation about politics right now. So let's stay on the task at hand and actually have a conversation. I'll let you talk anytime you talk, but you act like I crash out, Parker. You guys were spam muting. Literally in our convo, we talked one time and you said perfect rage bait. You said that. I have you recorded. Now, I want to answer your prompt. How do I still support Trump? Can I answer that, buddy?
After you explicitly accept the ground rule.
I'm not accepting your ground rules. You're not Jesus Christ. I want to have a good faith conversation. You're the one that screamed and muted me and made fun of Charlie Kirk yesterday.
If you
have a conversation, be brave. And by the way,
so if you don't explicitly accept that ground rule, we're going to move on.
And by the way, for you to say that MAGA's scared to talk to you, maybe it's because you mute people and don't let them talk, as you do with me every time. Listen, I'm an idiot. You have no idea how dumb I am. And yet you're afraid to talk to me. Yeah, I think I'm dumb. You guys think you're smart.
So,
I thought you were smart, Dean, but now that I've debated you 4 times, I realize you're actually not.
So I'm gonna.
But anyway, can I answer your prompt?
After you explicitly accept that ground rule, I'm just gonna be frank, and I'm gonna be honest. You are going to have to explicitly accept the ground rule that if we are to engage in a productive linear dialogue, that if a fair question is asked, that is tracking that linear dialogue. Not like a question born out of pivot, a deflection from either party. But if a fair question is asked that is tracking our linear dialogue, that you are obligated to answer it. Or if you ask a fair question to myself or Parker that tracks
But the
linear
problem
dialogue,
is, sir,
we are obligated to
the
answer
problem
it.
is, sir, you never answer people's questions.
So this rule would go both ways.
Yeah, but you never answer people's questions.
So I'm
Ever.
going to give you the explicit affirmation.
Can we
that
stop?
If you accept this
Can we
ground
stop
rule,
wasting
so am I.
time and start the convo? I want to tell you why I still support Trump.
After we both explicitly accept this ground rule.
Are you Jesus Christ, the one true King?
No, this is just my.
Because that's the only person that I abide by their rules, or like I'm gonna allow to dictate how I act.
Okay. Well, then I'll just move on. You don't have to accept the ground rule.
Then be scared. Yeah, if you don't want to talk, I get it. It's embarrassing for you.
So actually, I already clarified on this. It's not that I'm scared. It's that I want genuine, productive dialogue. And I bet that every single... Please don't interrupt me. I won't interrupt you. I bet that every single person watching this live, right, left, or center, can agree that if we want any chance at productive and fair dialogue, that if a fair question is asked, either by me or Parker to interrogate your view, or by you directed towards me and Parker, right, that it would require a response. That's all.
Well,
I'm
I'll tell
saying.
you what.
No, you're still.
I'll
interrupting
answer
me.
your questions.
Sir,
I'll tell you
you're
what.
interrupting me. I wasn't done.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done, buddy. Go ahead.
It's okay. I accept your apology. So all that I'm saying here is in order for me to allow you to be on this space, you have to accept reasonable ground rules for fair, productive, linear dialogue that would entail the necessity of us being able to ask you investigatory questions into your view with an expectation of an answer, and you
All
being able
agree
to
to
ask
that?
us and
We heard you.
and you be able to ask us fair investigatory questions into our views with you expecting an answer. That's all.
All agree to that if you agree to not swear, not name call, not shout, and not mute me. Do you agree to that? I'll agree to your rules if you agree to those 4 things. Don't mute me, don't shout, don't swear, and don't act like a child. Have a conversation. Have a peaceful
Fuck.
conversation.
Okay, sorry, I had to get it out.
Yeah, let me just.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
I'm down. I'm in.
Yeah, I'm down. We're in.
Yeah? No mute. So if you mute me, you lost then right there.
Yeah,
If you swear, you scream, you lost. All right, so why do I support Trump? Well, biggest thing would be the border. Got to protect the women and children, my friend. 3.5 illegal immigrants, according to Custom Border Patrol under Joe Biden, and Kamala, actually, because she was in charge of the border. 700,000, according to Trump's first administration. So border, my friend. When you have, in question for you, are we able to say the real word of grape? Because I hear you say it all the time.
We should just try to stick with grape.
Okay. But when we have 2-year-olds and 4-year-olds being raped and schmurdered because of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's lackluster border policies, that was a defining factor for me and the majority of Americans. When you have single mom Rachel being stuffed in a drain pipe when they were done with her, or a 15-year-old that was raped and schmurdered, chopped up, put in a trash bag, and they hid him under his own bed. Donald Trump's stance on the border, which we have 0 illegal crossings today, is one of the main reasons I love him.
Okay, for sure. Parker, do you want to go or do you want me to go? It's up to you.
You can start.
Okay. So I'm just going to try to respond to as much of those as possible. The last claim that you made is that we have 0 illegal crossings today. That's not true. So what you're confusing is like there's been 0 undocumented immigrants that have been caught then re-released today. But there's still like a low level of undocumented entry into the country. And it hasn't dropped by 100%, but it has dropped by somewhere in the 90s. Of course, I don't attribute that to any good, proactive, long-term border policy of Trump. I attribute that to his fascism, an attack on human rights, scaring new entry away. Another point that you brought up was you said that a defining factor that led you to supporting Trump today is because of the violent crimes that you believe undocumented immigrants to be culpable for. First and foremost, I'm not really led to believe that you care too much about violent crimes. You talked about children getting raped, but then all of a sudden, when Donald Trump has held Sylvia liable by a court for raping a woman, when he boasts about the sexual exploitation of women and girls, or when he's like proactively defying Congress and breaking federal law to protect rapists, to protect abusers, to protect molesters, okay, by refusing A, to release all of the Epstein files with limited redactions on December 19th, or B, to give reason for the redactions that were made in accordance with the legal requirements of the Epstein Files Transparency Act on January 3rd, which was yesterday. It does demonstrate that himself, his administration, and his DOJ are protecting the people that you say you voted for him because he's so hard on.
Okay, you said multiple points. Real quick, I'm not trying to interrupt you. You said multiple points. Can I respond to your multiple points that you just said before we forget all the multiple points you just said?
So I'd like to clarify, each point that I brought up was in response to one point that you brought up. When you first spoke,
Yeah, but you said multiple things that I have to rebuttal.
If you would just mind letting me finish.
Yeah, I said I'm not trying to be rude and interrupt, but that's how combo works. See, I know you're a control freak and you don't understand. That's why you mute so much, but this is how combo goes. You just said 3 lies, right? His border does have 0 illegal crossings.
So
according to the
I
White
still want to
House.
finish what I was saying. I just have another
He released the
sentence.
Epstein files.
So
Sure,
this-
go ahead. Say
so-
5 more things,
so
but make
this
sure you
is-
write them down so I can go one by one.
So
write them down so I
So
go
this
one
is
by
like
one.
one of the scenarios where I'd mute someone, just so you know for future reference. But anyways,
No, I politely was trying to tell you something, Dean.
okay, can you be
Man
quiet
up
so
a
I can
little bit.
finish?
Go ahead, but write down each one so I can rebuttal all of them.
Okay. Well, so you said that I brought up multiple points. So that's true because you brought up multiple points. Every response that I just granted was in response to a point and argument that you made originally. But go ahead.
I said one thing. I said secure the border. So first off, there are tons of illegal immigrants that are harming women and children. They're true stories. They're on the news. I have 90,000 plus links for you. Anybody listening can go look that up. So why you're acting like that's not true, I don't get it. Donald Trump single-handedly is the reason the Epstein files were released. On September 10th, 3 hours prior to the American hero Charlie Kirk being assassinated, the guy that you guys like to make fun of, The House of Representatives voted to release the files, and the House Republicans voted no on it. Then the next few days, they tried a UC to get it to be released. It takes one person to stop a UC. Somebody stopped it. Then Donald Trump came out and publicly said, hey, every Republican in the House needs to vote to release the files. We have nothing to hide. And then they all listened to him, voted to pass it by the House. The Senate then passed it, and then Trump signed it. They gave them 3 to 4 weeks to release all of the Epstein files. Whether you like it or not, that's kind of a hard task to do. So what they've done is they've released a bunch, and they will continue to release a bunch. And on that exact topic of Epstein, from the files, Dean, from the files, Parker, we know that Jeffrey Epstein irrefutably hated Donald Trump and despised him. We have proof from the text messages he was sending Miss Plaskett during the fake hush money case trying to get Trump in trouble. And we know from the emails. And I have 17 other bullet points I can bring up that prove his innocence in the files. But at the end of the day, he released the files. What was another point you said? You said
Ramble.
Ramble. I was pretty concise right there with some facts, but what's another point you said? Like I said, you said multiple things. I feel like there's one or two more.
Yeah, for sure. I brought up the fact. You have an echo. Yeah, for sure. So I brought up the fact that you were wrong when you said that there's 0 undocumented border crossings. I brought up the fact that you are somebody that doesn't really care about violent crime, even though you talked about it in reference to undocumented immigrants.
Okay, so let's respond to that.
Okay.
Let's respond to that. I care about violent crime, right? You had somebody come on this live and give you an unalive threat. And I told you yesterday as you were spam muting me, I said, Dean, I tell that person that threatened you to leave you alone. I threaten them. I tell them to come to me. I don't even like you, Dean. You spit on the grave of a man that loved and cared about you, Charlie Kirk, and you guys make fun of him all the time, right? I think you're a terrible person, but I don't want any harm done to you. So to act like I don't care about violent crime as I'm literally protecting you and telling that person to come to me instead, I would gladly take care of them for you. We don't condone violence on this side. What?
Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and respond to that all. So
you brought up E. Jean Carroll. We'll go to that after. Go ahead.
So first and foremost, I brought up like 3 specific and unique reasons why I know that you don't care about violent crime. In your response, you didn't address them all. You just like committed a red herring fallacy by trying to give external justification why it is the case that I'm wrong with actually like not addressing the justification provided.
I'll address it right now.
Well, don't interrupt me because I'm still speaking. Thanks. So anyways,
go ahead,
so
buddy.
I specifically said that you don't care about violent crime, right? Because as soon as Donald Trump is a violent criminal, you just kind of sweep it under the rug. You don't care about violent crime because as soon as Donald Trump is defending and protecting those violent criminals, you just act like it's not the case. But then when you said that you do care about violent crime in refutation of my argument, you didn't respond to any of the specific points. You just said, of course I care about violent crime because I condemned a potential act of violent crime against you yesterday, Dean. And then you said that people on your side of the aisle don't commend political violence. So I'm going to go and respond to your points in reference to Epstein. And then I'm also going to go and respond to that last claim that you made by arguing that people on the right.
Okay, and then I'll respond to those claims because I asked you.
I'm still speaking. This is a scenario where I mute you. This is a scenario where
telling you something.
I need to speak.
Hold on.
I'm not going to allow you to interrupt me
those points
because
were.
I am in the middle of a statement.
All right, I'll respond to those points you just said after.
At
Go
the
ahead.
end of my statement, okay, I will happily recapture the points in which I provided. So anyways, you claimed that I'm acting like it's not true undocumented immigrants commit some violent crimes. That was a false statement. I acknowledge that undocumented immigrants commit some level of violent crime. But I just happen to also acknowledge that they're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes on American soils compared to natural U.S.-born citizens. And I also just so happen to acknowledge that if we were to remove all undocumented immigrants from this country, because of the socioeconomic impacts on the people in this country and the fact that poverty drives more crime and mass deportation drives poverty up, that we'd actually expect a higher level of nominal crime following a total mass deportation. You also said that, quote unquote, Donald Trump is a single reason why the Epstein files were released. And then you brought up the fact that he told Republicans in the House and Senate to vote for the release of the Epstein files. The only reason why he told the Republicans in the House and the Senate to vote for the release of the Epstein files is because he knew that that would pass, and he didn't want it to seem like he was defying Congress by standing against the release of the Epstein files. We know that he stands against the release of the Epstein files because he said so himself. He said that we all need to stop paying attention to the e-files. He said that it's just a big Democratic hoax. We need to stop giving it airtime. We need to focus on the wins that we are achieving in America. And he sent these posts out on Truth Social multiple times, every week, every month, 4 months. And then the only reason why he inevitably inevitably turned around and told the Republicans to vote for the release is because he failed to change the minds of the 4 Republicans in the House that forced the vote, which would inevitably won the vote because they held the majority. Okay? First and foremost, he personally sat down with Lauren Boebert and asked her to take her name off the petition discharge to force a vote for the release of the Epstein files in Congress. She defied Trump. She said, no, I want to vote for the release. And then what did he do in return for her not just a week ago? He actually vetoed a clean water plan for eastern Colorado that she had suggested that would have ensured that 50,000 Coloradans, my neighbors, had access to clean water just because she defied him by voting for the release of the Epstein files. Okay, let's also make sure that we talk about his attitudes towards Marjorie Taylor Greene after she put her name down for the release of the Epstein files. And let's also make sure that we talk about his attitudes directed towards all members of Congress, not even 4 months ago when his administration called it an active act of hostility to vote for the release of the Epstein files in Congress. All of this is just in culmination to the fact that he was literally forced to tell Republicans in Congress to vote for the release of the Epstein files. Because if he didn't, not only would he have the political scandal in his hands of the fact, right, that the Epstein files make him look bad. We've already seen the information from them that does. But then he would also have a secondary political scandal in his hands that he defied Congress. So it was basically the lesser of two evils for him. And then you also brought up that Epstein definitely hated Trump. Yeah, I don't think that incriminates him further. Because if I was Epstein and I was doing all of those bad things with Trump, but then when Trump was president, I got arrested and Trump didn't pardon me, I would hate his ass too.
Okay, so that's just your interpretation, absolute lies, right? Your theory of, hey, the most known giant pedophile guy that we've ever met, Jeffrey Epstein, absolutely despises and hates Trump because he was texting Miss Plaskett during the fake hush money case, trying to get Trump in trouble, or the fact that those emails exposed that he hated Trump. You think that you just try to like spin that so weird with lies. You said a lot of lies there, but let's get to them all. So first off, you brought up citizens versus illegal immigrants committing crime. Guess what, young man? Both are incredibly terrible and bad, but the illegal immigrants are avoidable by having a border. When you have Joe Biden and Kamala Harris literally having a pizza party for a border policy, that's a giant problem. So that's simple. That claim of citizens versus illegal immigrants is silly. Both are bad, buddy. Both are bad. One's avoidable. You brought up E. Jean Carroll as if Trump is some sort of violent criminal. We went over this last time. It could have been a 3-minute conversation, but the way that you act and handle yourself up here, it turned into 45 minutes. So anybody can go watch the third debate with you on my YouTube, where I explicitly give you information you didn't even know about the case that proves that it was a weak argument they presented in court to prove 51% or more that he was guilty of that. It was absolutely not hard to disprove. And again, I would go into it again right now, but third debate on my YouTube, Real TPA with Dean, you can go listen to it. I don't want to waste time while I'm up here. I want to dismantle other things. But E. Jean Carroll, not a strong case with the evidence. They didn't really have evidence. Last thing, you brought up that he kept calling the Epstein files a hoax. What he means by that, see, you always try and twist things. What he means by that was it's a hoax that there's anything incriminating about him. Actions speak louder than words, young men. And the actions of him releasing the files speak a lot louder than him calling it a hoax in reference to him having anything incriminating. If we're going to talk about Epstein, let's talk about how Epstein's lawyer came out and publicly said that he asked Epstein, do you have anything on Donald Trump that we could get him with to help you? And Epstein told his lawyer, I have nothing. Donald Trump's last flight with Epstein was 1997. Epstein bought his island in 1998. And again, you act like it's not a big deal when I tell you that Miss Plaskett was being texted by a PDF file. I don't know if we can say the real word or not. Trying to get Trump in trouble with the hush money case. I don't know what more evidence you need. Everything you just said is your interpretation to try and twist it. It's kind of like the Maduro thing, right? I'm an absolute idiot.
Can we try to keep both of our I understand that now you're trying to wrap Maduro in, but you just made like 4 counterclaims. Is it okay if I
But buddy,
to them
you said 9 things. Like prior to this moment right now, a moment ago when you were yelling at me for interrupting you to politely say, hey, I asked you what your points were because you said like 9.
I
and
said
then you
4.
didn't tell me what they were.
I said 4.
Went on to more.
I said 4, and then you just responded to all 4. But now you're going to start rapping Maduro. And could I just address the quick counter responses
Go
to
for
my
it.
first 4 points? Okay, so one thing that you just straight up didn't address in your counter argument whatsoever is all the data and facts that I brought up to demonstrate that Trump didn't want those files released. And I find that funny because you know that I'm right. You know that you can't contest the fact that he didn't want the files released because his White House called it an act of hostility to vote for the release in Congress. You can't contest the fact that he didn't want the files released because he sat down with Lauren Boebert and asked her to take her name off the discharge petition. And then once she didn't, he punished her by vetoing her clean water bill for 50,000 Colorado residents. You can't say that he wanted the files released, because it was him and his administration that went to MGT and told her to take her name off the discharge petition as well. You can't say that he didn't want the files released because it was him and his administration that went to their self-described quote-unquote puppet, Mike Johnson, and had him delay the swearing in of Adelita Grahova when she was the final last vote that was required for a majority inside of the House of Representatives to force the vote and the release of the full files. And actually, before I respond to your other 3 points, I specifically want to now give you the mic so you could have an opportunity to respond to the set of facts that I just gave. And I would appreciate
completely
it
disagree.
if you try to stay on track here and only go over the facts that I just brought up that prove Donald Trump did not want the files released.
Yeah, no, those don't matter based on after all of that, he still made the release happen by telling the House Republicans. That happened after everything you just said. And by the way, as far as Epstein goes, we literally have a victim.
I want a specific response to the facts
but
that I just
again,
brought up.
here's the thing you don't
I want to stay
understand,
on
buddy.
one point.
This
So you
is
just
a
said-
conversation.
but a
so
conversation,
let
but I want to
conversate
go.
back.
I just want to go 1 point at a time. Okay, so here's my next question.
Okay, hey, that's what I've been telling you for the past 4 debates I've had with you. 1 point at. Let's
Perfect.
do
So
it.
I'm happy that we
1
can.
point at a time.
Okay,
All right,
okay.
we're on the same
So
page.
I just brought up 5 specific and unique reasons that prove
that's
Donald
not
Trump
one.
did not want the files released. And then your response to those 5 specific and unique reasons
Was what?
surrounding how he punished Lauren Boebert, asked her to take her name off the discharge
What was my
petition.
response?
One moment, I'll repeat it. Surrounding the fact that he actually called it an act of hostility to vote for the release in the files 4 months ago. Surrounding the fact that he dropped MTG because she wanted to vote for the release. Surrounding the fact that he had Mike Johnson delay the swearing in a ceremony of Adelita Grahova because she was the majority. Your response was to say that those facts don't matter because he ultimately directed the Republicans to vote for their release. However, I actually think that my facts explain why he ultimately directed the Republicans to vote for the release. It wasn't because he wanted them released, but it's rather because he chose the lesser of two evils. He would rather have just the political scandal of the Epstein files on his hands than have the political scandal of the Epstein files on his hands because Congress, with a majority, voted for the release, and the political scandal of defying Congress on his hands because now all of a sudden he's pushing a different message than Congress were. So he wants to seem like he's on the same page of him. So what is your specific response to my argument that although he directed Republicans in Congress to vote for the release, he still did not want them released due to the 5 facts that I brought up? And the secondary fact that the 5 facts that I brought up actually explained why he went to Congress and told them to vote for the release, because at that point he knew there's nothing else he could do to prevent it, so he wanted to make it seem like he was on the same page as them.
That's your interpretation of all those actions. After all those actions, I say the same thing, my friend. He released the files. Kamala and Joe Biden never released the files. He released the files. It's as simple as that. And here's the problem for you. In the files being released, nothing incriminating, only things that defend him. Your side's getting all mad at the redactions, but if you actually go read the files, Donald Trump is still mentioned in them quite a lot. I read them. And there's nothing incriminating, only things that are defending.
Thank you. So I will happily address and debunk this claim that inside of the files, there's nothing that incriminates Trump, only things that defend him, after we finish our conversation about the argument I gave to demonstrate that he didn't want the files released. So once again, your only counter argument to the set of facts I gave you to demonstrate that he didn't want them released was to say, well, at the end of the day, he did release them. Well, what my argument is that I want you to respond to is at the end of the day, he was forced to release them, not that he wanted to, because of the set of facts that I shared. What is your response?
Yeah, but man, I want you to not make fun of Charlie Kirk. I want you not to yell at women, but you still do that. So my response is he released the files, and I'm not going to lie to you, buddy. The audience can decide. I think it's a pretty strong argument that he released the files.
But do you agree that it's because he was forced to and not because he wanted to? Keep in mind, if you disagree
Absolutely
with this,
disagree.
Okay.
Absolutely disagree.
So then go ahead and give a counter argument against my position, justified with evidence that I provided to you.
Well, if he didn't want to release the
files,
I heard you, buddy. If he didn't want to release it, he wouldn't have told the House Republicans and come out and publicly say that. They would have just kept not releasing it.
Okay, so that's actually already a premise that I've proved wrong. because I find it to be the case that the reason why he told the House of Representatives and the Senate to unanimously vote for the release is because at that point, he tried to do everything in his power to prevent the release, but it was already a losing battle. He knew that he was fucked. He knew that they had a majority, and he knew that he didn't want to look like he was standing in opposition to Congress, which would have just generated a whole new political scandal. So once again, my argument that he was forced to release the files, once again, my argument that he was forced to tell Republicans to vote for the release, and the reason why he said this is not because he wanted to, is because he first tried to do everything in his power to prevent the release. Once every single thing on that list failed, he then turned around and wanted to subvert the secondary political scandal of defying Congress by telling them to release it. So at this point in time, I have given you a wild amount of evidence to justify that he didn't want to tell the Republicans that, but rather he was forced to, based upon a preponderance of all the facts I've shared. And to this point in time, that is only a conclusion that you've rejected, but it's actually a conclusion that you've rejected baselessly. So for you, Taxpaying American, and for everybody tuning into this live stream, right, we have over 20,000 people in here right now. Listen closely to what he's saying in response. He's not saying, Dean, the reason why I believe he wasn't forced to do this is because of reasons X, Y, and Z. Dean, the reason why I believe that your evidence is insufficient to demonstrate that he was forced to tell the Republicans to vote for the release of the Epstein files is reason X, Y, and Z. All that he's saying is, Dean, at the end of the day, I disagree with you, and we're going to leave it up to the audience to make up their own minds. That statement, Dean, I disagree with you, we're going to leave it up to the audience to make up their own minds, is just code for Dean, I disagree with you, even though you have an overwhelming amount of evidence to prove me wrong, and I have no evidence to prove myself right, because I believe in things baselessly.
No, again, everything you just said is opinionated, not factual. And you cut me off earlier when I was trying to make more points that defended him as far as Epstein goes. But to respond to you one more time, I think he's the most powerful person on the planet. You can't really force him to do anything. He does what he wants, my guy. Like taking dictators from their country. But I don't know if I got to say it. Virginia Giuffre, rest in peace, God rest her soul. She claimed his innocence. You know, when Jeffrey Epstein tried to solicit a minor at Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump banned him from there, right? That's even more evidence as to why Epstein would probably hate Donald Trump, other than just the sheer fact that his DOJ arrested him. But, I mean, that's. I'm going to be honest with you. I hear you. I think I'm right, brother. I don't want to lie to you. That's where I stand. I don't think that there's anything incriminating yet. You said you have something that's incriminating. Could you please, present that?
Okay, so far you have made 3 tangential claims outside of the topic of discourse. There's 3 tangential claims. I've been number 1 inside of the files. You don't believe that there's anything that's incriminating to Trump, only things that defend him. The second tangential claim that you've made is that Virginia claimed his innocence, and that demonstrates his innocence. And then the third tangential claim that you made is, well, Donald Trump banned him from Mar-a-Lago, defied him because he was a B3DO, and that's why Epstein hated him.
I got another one,
So
too.
I'm willing to address all of those tangential claims.
Put the Plaskett texting as well, and the emails, and then also put you're writing down my claims.
One moment, just stop. I'm willing.
Okay,
to
well,
address,
there's more. Go ahead.
So I'm willing to address all of those tangential claims after you could give me a legitimate argument against, right? The argument that I provided to demonstrate that Donald Trump was forced to tell the Republicans to vote for their release. And the only argument that you gave before giving all of your tangential claims was that.
Let me save you time. I stand by my argument.
No. Well, the only argument.
I stand by it.
The only argument.
I'm just going to repeat it. I stand by it.
You're
buddy.
crashing out. Could you stop crashing out?
If you think this is crashing out, you're a snowflake, my guy. I'm actually really nice and kind to you right now.
Well, the crash out is a fact that you're perpetually interrupting me. But anyways, to get back to what I was saying, your counter argument was that everything that I said is opinionated, not factual, and that, well, Donald Trump can't force to do anything because he is the most powerful man alive. So actually, as defined by the first 4 articles of the Constitution, there's checks and balances that exist within inside of our government, and sometimes those checks and balances are too well safeguarded for even Donald Trump to overcome. And it is a fact, okay, that he was forced by Congress to tell Congress that he supported the release of the Epstein files. He tried to do every single thing in his power to prevent the release by calling it an act of hostility, okay, by going to Marjorie Taylor Greene, by going to Lauren Boebert, by calling it this big ol' hoax, by doing all of these things to get the majority swinging towards a vote to not release the Epstein files. Like shit. He even did break the law, okay, and impeded upon Adelita Grahova's swearing-in testimony, a swearing-in ceremony that would have guaranteed her a position in the House of Representatives to be that final vote to force the release, okay? But guess what? Ultimately, Mike Johnson had to swear in Adelieva-Gerhova because the AG of the state of Arizona was suing his ass because what he was doing was obstruction. It was illegal. Guess what? Even though he sat down with Lauren Boebert and asked her to take her name off the discharge petition list, she didn't do it. Even though Donald Trump sat down with MTG and according to MTG told him that he doesn't want the files released because it'd make his friends look bad, she didn't take her name off that discharge petition. Guess what? Even though he sat down with Nancy Mace and told Nancy Mace the same thing he told to Lauren Boebert, take your name off of that petition, she didn't do it. So at the end of the day, there was nothing more he could do, right, to try to stop the release. There was no one else he could go to. He went to all 4 Republicans. He called it an act of hostility. He broke the law by delaying Adelieva-Gerhova's swearing-in ceremony. At that point, the Epstein files were coming. There was a majority in the House to force their release, and there's nothing that he could do about it. And my argument is that the fact that he tried to do every single thing in his power, and even some things outside of his power, like delaying Adelieva-Gerhova's swearing-in ceremony, and that there's nothing else he could have done to try to prevent their release in Congress, it was only at that point that he told the Republicans to vote for their release. It definitely proves that he didn't want them released. I want
I think it,
a fact-based
Go ahead.
counter-argument rooted within a specific and nuanced refutation of the points that I brought up to yield this conclusion. I don't want to hear, Dean, we just disagree. I don't want to hear, Dean, we'll leave it up to the audience. I don't want to hear, Dean, at the end of the day, I just think I'm right and we'll leave it at that. I want to hear your response to Adelieva-Gerhova, your response to MTG and Lauren Boebert, your response to Nancy Mace, your response to him saying it was an act of hostility to vote for them, your response to Mike Johnson breaking the law, delaying Adelieva-Gerhova's swearing-in ceremony, and your response to just the main theme that there's literally nothing else in his power that he could have done to prevent that discharge petition from forcing a vote for the release of the files in Congress. That's what I want your response for. What is your response?
Yeah, my response is none of that mattered. He publicly came out, made the House Republicans vote to pass it. Then it goes to the Senate. Then he signed off on it to release the files. He released the files. Your candidate, Kamala Harris, didn't. Your guy, Joe Biden, didn't. Donald Trump released the files is my response, buddy. It's as simple as that.
Well, so the reason why what I brought up matters is because it literally demonstrates that the reason he released the files is because he was forced to. Like that's the conclusion that entails. Like,
okay, I disagree. I think that he released the files from his own free will.
Okay, well then.
And you keep saying, by the way, you need to respond to this one, Dean. Dean, you need to respond to this one. Because this is when I said yesterday that you lie a lot. Remember how I said you lie a lot? You keep saying that he called it a hoax, framing it as if he meant it never existed. No, it's you brought that up. You just brought that up. So I'm actually directly responding to what you said. And by the way, you keep being like, this is how I want you to respond. This is how I want you. Like, you're not in charge of me. Understand that.
This is legitimately embarrassing for you.
I disagree. Now, you said that he keeps calling it a hoax. You understand, young man, that he's referring to that there's a hoax against him, that there's anything incriminating is what he means by that. You understand that, right?
I'll go ahead and write that down as another tangential point that I'm fine to respond to after you address like the main thematic argument that I'm purporting. The main thematic argument that I'm purporting that we've not heard a response from you on is a fact that Donald Trump only told the Republicans in Congress to vote for the release of the Epstein files because he was legitimately politically forced to. You can't respond to that.
I think that's kind of, no, I'm responding right now. I think it's just like the seditious six thing where you're trying to make it that way. I don't view those actions that way.
So then give a counter argument.
That's my counter argument is that you, Dean Withers, what's your name? Dean Withers is trying to spin it that way.
Okay, can you give justification?
It's like when Parker, hold on, this isn't a pivot. This is, I believe, an analogy. I'm an idiot. I don't know how words work. But it's like when Parker tries to call Charlie racist about the pilot thing when that's not racist to talk about DEI, right? You're trying to put all these things on Trump as if he didn't want to release the files, but then Trump released the files. Okay. So I don't know what's confusing about that.
I gave you an overwhelming amount of justification to demonstrate that he was politically forced to tell the Republicans to vote for their release. Your only counter argument is just simply that you believe I'm wrong. So just saying that you believe I'm wrong.
That's not my counter argument. No,
then what is
not
it?
What I said, buddy. That he released the files. He made the files be released.
So that's actually not a counter argument to the position because once again, the conclusion.
I feel like it is.
So the conclusion of the argument that I gave you entails he was forced to tell the Republicans to release them.
Hey, man, Jason in the chat says it is. Someone else says it is, buddy. Jen Hunter says it is, buddy.
So appealing to other individuals doesn't make your proposition more or less likely to be true. That'd be an
I know.
logical fallacy.
Can I tell you something?
Can you please
Can I tell you
refute
something?
my
I
argument?
know
'Cause this
that
is
you're not
embarrassing
out
for you.
here in good faith, right? You don't want to have your mind changed. So when I come up here to talk, it's just like when your fans messaged me after the E. Jean Carroll thing, and your own fans understood what I meant and even were talking bad about you. That's what I'm trying to do, is trying to change their minds.
Okay, well, in order to change their minds, you're going to be able to purport a legitimate counter argument against it. So I gave an argument to you that entailed the reason why Donald Trump told the Republicans in Congress to vote for the release of the Epstein files is because he was politically forced to do so. Your forced counter argument to that position is, well, he released the files. So let me explain this to you in very simple terms. Just simply refuting my argument that he was politically forced to tell them to release the files by saying, well, he released them, is not a counter argument, because the fact that he released them is actually the second half of my conclusion. Keep in mind that my conclusion was he was forced to release them. All right? So we're just automatically going to discard that one. Like, can we agree that that argument's discarded since it's literally the second half of the conclusion of my own?
I'll agree that you said what you said, and I said that he released the files. And if you want me to tell you another reason I support Trump, I'm down. But if you want to keep repeating yourself, I'll keep repeating myself. I have no problem doing that.
Oh, no. So what I'm asking you is, can we agree that that's not a refutation for my argument, because it's actually true under my argument? So if you want to,
I hear you.
So if you want to
Let me
refute,
answer you.
if you want to, just one moment. If you want to refute somebody's argument, okay, you have to do so by proving that something is true that would demonstrate their argument is false. Okay, but the thing is not only does this fact coincide with my position, but it's actually entailed by my position. You can't reject an argument by just stating that something is true that is entailed by that argument. I'll give you an example real quick. So like if I argue, right, when during the summer it's warm out, all right, that's my argument. And then you reject the argument that during the summer it's warm out by saying, well, right now it's the summer and it's really warm out. Right, that's not going to be a rejection of the argument, because that's an entailment.
Well, not
of the
true.
argument.
Sometimes in the summer it's a little chilly at night.
One moment. I'm saying if you were to reject that argument by saying
Not
that
true
it's
what you
warm
just
out.
said.
I'm saying if you were to reject that argument by saying that it's warm out during the summertime, that wouldn't be a rejection of the argument, since that's the entailment of their argument. Very similarly, you saying or attempting to reject my argument by saying that Donald Trump wanted the Epstein file or voted for the Epstein files to be released, that's not a rejection of my argument, because it's entailed by my argument. Obviously, my argument, Donald Trump was forced to tell the Republicans to vote for the release of the Epstein files, would entail that Donald Trump told the Republicans to vote for the release of the Epstein files. The argument is just demonstrating that it was forceful. Okay? Right? And then your second counter argument was that I was just kind of spinning things. So that actually wouldn't be an argument. That'd be conclusion of an argument. So now what set of facts do you hold to be true?
I got a question for you.
That
you were big on questions. I got a question
I was
for you.
spinning things.
I got a question for you. You're big on questions. Here's a question for you. Did Donald Trump release the Epstein files, yes or no?
Yeah, that was an entailment for my argument that you reject.
Okay, so Donald Trump released the Epstein files. Is it good that he released the Epstein files?
Is it good that he released the Epstein files? Yeah, I'm really happy that he's forced to do that.
Okay, good. We're in agreement. That's my point. He released the Epstein files, my friend.
But my point was that it was forceful, and you haven't responded to that.
Actually, I have.
No, you didn't.
Okay, well, I disagree with you.
What was your response?
My response is that he came out and told the House Republicans to pass the vote. If he didn't do that, hold on, don't interrupt me. If he didn't do that, they would have just kept not passing the vote.
Okay.
They did it twice where they denied
listen,
it.
I don't know if there's too many ways to explain this to you, but that's an entailment of my argument. My argument is he was forced to tell them to vote for the release. Just simply stating that he told them to vote for the release does not object to the premise that he was forced to do it. Like for instance, everybody watching, can we all agree, right, left, and center, regardless of your political leanings or bias, even the Trump supporters watching, okay, just from a purely analytical perspective here, okay, that him bringing up the fact that Donald Trump told them to vote for the release of the files does not reject my argument that the reason he told, right, Congress to vote for the release of the files was because it was forceful. Right? Even to the Trump supporters watching that disagree with me, you don't think it was forceful. Just take a second, use your brain. His counter argument saying that he told them to vote for the release doesn't reject my position that it was forceful, even if you disagree with it. So, I mean, earlier in the chat, you appealed
Dean,
to the
I'm
people
sorry, but
watching.
how the hell are we still on this point? There's no way he can't get this.
I don't know.
There's literally no way. Like, how are literally?
what he's
how
doing,
long
Parker.
have we spent the last 15 to 20 minutes on this one point?
Sure, we can move on to my second reason.
No,
I
I don't
support
wanna-
Trump,
I don't
But
wanna
what
move
Dean's
on.
doing is Dean's pivoting. He's pivoting away from the border to try and talk about the files. But the fact is, he released the files because you didn't counteract anything with the border. You lied. You said there aren't. It's not 0 crossings. Donald Trump got it down to 0 illegal crossings.
Okay. So you're
trying to pivot from the actual topic of the border.
So I will happily tell you why I'm not pivoting. Like, after you could just acknowledge that everybody watching thinks you're wrong, because you are trying to argue that the fact Donald Trump told Republicans to vote for the release of the Epstein files does not prove that he did so willingly, and does not refute my position that he was forced to do so.
Yeah,
like, if you could sit here,
I fundamentally disagree with you. I disagree. I think it does prove that he made them.
Okay, so why do you?
pass it.
So here's a really good question that I want you to answer directly and succinctly. Let me know when you're ready.
Maybe I'll answer it. Go ahead.
How does Donald Trump telling Republicans in Congress to vote for the release of the files disprove that Donald Trump was forced to tell the Republicans in Congress to vote for the release of the files?
Because he didn't have to come out and say, hey, Republicans, vote to pass it. He chose to do that.
Oh, okay. So then, in other words, you're basically saying, okay, that it was not forceful because it was not forceful. So that is a circular argument. You can't say that X is true because X is true. You can't say that Dean is wrong because Dean is wrong. You can't say that Donald Trump was not forced to do this for political viability because Donald Trump was not forced to do this because of political viability.
Yeah, I don't view it that way. I think him telling them to pass it was him telling them to pass it because he wanted them to pass it.
Okay, but that's already the argument that I've rejected based upon a preponderance of evidence that you cannot refute.
No, based on a whole bunch of things that happened prior to him telling them to pass it.
So under your view, do you think he just changed his mind?
I think that after the House of Representative Republicans kept not passing it multiple times, and then reporters on the news asked him about it, he said, that's not right. They all need to pass it. We have nothing to hide.
So then why did he sit down with Lauren Boebert and ask her to take her name off the discharge petition? Why did he have Caroline Leavitt call it an act of hostility to vote against the release? Why did he have Mike Johnson delay Adelita Grahova's swearing-in ceremony when she was the final vote for the majority to pass the files? Okay, why is he now punishing Lauren Boebert for disregarding his request by staying on the discharge petition?
You should ask him. How am I gonna know his opinions on something? All I know is he released the files. Dean.
Okay, but those facts disprove that
And
he
I'm
wanted
happy
to
about
release
that,
those
and you're happy about that.
So can we agree? Those facts disproved that he wanted to release the files.
Nope, and we can sit here all day.
And why is that?
I'll keep telling you the same thing, my friend.
And why don't those facts disprove that he wanted to release the files?
Because I don't think you could force him to come out and say, House Republicans pass the vote.
And
I don't
why is
think
that?
you could force him to. Because there's nothing they have on him. He's a free will kind of person, you know?
Oh, what they have on him is the check and balance of the fact that the executive branch of the government can't stop Congress from passing legislation.
Except for the Epstein Transparency Act to be released, the process was the House, the Senate, then the president. So the very first step was the House the whole time. Correct? Am I wrong about that? The House is the first step in releasing it. So when they kept not releasing it, 2 times they voted on it, then a UC was shut down. Reporter asks him, he says, that's not right. They need to release it.
Okay, so I've already responded to this. Okay, I'm only going to
Okay,
respond
I
to this one more
agree.
time.
I would love to tell you another reason I support my man
the
Trump.
thing is like you're just simply not giving a legitimate response to this whatsoever. Okay, the main
You
issue.
muted me. You muted me.
The mute on the bone. You were. I was already talking. You already done talking. It's because
Nobody just muted me though. I keep muting myself. Wow, you broke the rules and you swore twice. Fake news. Go ahead.
It's because I heard some background feedback. You already done talking. Like you finished your statement. Like you were listening. So I mean, it shouldn't really matter. I just thought that I heard some background feedback.
You promised. You broke a promise, my guy.
You weren't saying anything. You were listening. I just heard some background feedback.
You're not supposed to mute me. Anyway, go.
Okay, you're insane. Now, anyways, so what you're not.
You made fun of a deceased man and tell woman to STFU, so you're insane. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I understand that you're very emotional because because you're losing this debate, but like try to keep it inside, okay, little
I
bro?
feel like I'm winning. Go ahead.
So everybody watching knows that you're losing, even like Trump supporters, because you just can't simply refute the fact that Donald Trump was forced to vote to tell the Republicans to vote for the release. Cry more.
Hey man, unlike you, either way, I'm happy the files were released, but I disagree with your premise.
Oh, there we go. Now you finally conceded. You just said either way, regardless if he was forced to or not, I'm happy. Nice.
Nope. I'm saying that either way. I think that he wasn't forced, but I'm saying, in some multiverse, if I was wrong, either way, they're released and I'm happy. Kamala and Joe Biden didn't do that. But no, in this universe, I disagree with you.
Okay.
And don't think he was forced.
So what is your best guess? How can you explain that he simultaneously wanted the files released, but he told Lauren Boebert to take her name off the discharge petition to force their release? Isn't that contradictory?
Dean, unlike you, I'm not going to speak about something I don't know. I don't know what you're referring to. All I know is he released the files.
Wait. Can you name any other possible motivation that the Trump administration had to ask Lauren Boebert to take her name off the discharge petition to force a vote for their release on the floor of the House, outside of the fact that he just didn't want them to be forcefully released? Can you name any other
My answer
possible
is I'm really,
motivation?
really ecstatic that Donald Trump released the files, my guy. Okay. And then because of the files being released, we have all this evidence that Jeffrey Epstein hated him. So now when I talk to people like you, we can prove that Epstein hated him.
Okay, so the explicit ground rule that we set when you first came up here was that if a fair question is asked that tracks linear dialogue, you'd be obligated to answer it the same way if you asked one of me or Parker, we would be obligated to answer it. Now, this is one of those questions. So if you refuse to answer this question, then by your own admission, you are self-conceding the debate. So the question is as follows. Can you name any possible motivation that the Trump administration had when they asked Lauren Boebert to take her name off of the discharge petition in the House of Representatives that with her name on it, forced the vote to release the Epstein files outside of
I don't know what you're referring to. All I know is that Trump released the files. I don't know what you're referring to, so I can't answer. Buddy, I don't know what you're referring to. I know a lot of stuff that you don't know, but I don't know what you're referring to. So you want me to answer something I don't know about. All I know is that my man, Donald Trump, released the files. Now, I'm just telling you, me, Parker, and everybody watching wants to hear another reason I support Trump. We're going back and forth, and you're not going to get me to agree with you because I think you're trying to perceive it that way. So I would love to tell you another reason I support Trump, but you can keep going down this rabbit hole and make your 15,000 people watching, but 4,000 probably are bots, but who's counting?
The only bot here is you. So you said that you don't know about what he did to Lauren Boebert. So I'm just going to go and give you resources on that so you can answer the question. So if you have a secondary device, I know that you do because you use one to record these lives. If you go on that secondary device and you go to Google and you type in Axios, Trump pressures Boebert, Mace to back down on Epstein files, what you'll read is that, quote unquote, President Trump and his team have been working to get Representatives Lauren Boebert and Nancy Mace to remove their names from a discharge petition that would force the release of the Epstein files. And then it goes over the specifics of how. And then keep in mind, this is corroborated by, what's his press sec's name? Caroline Leavitt, because Caroline Leavitt was asked about this and they were just honest. So now that you know about this, can you now answer the question or do you need to know more?
Well, I've seen you lie so much, so I got to take that with a grain of salt. I'll definitely look into that when we're done talking. I'll look into that.
I'd actually prefer you.
I'm not doing it right now. No, I'm not doing it right now. I have one other device. It's recording you. I'm not doing that.
So then you're running away.
My recording. No, I'm telling you, I have two devices. I'm talking to you on one. The other one's recording you, as you said. Okay. I'll look into that after.
Well, how about this? So here's what we're gonna do right now. So you know that I get donations and I like to thank them for donating. So I'm gonna go ahead and take maybe around 60 seconds to thank my donors. In the meantime, I want you to go on pause on the device that you're on joining this live.
I'm not doing that. Nope, I'm not doing that. I'm going to look into it after. Listen, because here's the thing. You're 0 for 50 on mine.
So you're just refusing to refusing to investigate the point?
Dean,
the fact of the matter is that you're refusing to investigate the point
all the time. No. Hold on.
So I'm giving you the time.
Nope.
I'm giving you the time and I'm giving you the ability to go fact check this for yourself.
Yep. So I'm gonna go fact check it another time.
So here's what I'm gonna do right now. Here's what I'm gonna do right now. Regardless if you do or you don't go fact check that, I'm still gonna thank my donors right now. So just take a second to just chill off.
All right. Well, thank you to my donors too, real quick.
So the name of the article that you could go on pause and Google to prove that I'm not lying to you is another one from ABC, quote unquote, top administration officials met with Boebert about House vote on the release of the Epstein files. So
Question
right
for you.
now, while I'm thanking my donors, you
I have a
have the
question on this
ability
topic.
to go prove that I'm telling the truth.
Yeah,
Now I'm going to
telling
thank
you
my
now.
donors.
I'm not doing it right now. I'm gonna do
Decoy,
it
thank
later.
you so much for the $5 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, hearing Donald Trump release the files drives me nuts. He didn't release the files. We got 1% of the files with illegal redactions and non-victims. Deadass. Ginger, thank you so much for the $5. Fabled with the $5.
Hey, Dean, I might
Jordan with
get going real
$5.
quick.
Hey, man, Parker, I appreciate you for coming up, man.
I'll see everyone. Good day, everyone.
Bye, Parker. Stay safe.
And then Yo Cat, thank you so much for the $20. He says, I'm so sorry, Dean. These callers believe, not understand. Reason and logic won't work here. They just keep deflecting. Congratulations for the $3 million on Instagram. Thank you so much, Cat. Devin, thank you for the 10 Australian dollars. He says, I cannot imagine being this caller's parent. Yeah, well, I mean, he's obviously, right, like, unruly as hell, because he's refusing to, like, go get
couldn't
evidence
imagine
for
being
something
your parents,
that I'm
Dean.
that I'm
I couldn't imagine.
that
You're
I'm
gonna talk about
arguing.
my parents.
Harvey, I
imagine
appreciate
being
you
your
so much for the
parent.
20 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. He says, this guest is a part of a cult and will never be able to leave it, no matter what Dean says. He's too far gone. Yeah, he's rejecting his own, like, rational faculties.
Nope,
in
I
order
can
to stay a
say
member
stuff I
of the
don't like
cult.
about Trump.
Like,
You
like
can't
for
do the same.
instance, like right now, he's literally refusing to prove himself wrong by just Googling a source. DV, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, saying, young man. Oh my God. Wow. Yeah. All right. Young man, younger than him. I guess I'm in his golden days. He's not. Thank you for the $20, DV. YG, thank you for the
You are a
$10.
young man.
Appreciate you so much for that love.
Or are you a woman?
Ferd,
You
I
tell
appreciate
me.
you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat as well. Heather, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Lola with the $10. Thank you so much, Lola. Maya with the $10 saying, I love what you do. This guy's getting pushed on God. Analytically, thank you so much for the $20. And then one other huge Super Chat here. Thank you so much, Full Band, for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Show some love to Full Band down below in that chat. Thank you for the $50. Let's get 500 Full Band W's, who says, this idiot is absolutely insufferable. He is just denying reality and virtue signaling about bad words and Charlie Kirk. What value is there in multiple debates with the same dishonest moron? Well, like, Full Band, honestly, at this point, I'm like beginning to like get inclined to agree with you, because like what we're watching right now is an effective dismantlement of his worldview. Okay? I gave
Fake
a
news.
rejectable premise to his position. He said that Donald Trump wanted to release the files. I said, well, name one possible motivation outside of not wanting to release the files that the White House had when they went to Lauren Boebert and asked her to take her name off the discharge petition to vote for to force the release of the Epstein files. He couldn't name any other possible motivation, so he appealed to the fact that he knows nothing about this. I then gave him two sources, one from Axios and one from ABC, that he could be Googling right now while I'm thanking the donors to learn more about it, but he's not. So in other words, basically what he's arguing here is that he's going to take advantage of his own ignorance and stay ignorant on this point so he can't be refuted. That's what we call willful ignorance. Regardless of your left, right, and center, you do not want to be around or in association
willfully
with,
lie all the time.
with individuals that are willfully
You
ignorant.
lie all the time.
And you have the ability to prove that I'm not lying by Googling the two sources that I gave you, but you won't do it. So I think that this
I'm
is
going to check it out after, Dean. I told you
and
I'm going to
Lola,
check it out after.
which proves that you
But
don't want to
you
engage
lie
in the
all
point
the
right
time.
now. Which proves
You're
that
a
you don't want to
liar.
engage about the point right now and that you're crashing out because I'm outsmarting you. Jordan, thank you so
Nope.
much for the
Fake
$10 over on
news.
YouTube Super Chat as
Fake
well.
news.
Thank you so much for the love, Jordan. Then over on Venmo, PayPal, there's a couple people that I have to thank. Alec, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. He says, how much to have to kick this guest? Will 500 do? Yeah, I'll kick this guest for $500. You got it,
All right,
Alec.
I won.
Thank
You're
you for the
scared,
$10.
just like you ran
Cindy,
away
thank
after
you so
the
much for the
E.G. Carroll
$2.
thing, you
Ben, I
coward.
appreciate you for the $10
Get
over
your
on Venmo.
money
Who
and
says
run, buddy.
that's not quote unquote doing your own research. That's closing the tab. Yeah, he's just
Dean
completely
lies
closing
about
the
the team
tab.
pageant
I appreciate
thing.
you for the $10 on Venmo.
Dean lies about the seditious six. No,
Hey,
if you're
man,
going to kick me,
I'm
we're going to
still-
tell the people.
I'm still thinking about donors. Just give me a second here. Then Kamani, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, here's just another $10 to call this guest a clown. Shannon, thank you for the $10. He says, new drinking game. Every time he quote unquote says young man or excuse me or pivots, drink. No, don't do that. You'd be dead. Jordan, thank you for the $5. Valerie, thank you so much for the $11.
Excuse
Thank you
me,
so much for the
excuse
love,
me.
Valerie. And I've seen that live before. Hey, A, thank you for the $20. Please, 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 please show some love to A for the $20 over on Venmo. And A, I think that reading your message off would like literally violate too.
Ben, thanks for the cat. Thanks for the
agree with you.
goat.
Thank you for the $20. A, Dar with the $5. Then Zach with the $25. Let's get 250 Zach W's, who says, what positive value does arguing with his delusional cult member add to anything? He denies facts, whines like a
DXGC,
child and virtue
thank you for the
signals.
goat.
Zach, the positive value that these interactions have is just proving that MAGA's a cult and that liberals are like, you know, top tier. Just saying. And then Michael, thank you so much for the $100
Thank you,
over
Ben.
at Venmo. I want to see 1,000 Michael W's for the $100.
Thank
He
you,
says,
Ben. Thank
Dean,
you,
the fact
Thomas.
that you could deal with such a condescending and pathetically ignorant douchebag with grace and
I'm
calmness is
being
truly
nice to
extraordinary.
Dean as he's saying this to me still. Thank you, Richard. I'm
You're-
being nice to you, buddy.
Hey, my friend. Put a
What's
bubble
up?
in it just while I'm finishing up here. Thank you for
I
the
was just thinking
$100,
my donors,
Michael.
sorry.
Well, feel free to do so after I'm done thanking mine. I don't mind. Just like I want to be able to like have this time to thank my own without you
I
interrupting
feel you.
me.
Okay, so my donors,
So,
just
I'm
wait till when
actually-
he's done.
I'm
Thank you,
actually not
Ryan.
done.
Thank you, Jesse.
And then
Keep
Michael,
going,
thank
Dean.
you for the $100.
No, when you're done. Emily,
I
thank you.
seriously want y'all to show some love to Michael down below in that chat for the $100. Kirsten, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kirsten. Then Margaret, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo, who says, please read to yourself. Okay, you got it, Margaret, but thank you so much for the $25. Show some love to Margaret. Jenny with a 10, S with a 5, Courtney with a 5. Holy fucking shit, you guys are going crazy. Valerie, thank you so much for the $10. She says, if 500 people
you,
send $1,
Brooklyn.
can you kick them? Imagine. Oh, wait, fuck.
Stay scared if you kick me, Dean. Yep, bye.
Alec, thank you for the $500 over on Venmo to kick the guest. Holy shit, dude. Damn. I didn't think you'd do that. My God, Alec. That is ALEC. Yo. I'm trying to see 10,000 Alec W's down below. Holy fucking shit, Alec. You are a madman. An absolute madman. Holy shit. GG. Fair is fair. Fair is fair. We fucking got him out of here. Alec really didn't want to hear him debate. Holy shit, dude. Wow. Show some love to Alec down below. As well as Ben. Thank you for the $10. Who said, man really said, nah, I'm good on the facts today. That's first class ignorance. Yeah, no, absolutely, Ben. Thank you for the $10. Valerie with a $10. Thank you so much. Then Ali, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. He says, Happy New Year's, Dean. I've missed the past few lives, but I'm back. Hope that you're doing well and hope that your year is great. Ali, I hope that you're doing well as well. Happy 2026. Good to see you. Good to hear from you. And thank you for the $50. Let's get 500 Ali W's over on PayPal. Michelle, thank you for the $5. Mike, thank you for the $5. Darius with a 5. Then Jillian with a 10, who says, from a Canadian bot, beep boop. Seriously, as a former teacher, I could tell that you're making your teachers proud. Thank you for the $10, Jillian. And then let's also get 400 Faith W's for the $40. Who says, I've been watching almost daily for a few months, and I'm so thankful that I found you and Parker. You both give me hope. Faith, you are fucking awesome. I'm really happy that you enjoy the live streams and that they give you hope. Show some love to Faith. Then one more here. Thank you so much, Damon, for the $20. Who says, congrats on 3 mil. Fuck Cankles, fuck MAGA, and at this point, fuck the entire Republican Party. Stay safe. Thank you. Thank you so very much for the astounding level of love, you guys, especially Mr. Alec with, holy shit, the $500 to kick that last guy. So now I know, yeah, now I know that, wow, he must have been, how insufferable does he have to be to justify getting someone to send $500 just to kick him? Holy cow. What is going on, James? Do you support Trump?
No. Yo.
Sorry, man, gotta kick you. We're only looking to talk to American adults that do. If you're in the queue, make sure it's because you're A, an American, B, an adult, and C, a Trump supporter that's willing to come up here and have a conversation with me. We got a bunch of trolls in the live, guys, a bunch of trolls in the queue, so I'm just gonna make this clear for the one time. If you're a troll and you come up on the live stream, you're just gonna get automatically banned, okay? What's up? Do you support Trump, Apple user?
Yeah.
How old are you?
Oh, sorry, man. I didn't.
Banned. We're going to repeat it. Got to be at least 18, got to be American, and got to be MAGA. If you break those rules, you're going to get banned super duper fast. So we're going to move on to the next guest right now. Here we go. Yo. Fantastic. Okay. And
Hello.
Yo, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Age?
18. I don't sound it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just don't believe you. Yo, Joanna, thank you so much for the $75. $5 over on PayPal. Oh my God. Saying towards the kick of the I debate with feelings and not facts, refuse to check sources fun. Dean with the patience of an agnostic saint. Joanna, dude, Alex sent 500 through. So let me know right now if you want me to refund that shit because I got you. But thank you for these $75. That is seriously outrageous. I do not deserve that level of love. You guys have been so fucking kind today. Thank you, Joanna, for the 75. By the way, if you're tuned in and you want to support me, support the stream, support what we do here, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on my TikTok account. Top of the phone screen and pin message over on that YT stream. Appreciate y'all. What's up, Micah? You support Trump?
Yeah, kinda.
How old are you?
Jesus is king.
Very nice, Michael.
That's all
How old
I
are you?
want to say. I'm 18.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I mean, I don't really think that you should support Trump as president if you're a Christian.
I don't really support nor not support. I also don't support Kamala though. I think they're both kind of stupid, to be honest with you.
Okay. Well, we're gonna go on somebody that does support Trump as president. Follow our rules. We got sad people news loading up in the box. And yo, Jennifer, thank you for the 10 on Super Chat. Who says thank you for calling out the MAGA cults. Oh God, every day 4 hours. We love it. Thank you for the $10, Jennifer. You're awesome. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. Are you MAGA?
Yes, I am.
How do you?
You couldn't hear me last time.
Okay.
I am 25.
Okay. So why do you support literally the worst president of your life?
I actually don't. I just wanted to give you your flowers and I'll get banned for it.
I appreciate you for your kindness, man. But yeah, banned because we're just looking for Trump supporters. I appreciate you though. All right, moving on to the next guest. We got Nikki Tuck loading up into the box. Yo, Norma, thank you so much for the $10 in Venmo. Who says I just have to say that you handled him perfectly. Well, thank you for the $10. Yeah, there's like a right way to handle every guest, and I think the way to handle like that last guest is just to be patient, is to be kind, is to be soft-spoken, and is to make your points and drill them home unrelentingly. We got the next guest, Devin, loading up in the box because that last guest just straight up left. Devin, you're connecting. Guys, if you are an American adult, hop inside of that queue. As long as you support Trump, that's where you're supposed to be. We have 16,000 viewers. Can't find one person to debate us. So, holy cow. Holy cow. All right, everybody. Moving on to the next guest right now. Literally no one is here to debate. The Trump supporters are terrified. Guys, take your best guess why the Trump supporters are so scared that they won't even join the queue down below in that comment section. I want everybody just to take your best guess. Take your best guess. Moving on to the next guest, we got James loading up in the box. They know you'll win, says Wiki. Probably. You, the files. What's going on, KX? What's up? Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
How old are you? You're 21 and you're a Trump supporter. Sounds good. Also,
Correct.
Milo, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. So why do you support literally the worst president of your life? Oh my God, he's so bad. He's like breaking laws as we speak. He broke the law last night.
All right, so for me, I support Trump just because I see that he's,
You left the app. You got to be on TikTok in order for us to hear you.
My fault. I was trying to go on my notes. All right, so for me, I support Trump just because, he's done a lot of good things compared to other presidents within my lifespan. So that's why I support him. I know that he has done bad things and, he should obviously be held accountable for those things. But as of right now, he's the best president right now, doing the best that he can for the country. So that's why I support him.
So I'd assume that you'd argue that he's the best possible president that we have, based upon the good things that you think he's done. So at this point, I'd ask you, what are like the super good things that Trump has done that cements him as the best possible president that we could have?
All right, so number one, not him particularly. It could be like the whole Trump administration. I'm not really into it like you, Dean. I'm gonna tell you right now, you're more of an intellectual man to like this kind of subject than me. But he's secured the border, so like national security, that's a great thing. He's also let's see what else he's done. My fault. I'm trying to go to my notes.
Okay, I mean we can just start with that first point, if you want to know.
Yeah, you can go to the first one.
Yeah, I don't think that he's securing the border at fucking all, James. Okay? Now, I understand that your argument is probably, well, we've seen a significant reduction in undocumented entry, therefore Trump is securing the border. And my response to that is, no, we've not seen a significant reduction in undocumented entry because he's securing the border, but we've rather seen that reduction in entry because he's like plain fucking fascist, okay? He is violating the human and constitutional rights of undocumented immigrants in America. That is a premise that you can't contest. ICE agents ripping naked children out of their beds, throwing them in the backs of U-Haul vans. Blackbagging college students, violating a withholding order from a judge, moving them to detention centers 1,000 miles away. Okay, illegally deporting people in violation of their Fifth Amendment rights to due process to Sica in El Salvador. Illegally deporting Rodrigo Garcia to El Salvador, where he was beaten and tortured, and then having SCOTUS rule that the removal was illegal, then turning around and saying that he's never coming back and we're going to defend that illegal removal. See, these facts have scared away new entry, and that's why the numbers are going down, not because Donald Trump has passed good, proactive, long-term border policy to secure it indefinitely.
You know what? I'll give you that one. ICE agents do go around and just start beating children and immigrants like that. I believe that is completely wrong, so they should be held accountable for that. But what I'm trying to get at is that, the number of immigration and people that are illegal into this country have been, reduced. That's my argument right there.
Okay, yeah, but keep in mind that argument's not rooted with him passing good proactive policy to secure the border, but rather the reason why I believe that happened is something I just described, fascism and an attack on human and constitutional rights. So because the means that were used to get a lower amount of border crossings were incredibly immoral and wrong, okay, you shouldn't support it.
Other one is going to be that I forgot what it was called, what bill it was that he signed, but he signed a bill for police officers and all federal agents and government workers to be held accountable for their crimes, such as like the one that you were mentioning, like the ICE agents or what is it called? Department of Homeland Security agents. They should be held accountable for that, the way that they're treating or mistreating people.
Really, what's that bill?
Let me find out.
Yeah, because the thing is when he was asked about this by ABC, he straight up said that he doesn't think they're taking it far enough. And he doesn't care about people under his command doing things that are illegal. In fact, he's directed them to do things that are illegal. Like, for instance, deploying the National Guard in Illinois. Supreme Court gave their opinion, bro. Their opinion is that shit was unconstitutional, so.
Got back to you. It's called the First Step Act. It was passed in 2018. It was the first on his first presidency.
Yeah, so I'm not really sure of the specifics of the First Step Act. I'm not convinced, okay, that it's going to reduce police amnesty from the law. But what I will say is that he doesn't support the First Step Act today, and the only reason why he did back then is because it would have been political suicide to kill a bill with a veto. He's actually contradicting the First Step Act. So the First Step Act specifically takes DRUG dealers off of the death row. He's put DRUG dealers on death row again.
My next argument is going to be I'm currently in the military, so I feel like that I support him because he's supporting people in the military. He's taking a lot of people from the veterans of homes.
He can't be supporting the people in the military when he's giving them illegal orders, dude.
I mean, the part that I support is I don't think he's given any illegal orders so far yet. But
yeah, he gave an illegal orders to the military, more so the National Guard, to be deployed in Illinois. That's at least what SCOTUS's opinion was. So.
But the National Guard was there to maintain peace.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It was illegal in violation of the 10th Amendment, according to SCOTUS. So.
And say again, the 10th Amendment?
Yeah, according to the Supreme Court.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that,
But what you're saying is that you don't care that he gave them an illegal order, so you don't care that they took an oath to uphold the Constitution. You don't care that the UCMJ tells them to disobey legal orders. You don't care that Donald Trump has put them in an incredibly peculiar and gross position of having to choose between following the commander-in-chief and following the law. All of these things demonstrate that he doesn't care about the people that have fought for this country. And many other facts, by the way, but we'll just, go point by point. He left. Well, James, you lasted longer than I thought you would. Good job, my friend. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please. It lasted 10 minutes. Yeah, good for him. Good for him. Over on PayPal, Paul, thank you for the $5. Excuse me. Thank you for finally kicking that insufferable idiot. Yeah, he gone. As well as Alyssa, thank you for the $5 over at Venmo. Says, do you ever debate other topics? Are they solely for Trump supporters? Right now, they're solely for Trump supporters. And then Milo, thank you for the 5. And Alec, thank you for the 5. If you are in here and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo on my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message on YouTube, top of the phone screen. I get 100% of those proceeds. You could attach a message and I could read it off on live. Thank you guys for your continued support. Hello, Black Latino 36. Are you MAGA?
Hey, what's up? What's up, bro?
What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yeah. Listen, man. I'm just here to support you because I like what you're doing. I gotta tell you, you're doing a good job. I just gotta come in the box and let you know. I ain't got nothing against you, my bro. Straight up.
Hey, well, I appreciate that, man. You have a good rest of your day. We're only on live looking to talk to Trump supporters. You take care, bro. You take care. Moving on to the next guest. Oh, geez. Let's go to get that next guest up in here right now. We got Thomas connecting. We got Brooklyn connecting. Holy cow, dude. Where are all the Trump supporters at, man? They were running. Thomas, Age.
Yo.
Bro, I just gotta tell you that you a bitch. And go Charlie Kirk.
Which one is that, Thomas?
No.
Yeah, which one of you little bros?
That was Thomas.
That's him, bro. Go Charlie Kirk and fuck you, Dean. You a bitch. Charlie Kirk for life.
Hey, Thomas, I have a crystal ball in my hand that's telling me that you're about to like leave the live and run away because you know you can't handle the heat. Like, for instance,
hey. Ooh.
Quiet. Like, for instance, check this shit out. You just said, "Oh, Dean's a bitch. Go Charlie Kirk." So I'm gonna go ahead and assume that you think I'm a bitch, you know, because I don't like Trump. Wasn't a big fan of Charlie Kirk. Well, okay. So then the question I'd have to ask you is, can you give me a single argument that Donald Trump's a good president? No, you can't. Okay, well, he's gone. All right, whatever. Expected. Brooklyn and Frost, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
21.
And why do you support the worst president of your life?
Because the economy has risen.
Yeah, that's just simply not true. What about the economy has risen?
Actually, since Trump has been president, the economy has risen. 600,000 jobs have become available.
Well, there's also been 1.3 million layoffs. So if you're telling me that we've only had the creation of 600,000 jobs, but the termination of 1.3 million jobs, then we're 700,000 jobs in the gutter.
And Trump's also a Republican, which is far greater than the Democratic Party.
Come on, bro. Let's stick on one topic at a time. You said the economy
All
has
right.
risen. I asked you how. You say, well, the creation is 600,000 jobs. Well, then I say there's been 1.3 million layoffs. So if there was 600,000 jobs created and 1.3 million layoffs, then this means that we've had a total net
Actually,
loss
it's a
of
fact that he's created
700,000 jobs.
600,000.
Yeah, man, I don't mind treating that as a fact, but I'm just saying when we consider the other fact that there's been 1.3 million layoffs, that just means that we've lost a total
There can't
of
be both.
700,000 jobs.
There can't be both.
Yes, there can. One company will create a job, another company will downsize and remove a job. That's how it works.
No, it's not how it works at all.
Yeah, then you're just crazy. Like, that's fucking obviously how it works. Some companies grow, some companies don't grow and downsize. The companies that grow create jobs, and then the companies that don't grow and downsize, terminate jobs and do layoffs. So,
But hasn't the economy risen since Joe Biden was in office? The economy has risen.
Can you first concede that we could simultaneously have job creation and have job layoff?
Yes, we can have job creation and job layoff at the same time. But
Okay.
the thing is, the job creation is more than the job layoff.
Not according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, operating under Trump's admin, by the way.
Who is the Bureau of Labor Statistics?
What's the Bureau of Labor Statistics? Is that what you asked?
Yeah, can you explain that for me?
The Bureau of Labor Statistics is a government agency, right? That tracks job growth in America, tracks unemployment in America, tracks a lot of various statistics in America. Two of the statistics that they track would include the creation of new jobs and the termination of old jobs, layoffs and job creation.
But according to CNN, the economy was risen, I think last time January. Since last year, January 2025, the economy has risen 6.8%.
6.8. What has risen by 6.8%? Because
the economy,
the word economy is not a macroeconomic variable. Like, are you referring to GDP? Are you what macroeconomic variable has risen by 6.8%?
The whole economy as a whole.
But that's not a macroeconomic variable, bruh.
The the GDP then. It's probably what.
No, so the GDP has not risen by 6.8%. In fact, according to Fred, according to the American Economic Institute, and then according to the Atlantic Fed, it's only risen by around 1.8%. And by the way, guys, if he's following kids, go ahead and drop a screenshot and a private ticket on my Discord. I got Discord open right now. So no, it's not risen by over 6%.
Over 6%.
No, it's just not true, dude.
Okay, so can you tell me a reason you don't support Trump?
Yeah, after you concede that it's not true that the economy's gotten better.
The economy has risen. It's a fact. It might have been over 6%, maybe 14 to 25.
Then give a source for that, please.
I'm right here on presidencyuscb.edu.
What are you reading?
that the U.S. economy has now added a net of 671,000 jobs since January 25, with job numbers beating expectations 4 months in a row. Native-born workers have accounted for all job gains, with native-born employment increasing 2,079 million.
Job
2,079 million.
beating expectations for 4 months in a row. We don't even have job numbers from the last 4 months. The government didn't give us job numbers for the month of October. So I don't
They
even
had to if they had expectations, then there were job numbers already there.
Wait, no. We just simply didn't get job numbers for the month of October. So you're just simply not reading.
No, Dean. The expectations were higher.
Higher than what?
A lot higher than you think, Dean.
What are you even saying?
What are you saying?
Guys, you could stop spamming that in the chat. Thanks. Well, I'm saying that there's no possible way you have a source to show the actual job numbers of the last 4 months beat expectations, because we don't even have actual job numbers for the last 4 months.
And how do you know this?
Because the Bureau of Labor Statistics did not publicly disclose actual job numbers for the month of October.
Dean, you're making this up. What about when Congress
I'm
passed?
not making that up. That's objectively true.
No, it's made up.
Dude, no. Okay, then give me the actual job numbers for the month of October.
Let me see where it says. It says right here. Hold on. Made me walk off from it. It was about 1 million, and now it's at 2 million.
In October?
Yes, October.
Wait. So now you're saying from October to January, we've gained 1 million jobs, but apparently since last January, we've only gained 600,000 jobs. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. Whoa. Okay. What's your source? Let me type this in. I need to see this on my screen. We need to diagnose the issue here.
Presidency.ucsb.edu.
.ucsb.edu. And now we're on presidency.ucsb.edu. Can I read what you're saying?
If you go to White House, President Trump marked 6 months in office with historic success. Is that what popped up? The American Presidency Project?
The American Presidency Project. Yeah, there's nothing to click here. Can you just show me your screen? Take a screenshot and put it up on green screen?
Green screen. Let me get your face out of here. Right there. Presidency Trump. And it's the U.S. economy has now.
What?
I missed it. Hold on, Dean. Hold on, right quick.
Dude, this guy's all over the place. This poor guy. I kind of feel bad. Poor dude. Poor dude. I'm gonna cook him. Brooklyn, man, you take care, dude. Poor guy. Poor guy. Poor guy. What's up, Kaylin? Do you support Trump?
Caitlin, you're here. Yeah, you support Trump.
Joe, I'm not doing this.
So, pretty much, yeah, me and Katie support Trump.
Okay, so you both support Trump.
Of course.
How old are you guys?
Well, she was born. She's 23. I'm 19.
Okay, so why do you support the worst president of your life?
Well, I mean, one, he's got the gas prices down significantly in this year. I mean, everyone's got a driver's license. Everyone's got to put gas in their tank. That saves us about $70 every week.
You're saving $70 a week, I guess. I've never heard a more absurd lie. But let me ask you
when
this.
you put 25 gallons in your car, it adds up.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
What is Venezuela?
Okay, let me ask you about your first question.
Let him fucking talk.
Yo,
yeah. All right, why don't you support
Caitlin.
Trump?
No, I want to ask you a question. What has Donald Trump done to reduce the price of gas?
Well, he's about to take power in Venezuela, and they have the most oil reserves in the world. So
Wait.
There's a start.
Okay, well, first and foremost, right now
That's going to do so much for our economy.
Look what he did in Iran a few months ago.
Chill. Go ahead.
Okay, so you said that he has invaded Venezuela and took control of their reserves. So first and foremost, I think it's wrong to steal oil to create more gas.
He didn't steal oil.
Second of all,
He had our oil companies in there when Maduro stole dictatorship in 2015. He kicked all our American companies out. That was all our
actually
utility, everything.
not true.
That is true. Pull it up.
They federalized their production of oil in the 90s and then offered buyouts and compensation to all the companies that were in.
All right, pull it up.
Okay, after
So anyway,
I finished it. So
go ahead.
Hush.
Go ahead.
So your claim was that he's already reduced the price of gas and that you're already saving money on gas. So you're not already saving
the
money.
interest rates have gone
That's
down.
not my claim. That's just. Go ahead.
Could you turn off the TV in the background?
Yeah, Joe, turn it
down.
So you're saying that you've already saved money on gas, okay? You're not already saving money on gas from something that Donald Trump did yesterday, okay? Like, American oil companies aren't even in Venezuela yet. Chat, stop spamming that. I appreciate the sentiment. Okay, you're right. Host is not a sex offender. Good, but it's like...
Bro, what is this guy doing then hopping in chat? Like, are we debating or
I'm sorry,
what
I
are you doing?
just had to tell it. Like, I appreciate
Regardless,
the sentiment, you
chat,
guys. Like, you're right, I'm not, but how about we spam other things anyways? To respond to what you said that you've already been saving a bunch on gas. You quoted a figure. You said that you're saving around $70 a week. So what has Donald Trump already done, like before yesterday with Venezuela, to reduce the price of your gas?
Well, obviously,
employed more American oil workers too. Yeah. It's eventually going to go on. Like you said, it's not overnight. We're not going to go from what it was to back to $1.99. But I bet you if he gets it close to $2, that's a win. You don't put gas in your car?
You said that you were already saving $70.
You're talking to a whole different person now. So just go ahead. We'll continue from here.
Okay, so has Donald Trump already reduced the price of gas or not?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, what has he done to already?
You know, I remember a
reduce the
couple
price
years
of
ago,
gas?
it was $4.50. Depends where you live.
So what has he done to already reduce the price of gas?
He's employed more American oil workers,
It's
and we're
actually
drilling
not
more
true.
in America.
So point
That
number
is
one.
true.
So point number one.
All right, pull it up to where it's not true. I just told you why, and you're trying to
Yeah, I will.
devalidate my statement. So
Yeah.
get proof.
I'll definitely prove it to you. You just have to shut the fuck up in order for me to be able to prove it. So
We let you prove it. You go yapping about chat for 5 minutes. Shut the fuck up and prove it.
okay. So little boy has a little bit of an ego. It's okay. It's whatever. I mean, I get it. I was a lot like you when I was 14 too. But anyways, so according to the EIA, that'd be the Energy Information Administration.
Can't
we've
win an
actually-
argument. Those personal jabs. Go ahead.
Well, I'm winning the argument
We're
by
waiting.
quoting EIA to you.
You're not winning the argument. You don't have to throw personal jabs. That's
Well,
not how an argument works.
I'm
When it comes to
definitely-
the point where you can't debate topics, that's literally the left. But go ahead. Because at the end of the day, when you don't have people debating, calmly
Right.
and constitutionally, then you have problems.
You know,
But
I
keep going.
think that you have a good point. I totally can't prove you wrong when you said that there's more employed Americans working within the oil industry. Like, I totally couldn't cite you EIA.gov, which would be the Energy Information Administration, which totally doesn't have a statistic fact posted on their website going over how we've actually experienced a continuing decline in the amount of Americans working inside of the oil industry
All right, let's see
because
it.
the processes have become more efficient since the 70s with the introduction of fracking. I also couldn't show you a graph, okay, of the crude of the domestic production of crude oil demonstrating that it was significantly higher under the Biden-Harris administration compared to Donald Trump in his first term. I couldn't explicitly tell you that the highest level of oil production ever in a given month under Donald Trump in his first term was 12.9 million barrels of oil per day in December of 2019. And I couldn't corroborate that by demonstrating that we actually produced more than 13 million barrels of oil per day from July of 2023 until the end of his term. And because I can't do any of those things, I'm obviously just going to reduce down to insults, and that's quite frankly the left.
It is. I mean, it's fine whatever you're reading off.
Get good.
Like, that's fine. Like, they put out fake news too. It doesn't matter. The bottom line is, a couple
Fake
years
news?
ago,
Yo,
a
you're a
couple years
droid.
ago-
You're an absolute bot. You're an absolute bot. Yo, slow down. Who controls the EIA?
bro, the bottom line is 450 versus 250.
No,
How
the
much
bottom line
gas
is
were you
the
at? Where are
bottom,
you
the bottom line
located?
is who controls the EIA?
You probably drive an electric car.
Who controls the EIA?
Bro, I don't give a fuck about
Yeah,
EIA.
yeah, of course, you don't give a fuck about the government agency that proves you're wrong because you're a fucking dumbass and you don't care about facts. You don't care about statistics and you just get continually embarrassed by anybody that does. Oh, Dean, I don't care about this one federal agency that's currently controlled by the Trump administration that proves the Biden-Harris administration produced more than them. Oh, wine. Oh,
No,
poor
why are you muting
baby.
me?
Poor baby, because you're just such a poor baby.
So why do you support the left and Democrats?
Because you know, a lot of people on the left, unlike yourself, actually care about fact. Care about the fact that Donald Trump is the worst president of the
Okay,
life
just
of
main
anybody watching
points.
this
We're not
live stream.
How is Trump the worst president whatsoever?
You want the big three reasons?
Yeah, let's hear them.
Trump's a really bad president because he raped a woman. It was proven by a court.
Jeez.
Donald
Prove
Trump
it
is
then.
a-
Then he'd be in jail. Okay, that's the problem with you guys.
Wow.
Then take him to jail, put him through due process, and find him guilty. In America, you're innocent until proven guilty. Okay, that's the problem with you guys. Now you're you're fucking charging before you're even charged. So at
So-
the end of the day, prove him guilty.
So
then.
if he was found
pull
guilty,
up these facts. I'd love to see it.
if he was found guilty in a court of law, would you stop supporting him?
Yeah, if he went and got indicted and whatever, then yes. Why would I support that? Because as a Christian, as an American, I don't support that. At the end of the day, when it comes to the left morals versus the right morals, right side all the way. And we can touch every topic you want to touch.
What's the other 2 reasons?
This is a jury verdict form from the
Bro,
Trump
shut up.
v.
Then he'd be in
Carroll
jail, okay?
court case.
Okay.
And this jury verdict form shows how the unanimous
And that's why the-
jury of 9 found Donald Trump guilty of the SA or grape of E. Jean Carroll. He was given due process. He was given his opportunity to make a defense. And he was given the opportunity to convince a unanimous jury of 9 that he didn't do it. Now, you just said that if he was found
Okay,
guilty...
let me ask...
You just said that if he was given due process...
Bro,
and you just said if he was found guilty, you would
Alright.
no longer support him. In fact, you said that you'd stop supporting him. And then you even went on an emotional tirade about how this is the moral difference between the right and the left. What you are about to demonstrate is that the only moral difference that exists between the right and the left is that the right doesn't care that their president is a rapist. In front of your fucking eyeballs is the verdict form from public court document and record in the E. Jean Carroll versus Donald J. Trump court case, where the jury agreed that Donald Trump sexually abused Miss Carroll. What the fuck is your response?
Yeah, my response is then he should have went to jail. Doesn't matter. At the end of the day, his principles align. Why do you support the left? And he brings up reasons
It
why he
doesn't
support Donald
matter.
Trump. That's
It
your
doesn't
biggest problem.
matter.
What's Republican?
Yo,
and
little
li-
bro.
and, Democrats.
Of E. Jean
I asked this guy why does
he was given due process. Listen to what you said a
going
minute
off
ago.
on a
Given
tangent
his
about Donald
opportunity-
Trump. Jeez.
Donald
Prove
Trump
it
is
then.
a-
Then he'd be
No.
in jail. Okay, that's the problem with you guys. Then take him to jail, put him through due process, and Problem find with him you- guilty. In America, you're innocent until proven guilty. Okay, that's the problem with you guys. Now you're
We voted him in
You're
for-
fucking charging before you're even charged. So at
So-
the end of the day,
No-
prove him guilty.
So
then.
if he was found
pull
guilty,
up these facts. I'd love to see it.
if he was found guilty in a court of law, would you stop supporting him?
Yeah, if he went and got indicted and whatever, then yes. Why would I support that? Because as a Christian, as an American, I don't support that. At the end of the day, when it comes to the left
I don't
morals
give a
versus the right morals, right side all the way.
Yo!
not a Donald
Yo!
Trump dick rider.
Yo!
I'm
So you
saying
just tried to say that if he was found guilty in a court of law for grape or SA, you would stop supporting him, and then you even went on this illegitimate tirade about how that's the moral difference between the left and the right. You said that the right cares about sexual violence, the right cares about grape, the right cares about somebody being found guilty after due process for what they've done, and that if he did it, you would stop supporting him. After I proved to you that he did it, after I show you the jury that found him guilty, after I put the verdict
You're a
form
weirdo,
on on the screen in front of your face, all of a sudden it goes from saying, oh my God, I would stop supporting him. Oh my God, I wouldn't care. Oh my God, that's the moral difference between the left and the right, to I don't care. Sir, you are a fucking fraud. You are a spineless coward. You don't care about facts. You don't care about women. You don't care about girls. You don't care about sexual violence. You don't care about rape culture. All you care about is supporting Donald Trump until the end of the earth. You are a cult member that builds your beliefs not off of reality, but you attempt to misconstrue and rebuild reality off of your beliefs. You took the mask off. You like to have it on. You like to act like you're a normal person. You like to act like you care. You like to say, oh yeah, if he was a rapist, I want to support him. You like to put that cherry on top saying that's the moral difference between the left and the right. When I undeniably prove that he has been found guilty of it by a jury, when I undeniably prove that he has been found guilty of it by a court, when I undeniably prove that he was given due process, then the mask comes off, you fucking crash out and say it doesn't matter. You are exactly what is wrong with this country. You should be ashamed of yourself. Your mom should be ashamed of you. Your dad should be ashamed of you. Your sister should be ashamed of you. Your future wife, husband, whatever should be ashamed of you. It is absolutely an incompetent embarrassment that puts a stain on the office of the presidency, a stain on this country, and certainly a stain on the right. Thank you for proving that I've been right all along. I really, really appreciate it. Let's go and get that next Trump supporter loaded into the live stream on the opposite side of that key of your MAGA. And by the way, he rage quit. He fucking rage quit. Naomi, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube. I appreciate that, Naomi. Naomi with the $20 on YouTube says, can we kick him before he potentially victim blames people who are assayed? Naomi, he just left. So thank you for the $20. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the $20, Naomi. There's a couple other people I like to thank as well. Madison, thank you so very much for the $20 on PayPal. He says, I love everything that you do. It is greatly appreciated. Thank you, Madison. Let's get 200 Madison W's. I'd also like to very quickly thank Ashton for the $5 over on Venmo. V with a 1, Elizabeth with a 1 penny, and then Alyssa with a $5. If you guys are watching and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy. Hey, I want to support him. You could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on my TikTok account. The handle is also on the top of the phone screen and in the pin message over on YouTube.
top of the phone screen and in the handle is also on the top.
Hello.
Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, age.
20.
Okay, Shannon, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, who says he shoots, he scores, and that's the game. Deadash, one moment. Deadash, Shannon, appreciate you for the $10. Show some love to Shannon down below. Let's also get 200 boop W's for the $20 over on Super Chat. He says, homie talks about due process, while in all reality, he doesn't care about it. Deadass, thank you for the love, boop.
Yeah. Okay, first of all, I wanna say I support you too. I love your videos. I'm like kind of like I love your arguments too. But I want to hear right now like 3 arguments.
I gotta quickly ask you. What year were you born in?
What?
What year were you born in?
2005.
Okay, and then what time is it?
July 23.
No, not the date, the time.
What? 2 p.m.
What state are you in?
2:15 p.m. I am not... Okay, whatever.
Get caught up in the line. See you later, my friend. Yo, Robert, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. Yo, let's get 250 Robert W's. Mr. Robert with the $25 says, I was wondering when you were going to light up one of these a-holes. Keep on cooking, buddy. From 71-year-old Robert. Robert, you're a national fucking treasure, my friend. Show some love to the GOAT, Robert, down below in that chat while we look for the next guest. Shout out to you. Also, why did he say July? What the fuck? That was strange. Tom, what's up? Do you support Trump? Dude was button mashing. Homie was button mashing. Yo, Samantha, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, who says, I love what you do and I support you. Thank you, Samantha. I appreciate you for that love. Tom, do you support Trump?
Oh, no.
No. Ban Tom. We got to kick you out because we're only looking to talk to Trump supporters, y'all. We got Left Testicle Larry. That's an interesting name. Okay. Hello, Left Testicle Larry. That is a child. Goodbye, Left Testicle Larry. Moving on to the next guest. We got Eric loading up. We got Emerson loading up. We got Jupiter loading up. We're going to try to get all the Trump supporters connected to the live stream. Well, hello, Emerson. Do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean, why you sound like a girl, Bro?
Why do I sound like a girl? Why do you sound like a 3 IQ
Dean, why you look like that though? Dean, can you fight? Can you fight,
Anything,
bro?
shut that up. Dean is so cute. You're so cute. I love you.
Dude got humbled by a 4-year-old. Love it. But Fetus, get the fuck out of here, dude. And banned. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, dude. Dude just got fucking sat down by a 4-year-old. Dude, he went quiet too. He literally stopped talking. He shut up. Yo, the 4-year-old was like, Emerson, be quiet. And he listened. That 4-year-old has aura, dude. W Zygote. Moving on to the next guest. We got User loaded up into the box right now. Here we go. What's up, User? Do you support Trump?
Dane, thanks for having me. Yeah, I do support Trump. Absolutely, man.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Why is that?
His geopolitically, the guy is a juggernaut.
I'm not too sure about that. I mean, I think that, you know, whole Russia-Ukraine kind of exposes that as certainly not true. Plus, in order for us to be geopolitically strong, I think that we first need to have domestic strength. And I think that Donald Trump is definitely not bringing us any domestic strength.
Okay, so the economy has positives and negatives. You talked about Ukraine and Russia. Well, Russia's lapdog over there in Venezuela, Maduro, he's gone. So that's embarrassing for Russia.
Why don't we just go do the same thing for Russia to Putin?
Because the relationship is more complicated with Russia. Also, Venezuela is in our backyard. And
actually, Russia is significantly closer to us than Venezuela. I mean, significantly closer to us.
If you want to talk about the coast of Alaska,
we literally share a border with Russia.
Yeah, but Moscow is in the western part of the country.
Okay.
So you said, well, why don't we do that to Russia?
We literally
That's a lot
share
of
a
land.
border with Russia.
I get what you're saying.
Like, you can't say that, well, the reason why we won't do this to Putin, but we will do it to Venezuela is because Venezuela is in our backyard, even though we share an underwater border with Russia. Like, what's the gap between America and Russia? What is it, like 40 miles?
Yeah, something like that. I thought it was 50.
Yeah, 50. And then we have like, what is it, like 25 miles under this? We are 25 miles away from the Russian border.
Yeah, but they're busier in other parts of Russia than they are closer to the border, the eastern border. You know that.
It doesn't change the fact that we're closer to Russia than we are Venezuela.
I mean, you could say the same thing about a lot of adversaries,
Okay, so then you just be disputing your own argument here.
No, I mean, you could say, well, China too. You can.
How about you just start from the top? Why do you support Trump as president? Mike is yours.
All right. He's strong. He's a strong man.
What about him that projects strength? I think that he projects weakness.
Well, look what he did with Iran. He snuffed them out. We don't hear about them yapping. He's taken out most of their nuclear capabilities. They're having a revolution there that would have never happened under a Democrat. You have to admit that.
Yeah, I don't even think that we would have needed to strike them in the first place if we never had Trump, which is true. Because Donald Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA that prevented Iran from building nuclear weapons. And by the way, you actually have a Democrat to thank for the JCPOA. So you're right. Okay, you are absolutely correct when you say that we wouldn't have needed to strong arm Iran if we had a Democrat. It never would have happened. Yeah, you were completely correct. Because if Donald Trump never won in his first administration, if we had a Democrat, then the JCPOA would still be in effect. And Iran would still not have the capacities required in order to enrich uranium.
Iran was going to ignore that and do whatever they wanted, and then it'll reach a boiling point.
No.
Something had to be done, and Trump had the balls to do it.
That's a bullshit.
You have to admit.
That's a bullshit talking point. Iran loved the JCPOA, and they honored it the whole time it was signed into law until the day Donald Trump struck it down.
Yet they kept enriching.
No, they didn't.
And they
actually
kept moving forward.
Do you know what the
Yes, they did.
Do you know what the IAEA is?
International Energy, right? Something like that.
So the AIEA is what I mean to say. So they are a international nuclear watchdog. And the JCPOA denuclearization agreement that we had with Iran gave the IAEA alongside the EU, the UN, and America, 24/7 access to surveillance over all of their enrichment sites, plus over 300 in-person visits per year whenever they wanted them. And then on top of that, they didn't even have the infrastructure to enrich uranium at these sites that we had 27 surveillance over and 300 person visits per year, because a part of the JCPOA required them to dismantle that infrastructure and give it to other countries.
Denmark, some other European countries actually provided intel that counter what you're saying. They provided that to Trump. They worked with us. And you can look that up on your own.
So the United States of America, under Trump, twice in his first term, affirmed that Iran was honoring the JCPOA. So please give me your source.
Well, you can Google. You can just Google it. It's probably in some.
What do you want me to
It's
Google?
probably in some obscure article by a probably leftist media source too.
What do you want me to
Google Denmark intelligence Iranian nuclear weapons.
Okay, hold up, everyone.
What do you see? This is off the cuff too. I'm not in front of a computer, so God forbid it doesn't come up there. Is what it is.
Oh yeah. So it looks like what you're talking about was not that they had intelligence that they are dishonoring the IAEA, but rather they had intelligence that they were potentially plotting for an assassination on Danish soil.
No, that's not correct. It was about their nuclear systems. That's probably another. That's probably one of the reasons they wanted to assassinate a Danish guy.
So you could read this. This is from October 30th in 2018. Denmark
No,
pushes for
that's
fresh
not.
Iranian sanctions over new intelligence of a potential assassination.
There's other intelligence about the nuclear site. It's simply not coming up, but it's
so,
out there.
So you're talking about. So no, you're going to have to give me the specific article then, because all the articles that I see referencing intelligence from Denmark on Iran under Trump in his first term all have to do with a potential assassination on their soil. So you're going to have to give me a specific source. You told me to look it up.
I found it.
You found
I
it?
found it.
When is it from? What's the title?
See, well, so it's the Denmark United Nations Security Council 2025-2026 statement by Denmark. But with reading through this, with Iran Resolution 2231, this was an accusation by Denmark that Iran was actually doing so.
In 2025?
And so, yeah. This was as of June 13, 2025. And they said that they had enriched the stockpile nearly 50 times the amount for more than 440 kilograms. Which enriched up to 60%. No other country with a nuclear weapon program did that.
Sorry,
Now,
I just have to hop in here because we pulled out of the JCPOA agreement in 2018.
Yep.
So guess, you're saying that they had intelligence that they were enriching uranium after Donald Trump pulled out of the JCPOA. No shit. What I'm saying, and what you originally said, is that they were not honoring the JCPOA agreement when it was in effect. They were honoring the JCPOA agreement when it was in effect, and they only stopped and then started enriching uranium after Donald Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA agreement. So in other words, your argument implies that Donald Trump gave them the green light to build nukes by pulling us out of the JCPOA.
well, and one other thing, wait 1 second. One thing that he left out, Dean, when he mentioned this, even while yes, this was an accusation by Denmark, and Iran had fiercely fought back and said that it wasn't true. Iran, along with the UN, actually agreed for a full review and comply, and which they completely reviewed and replied and found that they were not doing so, which allowed Iran to, it said it was reinstated by 6 of the Security Council with the resolution. So yes, this was an accusation by Denmark. Denmark said that this was happening. Iran fought it and then finally gave in to the UN and said that we would actually allow the review and an audit, and it still showed that no, they were not. So you're wrong with that still.
You know, I'm sure they were doing stuff under the radar, and I'm sure Iran is full of shit.
What is your evidence? I'm so sorry. What is your evidence that that Iran violated the JCPOA when it was in effect?
They're going to do whatever they want to do, and they're going to get their weapon, and we dealt with it.
So
this is common sense.
Do you have any evidence that they dishonored the JCPOA before Trump pulled out?
No.
No, but they do stuff under. I mean, this is common sense, man.
Well, the
that
thing
countries
is,
are going to try to
is that the
cheat.
radar extended everywhere. 24/7 access to surveillance over all of their nuclear enrichment sites. 300 in-person visits per year to all of their uranium enrichment sites. Okay? Complete dismantlement of all infrastructure and selling of all enriched uranium. They didn't have the ability to do it. There was a
Well, they were
radar
getting pretty-
everywhere.
Doesn't matter. They were on their way, man.
No, they were
And it
not.
got dealt with.
You are
Yes,
you
they
are
were.
you obtusely denying
were.
reality. The JCPOA prevented them from being on the way. We
Then why
affirmed
were they
under
so
Trump
close?
twice in their first term that they were not violating the JCPOA. Oh my God, the AIEA, the EU, the UN. Oh my God. See, here's the thing. We just have simply another Trump supporter denying reality and engaging in cult-like conspiratorial gibberish to justify bombs, money, war, militarism, etc., so on and so forth. It is a fact that Iran did not violate the JCPOA denuclearization agreement before Donald Trump pulled America out of it in 2018. You have no evidence to the contrary, and I have so much evidence to the affirmation of said conclusion. That evidence being multiple data points that I've already brought up, 300 in-person visits per year to all of their nuclear facilities, constant monitoring from the IAEA, constant monitoring from the EU, constant monitoring from the UN, constant monitoring from the US, constant monitoring from Russia, and many other countries, plus 24/7 access to oversight and surveillance at all of these facilities to all countries involved with the IAEA. Now, I'm going to go pee. Santana, don't let him pivot.
I got you.
Keep him on
I
this
got
point
you.
specifically, and
I got
I'll be right back, everyone.
Absolutely. And user, I guess the point that I want to drill home is while Dean eloquently articulated the fact that prior to Donald Trump removing us from the agreement, there were no violations. Even with being removed from the actual agreement, there's been multiple audits, multiple watchdogs, and even more so where they had the ability to enrich uranium, they didn't do so. And when there was one massive criticism and accusation, which you cited yourself, Denmark, which I didn't even know about this. Even Denmark had to concede that they have completed every single check and audit to show that they have not been doing so. So I guess the question that I have, right, user, is what do you have besides the fifis in your tum-tum, right? Because everyone else, everyone from an international level who has direct knowledge, access, and information says that you're wrong, but you have like something, some hard proof evidence or some type of concrete fact. What do you have? What facts do you have?
You're talking
Besides
about
they just do
ICPA.
sneaky shit.
You're talking about ICPA, which was years before 2025, apparently, and in 2025 they were very close, very close. So,
Can you
did.
Can you answer the
Google
question
that.
directly though? I've
Yeah,
been
in
Googling the
2020
stuff that
they
you
were gonna
already
get
said.
there.
Can you tell me specifically where the information has been proven that Iran has absolutely been enriching uranium above the threshold in order to create nuclear missiles? Because everything else says that that's not true.
And by the way, just
Oh,
also,
you could Google it. It's out there.
Oh my
You
God!
can
Oh
Google
my
it.
God! Oh my God! You are actually insufferable. I can't believe that people like you exist. You have no evidence for what you say. None. Zero. Nada.
Let me ask you a question: is Iran better off today after what we did, or are they worse off?
Definitely worse off.
So you don't want the
I
them,
definitely think that
following the Shea.
I
and moving
definitely
and changing things.
I definitely think that we're worse off. Okay, after Donald Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA. 110%.
Iran could start making trade deals with America if we get leadership change there. This is going to bring
Oh my God.
jobs
No.
and a
You know
higher
what?
standard of
I'm
living
gonna
to
hold you
Iran.
to responding to the original point. You need to respond to this, or I'm gonna fucking dance on you and then kick you. Okay?
Yeah, it had to be done. They were getting close. I have to do some research on it to get you.
Do you agree that
articles.
Donald Trump pulling us out of the JCPOA denuclearization agreement was a very bad thing that greenlit Iran to build nuclear weapons?
No, I don't, because they were going to do it anyway. We could stand by and watch.
What is your evidence that they were going to do it anyway?
That's how, peacetime is when countries cheat each other between wars.
What?
Peacetime is when
they were going to do it anyway.
You know, I trust my commander in chief. I trust the military. They know best. They've got all the intel.
If you trust
and you're
Trump,
not privy to a lot. You're not privy to a lot of stuff either.
If you trust Trump, then you trust that they honored that denuclearization agreement, since the U.S. affirmed that they did honor it twice under Donald Trump in his first term.
Dude, you're armchairing everything. You're armchairing so much, and you're a dilettante. You don't know squat about a lot of things, but you claim you know stuff.
Dude, listen to yourself.
You don't know how the world works.
You're literally projecting. You're saying that I don't know much about anything. Meanwhile, you are the one making the baseless accusation that Iran did not honor the JCPOA with no evidence. I just want a yes or a no to this question. Do you have any evidence that Iran broke the JCPOA before the U.S. pulled out? Yes or no?
No, I don't. But they were on their way to doing whatever they wanted to do.
Okay. So let me get it clear. Yes or no? I have a guy that believes in things with no fucking evidence, rhyme, or reason whatsoever, telling me that I don't know jack shit. Is that what we're doing?
That wasn't the original argument. We're talking about 2025 and how they came close to.
No. We're talking about no. Now you're just being willfully obtuse because you're a little fucking snake. I specifically asked you if you think it was a good or bad thing for Trump to pull us outside of the JCPOA. Then you said it's a good thing because they're going to enrich their uranium otherwise. I then proved you wrong by bringing up all the evidence to suggest the contrary. And then you said, well, they're going to do it anyways. So you have no evidence.
You don't know.
Oh my God. Can the thing just be quiet real quick? Just one moment, please. So please specifically address the following statement. Do you think that you have more reason to believe that Iran was going to violate the JCPOA before the U.S. pulled out, then I have reason to believe that Iran did not and was not going to violate the JCPOA before Trump pulled out.
Yes. I have reason.
Okay, listen.
It's anticipation, man.
My reason to believe that they did not violate the agreement was 300 in-person visits per year to every enrichment site, 24/7 access surveillance to every single enrichment site. The fact that they had to sell and deconstruct all of their infrastructure, all of their enriched uranium, and this was reaffirmed by U.S. under Trump, U.S. under Obama, Russia, the EU, the UN, and the IAEA. Now, what is your reason to believe that they violated the agreement?
The Fifi's in his tum-tum.
They were going to do it as evident as what they did in 2025. They got there. That's just how it rolled,
Fucking
man.
nailed it. The Fifi's in his tum-tum.
Dude, this is
Fucking nailed it.
This is like saying my evidence you're going to violate the speed limit is a fact that you are going faster than what the speed limit would be on a road where we never implemented it.
Stun locked.
My evidence, okay, that an 18-year-old, that like specifically my friend, we're going to call him Peyton. My evidence that my friend Peyton, okay, will illegally acquire a AR at the age of 20, because you got to be 21 in Colorado to buy one, is a fact that before Colorado introduced new legislation to push the buying age of an AR from 18 to 21, he bought one when he was 18. Are you tracking?
I think my statement went right over your head. I'm saying
I think that my statement's going over your head. You're basically saying that your evidence that Iran would have done this thing when it was almost illegal. We're just going to use the word illegal. Your evidence that Iran was going to do X when doing X was illegal is the fact that you think Iran did X when doing X was not illegal. That doesn't track. See, there was incentives for them to honor the JCPOA and stay in the agreement. Most notably, removal of sanctions on the country that we placed on them, and us allowing them to have access to some of their bank accounts in South Korea. You're just a dense swine, honestly. Yo, S, thank you so much for the $100 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for the love. S with 100 big ones says, do you ever get tired of taking W's, Dean? Honestly, I'm getting tired of taking this W. I'm just fucking dancing on this motherfucker. Full box like a fish. and he's just being so annoying about it. Like, oh my God, do you guys know how annoying it is to like just destroy somebody in a debate, have them verbally concede that they have no evidence for what they believe in, but then still hear them turn around and say that I'm just a stupid person that doesn't know anything? It's like legitimately like enraging. But thank you so much for the $100, S. That is so much money. And I genuinely really appreciate you so much for your kindness. I want everybody watching to please, 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 please show some love to S down below in that comment section for the big $100. If y'all could also show some love to Lilith for the $20 over on Super Chat, I'd really appreciate that. Lilith, that is incredibly kind of you. Thank you for your support. Show some love to S and Lilith. Also, a couple people over on PayPal. Kaylee, thank you for the $5 who says, thank you. Oh, thank you, Kaylee. Karina, thank you for the $3. And then Rekt, R-E-K-T, thank you for the 10, who says, just to cook this guy, flight from NYC to Moscow in 8 to 9 hours. Flight from NYC to Argentina is 10 to 11 hours. This is with commercial flight times. Yeah, this guy got fucking cooked. Thank you for the $10, Wrecked. And then Lacey, thank you for the $10. She says, hey, Dean, my son and I watch you all the time. I just wanted to say thank you for all that you do. Oh, thank you so much, Lacey. Shout out to you and your son. Max, thank you for the $13. Who says thank you for everything that you do. Thank you for speaking for the victims, women, and immigrants, and the people who struggle to find a voice against this tyranny. Well, I appreciate you for the $13, Michael. That is an incredible, sorry, not Michael, Max. That is an incredibly kind donation and an incredibly kind message. Huge shout out to Max down below. And then one more. Michael, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal, who says, I've been following your lives for quite some time now. Absolutely love your work. Thank you for making it all make sense. Michael, you're the goddamn man. I want y'all to show some love to Michael down below. And we actually have another Michael over here on Venmo that dropped $50. Oh my God, dude. Fuck yeah, thank you. Dude, I want everybody watching right now to show some love to the two Michaels down below. One for the $20 donation, the other for the $50 donations. Seriously, like y'all don't even know how far like $50 goes for me. I live in a small town with lower prices, and $50 goes a really long way. So I really appreciate you, Michael. As well as Christine, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, who says, for cooking MAGA. Well, we're going to continue to fry them day in and day out. Appreciate you for the $20. Thank you, genuinely. You are awesome, awesome, awesome. And it looks like we're all caught up. User.
That's...
What's that,
really
User?
Quick, if you don't mind. Valerie, thank you so much for the 10. You said for just being here. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
User, you started to say something. What were you going to say?
That's very cute, Dean, and this gentleman named Santana. That's very cute.
What's
but
cute?
You got to ask her, it's very cute, your argument. You got to ask yourself why Biden, 2021 to 2024, why didn't he do anything while Iran was absolutely enriching uranium? You have to ask yourself that. And that should be all the proofs you need. You keep on going back to Trump's first term.
So you should also really ask yourself why you believe in things without evidence. I'm just simply not going to talk to people that believe in things without evidence and admit it with a bold face. You know, just like super embarrassing. Like, oh my God, I just can't do it. I can't stand it. Like people like you make me lose my mind. I'm over here like ripping my hair out, cortisol maxing, super bad. Let's see here. Okay, moving on to the next guest right now. Hey, real quick, Margarita, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, thanks for speaking the truth. Thank you, Margarita. I know that you've certainly tuned in a handful of times before. You are awesome, awesome, awesome. Show some love to Margarita in that chat. Also, by the way, guys, I was just really curious about something. I noticed that the chat on TikTok is like moving extremely, extremely slow, which doesn't make sense considering how many viewers we have in here. And the reason why I think it's moving so slow is because so many like keywords and phrases are like blocked from the chat. You know, like I tried to drop a chat saying, why is like no one chatting? And then that message literally got like filtered out. So once this live stream is over, I'm actually going to go ahead and check my chat filters, and I'm going to figure out why like so many different messages are like keywords, phrases, so on and so forth are blocked. Like for instance, I'll just give you one that's blocked, and I have no reason why it is. My name is blocked. Like everyone try to comment my name. You genuinely will not be able to. TJ, what's up, man?
Yo, what's up, bro?
You a big Trump guy?
Yeah.
That's pretty embarrassing.
Why is that embarrassing?
Because Donald Trump is the worst president of your life, truly.
I don't think so.
Well, obviously, because you're a Trump guy. That's what makes it embarrassing.
Why is he a bad guy?
What?
He's a bad guy for about 1 billion reasons. Do you want to start with
Come on, tell me.
refusing? I mean, do you want to start like with refusing to abide by court order to feed 16 million starving American children? Do you want to go to the second fact that Donald Trump is allowed an ACA subsidy to expire now? The health insurance premiums are going up by thousands of dollars a month for 45 million Americans. To the fact that a court determined he was a rapist, or the fact that he boasted about sexually exploiting the naked bodies of young girls and women at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. Like, all of these things obviously make him a bad president. Like the fact that you can't listen to a man admit to sexual exploitation and then turn around and agree that he's a bad guy is very embarrassing.
Also,
What
he's
about-
stupid.
True.
Okay. What about that whole thing that happened just recently with Venezuela?
Can you first respond to the reasons I gave you insofar as why he's a bad guy? Like, I'd assume you asked that question for a reason.
Well, I think he's a good guy. Like, I'm giving you a reason why he's a good guy.
I have a question. Are all men that sexually exploit little girls and then turn around and say it's funny bad guys?
Yeah, but they're bad guys. But
So Trump's a bad guy because that's something he's done.
wouldn't he be locked up if it was actually true?
Oh,
I
well,
think
the
that
reason we
person
know it's true is because he
was
admitted
just
to it.
doing it for money.
Oh, well, see, this wasn't just an
He knows that he's
accusation.
rich, and
Hey, my
I think
friend.
it was just an accusation.
This wasn't an accusation made by the victim. This was an admission of guilt given to us by Trump. Trump said he did this.
He said he did the what did he do?
Let me first ask you this clarifying question. If Donald Trump sexually exploited naked women and naked girls, would you still support him as president?
No.
Could you agree that sexual exploitation would include a man abusing his position of power over the position of vulnerability that a woman is in to further unconsensual sexual conduct?
Yes, but he didn't do that.
Here's him admitting to doing exactly that.
Yeah.
The owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything
doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
But wouldn't he be locked up if he actually did it?
Wow.
Like,
why are you questioning?
even,
Wait, one second.
even if he did
why,
it,
why are you questioning if he did it or not? You just heard him admit to it.
But even if he admitted to it, wouldn't he be locked up for that?
So the question on why he's not in jail for this is completely separate and decoupled from the fact that we know.
No,
he
it's
did
not.
It is.
No, it's not.
Because you just heard him admit to it.
How do you know that's not an AI video of him doing it?
Because it's from
You know how much
2005, dumbass.
Well, he would be locked up.
Oh, you're back to the he would be locked up. According to rain.org, according to rain.org, only around 2% of rapists are ever locked up for what they did. Crazy, right?
Rain.
Yeah. Rain, their foundation for sexual violence, nonpartisan. They're not in politics. They just care about victims and survivors of SA.
But if he's admitting to doing it, then why is he not? You said, he literally admitted to doing
Right,
it.
and you heard him admit to doing it, right? Let's just agree. Did you hear Donald Trump admit to sexual exploitation?
Yes, I heard him admit to it.
Okay, so what? If you heard him admit to sexual exploitation, are you basically saying that you don't believe that what he's telling you?
No, well, obviously, if it's a real video, he said it. Then yeah.
Okay, so if he admitted to sexual exploitation, you should believe that he engaged in that sexual exploitation, right?
Wait, can you repeat that again? I didn't.
If he admitted to sexual exploitation, you should believe that he engaged in sexual exploitation, right?
There's so many fake videos now. I don't even know if I'd believe it.
It's from 2005. AI did not exist in 2005. It can't
And where'd you get this video
be
from?
a fake video.
Where'd you get this video from?
And just FYI, people such as myself, the older generation, we actually got to witness that live multiple times. Trump was a frequent visitor of the Howard Stern show.
Yeah, this is from the largest radio show of the early 2000s. It's not like some random obscure no-name clip that is unearthed. No, it's literally a clip from the largest radio show of the 2000s. So many people listen to this.
If so many people listen to this, then why isn't he in prison locked up right now?
The question, I will happily engage. I will happily engage. Like, why are you? It's not a question. You're saying, oh, if so many people listen to this, then why isn't he locked up right now? Like, you're trying to use the fact that he's not locked up right now to dispute that so many people listen to this. That's not a disputable fact. Okay. All right. And then you ask me where I'm getting this from. A YouTube video posted 7 years ago. Once again, before AI.
That doesn't even make any sense because he should be locked up for this.
Okay, and I agree.
So many people,
dude. Now you get it. Now your eyes are opening to what women and girls have been screaming about for fucking decades. We have an epidemic of sexual violence in this country. Every woman and every girl that I've ever met has a story to tell. And guess what? Prosecutors don't care. The criminal justice system doesn't care. The government doesn't care. People don't care. Men, a lot of men, don't care. And it goes unaddressed. According to RAIN.org, only around 2% of rapists ever face full criminal responsibility for what they did. The question on why was he not prosecuted to this, the question on why he wasn't prosecuted for this falls down to the regional prosecutors wherever his Miss Teen USA and Miss USA beauty pageants were. Maybe they didn't hear this clip. Maybe by the time they did hear this clip, the statute of limitations had passed. Maybe they heard this clip, didn't care, and swept it under the rug. It's only going to be a handful of people that have to make that decision. And then for civil prosecution from the victims, maybe one of the reasons why there was no civil prosecution is because look at what y'all fucking did to the woman who did civilly prosecute him. She got fired from her job. Now she's a monolith of the left, dehumanized and demonized every single day, not just on my life, but across the internet. Maybe they don't want to be labeled as crazy for the rest of their lives. Maybe they don't want to be disputed for the rest of their lives. Maybe they don't want to be demonized for the rest of their lives. Maybe they don't want to have to relive that experience and be blamed for it by millions of Americans for the rest of their lives. There's so many reasons why the prosecutors want to prosecute. There's so many reasons why the victims want to come forward. And there's no reason why you should reject the fact that Donald Trump did this due to the fact that you've already accepted he said he did this. And then we have the corroborating victim testimony on top of it. Bottom line is he would walk into their dressing rooms and he'd look at them while they're naked.
Well, you said this video.
Also, wait 1 second. I just want to add this in. One of the other reasons, and Dean like absolutely nailed it, but one of the other reasons that he wouldn't be in jail is because women are protected in our country. And even when there is clear video evidence and people are quote unquote brought to justice, like Brock Turner, the former swimmer of Stanford who was raping a woman behind a trash can, people like the judge give them light sentences and let them off and say things like, we shouldn't ruin his future over this. So your premise that he should be in jail while, we can talk about a random swimmer from Stanford and comparing him to Donald Trump, who is a billionaire and a celebrity, like nothing that you're saying makes sense. But please respond to Dean.
Yeah.
So, well, you said this video came out 7 years ago.
No, it came out in 2005. It just so happens to be a YouTube video that I'm pulling from, posted 7 years ago.
All right, but you said he admitted to it. Did he admit into it in 2005?
Yes.
And you're telling me no prosecutors? You said maybe no one heard him say this.
No, I said that the prosecutors probably didn't care. It's also a possibility that the prosecutors went to the victims and they didn't want to prosecute.
Why wouldn't they want to prosecute?
Because when women prosecute, A, they have to relive the experience. B, they have to experience the potential of victim blaming onset by men like you. C, they have to risk potential embarrassment in front of their family members. D, there's negative unforeseen consequences that could exist for them because of the position of power that Donald Trump held over them as the owner of the pageant that was furthering their careers, signing their paychecks. Maybe he would also then, therefore, E, pursue some other means of aggression against him. If he was willing to violate their consent, what else would this billionaire, rich, powerful white man be willing to do to them if they were to pursue litigation against him? victim. Like, like none of these women were like super duper rich. I mean, like some of them were girls, some of them were like, you know, models competed at Miss USA. Like none of them are like multi fucking millionaires compared to him, who's a billionaire who has all the money just to drain their fucking pockets through civil litigation with baseless proceedings just to delay the court case to get them to drop it. Okay, right? And then about a billion other reasons too, all right? But, you know, like speculation insofar as why prosecution wasn't followed is completely unrelated to the fact that we know he did this due to the fact that he admitted to it. Like, I just don't understand how you could listen to him admit to it and then not believe him. And are you gonna, by the way, are you just gonna keep like spamming questions? Like this whole time you've just been asking questions. You haven't been making actionable statements. You haven't been giving a counter argument. You just keep on repeating the same, like, I don't know, 10 questions.
Because it's clear that he never did that.
How's that clear?
How is it clear?
Yeah,
He
yeah.
said it.
How's it clear? Listen,
He
how's it
literally
clear?
said it.
How's it clear?
Because I promise you, he would be locked up already if he did it.
Okay, could you please
You
give an
can't just
argument
say-
for that?
You can't. You can't. You said maybe the prosecutor.
Wait. Give an argument for that.
You can't just say because you don't have an argument back. You just said maybe.
Yes,
the
I do. I do have an argument back.
You said
I do have an argument back. I do have an argument back. Listen to it one
just
more
kept
time.
saying
You know what,
no, I
TJ?
heard you.
Shut up. Shut up. And I'm not even going to repeat the argument. I'm just going to play back to you what I already said. I want you to listen to every single word that came out of my mouth less than a minute ago, TJ. Eyeballs. Okay? Listen to this. Compared to him, who's a billionaire who has the potential of victim. Who's probably didn't
Maybe.
care. It's also a possibility that the prosecutor. Okay. Do I have your attention, TJ? Unmute that fucking mic and
Yes.
tell me that I have your attention. I'm
Alright,
going to
go,
play
go,
this
go.
clip, and I want you to listen to every single word. Are you ready?
Yes, go.
There's like went to the victims, and they didn't want to prosecute.
Why wouldn't they want to prosecute?
Because when women prosecute, A, they have to relive the experience. B, they have to experience like the potential of victim blaming onset by men like you. C, they have to like risk potential embarrassment in front of their family members. D, there's like negative unforeseen consequences that could exist for them because of the position of power that Donald Trump held over them as the owner of the pageant that was furthering their careers, signing their paychecks. Maybe he would also then, therefore, E, right, pursue some like other means of aggression against him. If he was willing to violate their consent, what else would this billionaire, rich, powerful white man be willing to do to them if they were to pursue litigation against him? Like, like none of these women were like super duper rich. I mean, like some of them were girls, some of them were like, you know, models competed at Miss USA. Like none of them are like multi fucking millionaires compared to him, who's a billionaire who has all the money just to drain their fucking pockets through civil litigation with baseless proceedings just to delay the court case to get them to drop it. Okay, right? And then about a billion other reasons too. All right, but you know, like speculation.
All right, you
so
can
far
stop it.
So respond to that, because that's the answer to the one question you've been repeating. That audio clip is the answer.
Yes, because of how the woman would feel. I get it. I get what you're saying. But you said it. You said right before that. You said, "Can you go right before that clip and say what you said?"
No. That clip is the answer. That clip is all you need to That clip is all you need to know. That clip single-handedly.
Well, you
is
don't know
all
that
you
the
need to know.
prosecutors went to the woman there. You said maybe the prosecutors went to the woman's house.
How
and
do you
asked them if they
even know
wanna
that the
prosecute.
prosecutors tried to prosecute? We're all speculating here.
You said we don't know that they did.
Yeah, because
Dean,
this
I
is
think-
all fucking speculation, dude.
Right, but Dean, I think that we're letting him like redirect and pivot from the actual facts, which is Donald Trump admitted to it himself. And unless you have something to prove that Donald Trump is lying about what he said, then if you don't believe the victims, then why don't you believe Trump? We need you to directly address what
No,
Trump
it's
said.
not
with
that
his-
I don't believe
No. Let me finish. We need you to directly address Donald Trump admitting to it. Not us bringing this up and saying, oh, this is what we think. Donald Trump said it himself. So why don't you believe Donald Trump who said it himself?
Such a spineless coward.
I didn't say I didn't believe these women. I never said I didn't believe Donald Trump. I'm
So
not
then
gonna.
you do believe him?
I never said I did believe him, but I don't think he
Wait,
did.
so which one is
And
it? Wait, if you don't
I
think,
don't think he did it.
If you don't think he did it, then you don't think he told the truth when he said he did it. Hello?
Yeah, like I don't believe that clip at all
Yeah, why don't you believe that clip?
because, like I
Because
said,
why?
he would have already been prosecuted for. it.
No,
So
no,
you don't
so-
believe Donald Trump?
Wait. I'm so sorry. You're basically saying he would have already been prosecuted for it. Rain.org, only 2% of rapists ever go to jail. So what is your evidence that Donald Trump lied in that clip?
Well, no, I didn't say he lied in the clip. I said
No. It entails that he was lying because he knows what he's done. Therefore, he was intentionally misleading.
I don't believe the clip is a real clip.
How could it?
The clip is real.
Okay, tell me how could it have been? How could it have been faked?
Because he would have literally, if he actually admitted
No. I want you to tell me literally what are the physical means to fake that clip in 2005.
Exactly.
You said that clip came out 7 years ago?
I said it came out in 2005.
You said that YouTube video that you found
The video was posted on YouTube 7 years ago. The clip came out in 2005.
The video that I used to play the audio clip comes from YouTube 7 years ago, but the original audio recording comes from 2005. So what are the physical means that could be used to fake that in 2005?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, it's fake, but there's literally no way to. Can you agree that like AI voice modulation to the extent of a perfect imitation of one's voice did not exist in 2005?
Yeah, but like, it doesn't make sense because
so perfect. If it wasn't AI, then what was it? Was it like an impersonator?
I don't know, but like if he
You don't know?
No.
Come on, because you can't say that the clip is fake and then posit no reason why it's fake. That makes you just like the last guest, where you baselessly deny the bad things Trump has done because you're a little man with a small brain with no fucking spine, and you should be ashamed of your own existence. So I don't want you to be a little man with I don't want you to be a little man with no brain, no spine, who should be ashamed of his own existence. Okay, I want you to be a real man who's able to posit evidence for what you believe in, especially when what you believe in is so incredibly damaging to so many women and girls around this country who are listening to you say you won't even believe that one of them are sexually exploited if the person that did it to them admitted to it. So what reason would they have to come out about it at all? And they should just live the rest of their lives in shame, keeping that information close to their heart, not coming out about it, meaning that there's going to be more free rapists and sexual exploiters running around the streets of America all because of you. That is why, if you are going to believe in this with no evidence, you're a little man with no brain, no spine who should be fucked in shame of your own existence. And I'm just going to keep it real because that is real. So go ahead and either try to come up with some evidence or just accept that you're a little man with no brain, no spine that should be ashamed of your own existence. And that you're incredibly grotesque and that no woman or girl should ever get anywhere near you, that you are a flying red flag, and goddamn, you should just live the rest of your life in your mom's basement in shame. Like you're just literally not productive to, be engaging in society. You should just stay, squirreled away.
I didn't say that at all. And I think that if he would have, I never said he didn't say that. And if he did say that,
yes, you did. You just argued that you think it's fake.
I think it is because why isn't he prosecuted? If everybody
exactly, you've already repeated why wasn't he prosecuted? Why wasn't he prosecuted? How do you know that there wasn't a statute of limitations on what he did? How do you know that the victims wanted to prosecute? How do you know that this is going to be in an atypical circumstance, considering the fact that only 2% of rapists are ever held fully legally accountable? It is significantly easier, in accordance with Occam's razor, to just accept that it's real than posit that it's not real and engage in conspiratorial gibberish because you're a little man with no brain, no spine that should be fucking ashamed of your own existence and spend the rest of your life squirreled away in your mom's basement because you're just simply not a good member of society that should engage in society whatsoever because you hurt women and girls, you empower rapists, and erupt social cohesion for the betterment of the moral fabric of this country. And I mean that. And I fucking mean that. I think that people like you are unproductive. I think that people like you are harmful.
I think you're a fraud.
And I think that people like you.
And I think you're a fraud.
And you only think that I'm a fraud because I'm cooking your ass. Okay? I get it.
You ain't cooking no one.
Well, yeah, because you are fucking no one. You are fucking no one. You are a little man. You are goddamn no one. And I'm honestly, I'm happy that you know that you're goddamn no one. Thank you for affirming that you know that you are no one. And yes, sir, let me clarify. I am pissed.
Can you start crying?
No, one moment. Let me clarify. I am pissed. I am mad, and I am upset. And I'm not upset
because you don't know what you're talking about one single bit, bro.
Says the guy who admitted you have no evidence for what you believe in. Oh, Dean, you don't know what you're talking about, even though you're able to provide me corroborating evidence insofar as where this clip came from, the exact date in which it filmed, who Donald Trump was speaking to, the names of the victims, their victim testimony to corroborate what Donald Trump said. You're just coping and you're seething because you're getting cooked and you have no evidence for what you believe in. I get it. I'd be doing the same shit if I was you because you are a little man with no brain and no spine and you just ran the fuck away. Thank you for running away. Thank you for affirming that I'm right. Thank you for demonstrating that you're wrong. And thank you for demonstrating to me and every single live viewer, the over 14,000 people on TikTok and the 6,000 people on YouTube, right, that you are just an unproductive member of society that should spend the rest of your life scrolled away in your mother's basement, not engaging in society because you heard it, and that you're ashamed of yourself. Thank you.
I just want to call out really quick and since he ran away and I didn't get to give this point, but for anyone that's going to try to use this argument in the future, or for anyone that is interested, the episode of Howard Stern, it's dated June the 28th, 2005. It's actually on Amazon Prime. You can actually find it there, and it's the episode that also included Little John. So Little John was on and Donald Trump was on. It's on Amazon Prime if you want to see it. The full 1 hour episode with Donald Trump actually admitting it is literally there. So no, it's not AI.
Hi, Kayla. Do you support Trump?
Absolutely not. And I know you owe.
Beautiful, Kayla. We are just looking to talk to MAGA. Kat, thank you for the 10 Canadian dollars over on Super Chat, who says the color has no spine. Dead ass cat. Oh my goodness. They just make me so I'm happy that he ran away.
I don't understand how they do it.
I'm happy that he left because that affirms that he knows that I'm right and he's wrong. Yo, Deanna, thank you so much for the $120 over on Venmo. Deanna, thank you. Thank you so fucking much for the love. Deanna just dropped $120 over on Venmo, who says, TJ is clearly defending a rapist. According to the NIH, only 2% of rape accusations are false. TJ clearly doesn't support women. I wonder if he believed his mom or his sister if Donald Trump raped them. With that logic, TJ is only on his way to become a rapist himself. P.S. TJ, read a fucking book. Deanna, you cooked, you fried, you served, and thank you for the $120. That is seriously so incredibly kind of you. Huge shout out for the unbelievable amount of love from Deanna down below in that comment section. I'd also like to thank Sydney for the $20, who says, I'm a woman who's been abused in a 6-year-long relationship. I was a teenager when it began. I haven't prosecuted because I didn't realize I could have until the frontal lobe formed, and I didn't want to relive it. Believe victims. Yes, believe victims. And oh my God, if you don't believe the victim, especially when the person that made them a victim is admitting to it, you're crazy. You should be ashamed of your own existence. Thank you for the $20, Sydney, and I'm really sorry that happened to you. As well as Sarah, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. I appreciate that, Sarah. Yo, Michael! Madman Michael has done it again. Michael, thank you for the $300 on Venmo. Oh my God.
Wild.
Dude. Yo! Michael with the $300 says, I love you, Dean. Thank you for standing up for the victims. Bro, y'all don't know how much this shit fucking racks my brain. See, most people that stream every day, they I don't know, get used to the big donations. And then all of a sudden you'll see a clip of somebody donating to XQC $500. You're just like, oh, thank you for the $500. Yeah. See, from my fucking perspective, I don't look at $300 today any differently than I did when I was fucking piss poor broke, couch surfing with my mother because she didn't have, because we're homeless for a little bit. You know what I mean? So it's insane. Michael, thank you to the moon and beyond for the $300 donation over on Venmo. I want everybody watching to please show some love to Michael, not just for the $300, because he just sent another $50 on Venmo. So for the $350, he says, I'm a man myself, and men like you inspired me to be better. Listen, we all need to be better. Everyone should be inspired to be better, okay? Mm-hmm. Thank you for the $350, Michael. God damn. Show some love to Michael down below. As well as Brianna, thank you for the $2 on Venmo, Leslie with $1. You guys are just like, holy shit. I'm so appreciative for y'all's love. Seriously.
Can I run through a couple of quick thank yous?
Yeah.
Courtney, thank you so much for the $5. I don't know who Mew Dog is, but Dean, I'm sure you probably know that name or whatever. I'm not sure who that is, but apparently he's hosting a live about you about how you're wrong. Martina, thank you so much for the 10. Someone named Mew Dog.
Yeah, no clue. Listen, the people chat. It's whatever. They stay talking.
Yeah. Martina, thank you so much for the 10. I'm not sure. I try to make sure I read all of them out unless, things are super busy. Margarita, thank you so much for the 20. I really appreciate you. And I'm really happy to hear that you appreciate what I do. Danielle, thank you so much for the 2. I really, really try to make sure I'm using my voice the right way. Andrea, thank you so much for the 10. I promise you that it's always appreciated and you never have to do it. So thank you. Gray, thank you so much for the 5. I think that people caught that one. Shane, thank you so much for the 414. You're fucking awesome. Shannon, holy fuck, thank you so much for the 50. You're absolutely insane. You're absolutely insane. Holy fuck. But Michael.
Are you
Michael,
taking
thank you
questions?
so much for the $100 donation saying Michael supremacy. Yes, we all worship at the altar of Michael. Holy fuck. W's in the chat for Michael. Thank you for the 100.
Hi, Olivia.
Hi.
Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I have questions because I've been getting like stuff on my feed recently about Venezuela.
Listen, I'll
And, like-
let you ask a question just because you've been waiting a while, but we're only looking to talk to Trump supporters. But if you want to ask a question, go for it.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I guess I can speak on behalf of people that I know who are, because they support like the kidnapping, and so I just want to know like and I've seen a lot of things of like Venezuela people being happy that he is getting kidnapped, and like it's a win-win situation with the oil and stuff.
You
But
mind
I'm
if
like,
I take this one, Dean?
I don't even know if you can. I think that TikTok might restrict it, but you could try.
Well, yeah, I'll
I was
give
just
a
wondering,
high
like,
level,
what's
just
bad about
just an
it?
FYI. So, because I actually have people that I know that are Venezuelan, and literally someone that I know that was in Venezuela who's still technically there. He's still there right now. And while there is a sense of relief that Maduro has been taken out of power, there is no sense of wanting occupation by the United States. There's no sense of wanting like an overall implementation of any other type of rule. There is a sense of them wanting the previous reign that actually helped raise a majority of people out of poverty. So while it's a temporary positive, it's not something that overwhelmingly is just like, oh, we want the United States to come in. They do not want the United States to come in the sense that Donald Trump is talking about. They just want a better life as individuals. So 2 things can be true.
oh, I see. Okay, that's all I had then.
Yeah,
Thank
take
you.
care. You take care. So, dude, shout out to my fucking editor. Okay, I won't say her name. I was about to say her name. I was pretty bad at me. I stopped myself. To my editor, I'm sure that you're watching this right now. You're awesome. Because they actually threw together a short video that I'm gonna upload. I think it's gonna get taken down on TikTok. Going over why you shouldn't support what happened in Venezuela. From the live earlier. It's 6.5 minutes. My God.
Referring to Maduro as the president of Venezuela, that was not legal. We have had elections where a real president has been elected by the people, and Maduro has continued to declare himself the president. Do not call him the righteous president of Venezuela because he.
I'll have to. Okay, I'll have to watch that in a bit here. Good shit. Thank you so much for that. I might even throw that up as soon as I'm done on the live. That is fucking awesome. Hell yeah, thank you. Let's go to get that next guest up here. W Editor. W Editor's in the chat.
Oh, I'm sorry. One that I think I missed. Megan, thank you so much for the 5. Said love Santana and Dean combo. Thank you guys are excellent. Thank you for what you're doing. You're amazing.
Hey, real quick. I have a question. Do you support Trump because abortion bad and he pro-life?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
I can support Trump. Do you want the argument? I do support Trump. Sorry, do you want the argument or why Trump's like better than hers?
Yeah. What's the argument that Trump is a good president?
Yeah, sure. So P1 is just going to be if God exists, we should always choose the action that maximally aligns with His will the most. Premise 2, God does exist. Therefore, we should always choose the action that maximally aligns with His will. Premise 3, like choosing Donald Trump over Kamala Harris aligns with God's will more because He reveals His will through Scripture. Conclusion: Trump is objectively better than Kamala Harris.
What's the support for P3?
Well, we can move to P3 if you like accepts P1 and P2.
Wait, I'm so sorry. I could like investigate P3.
If you wanna skip past like P1 and P2, you can concede to those.
I'm just not conceding to P1 and P2. I'm just asking you for the support for P3.
Yeah. Can you repeat premise 3? Just so I know you're tracking.
Yeah, P3 was that Donald Trump aligns with the will of God the most compared to relevant alternatives, or whatever way you try to word it.
Yeah, sure. So I just say it's going to be like ultimately like boil down to social issues like abortion, transgenderism, gay marriage.
Transgenderism isn't a thing.
Transgenderism as a word.
It's literally fucking not. Anyway, go ahead.
It's literally a word. Look it up.
Let's first break these down.
Hey, slow boy. Look it up.
Let's first break these down into words. Sorry, not words, into categories. Do you think that he aligns with God's will economically? Yes or no?
In what sense?
In a general sense, like generally is Donald Trump's.
I'm not like
economic
too well
policy.
versed on economics, so I probably like couldn't give you a straight answer.
Okay, I mean the argument I'd give is
I don't think God like reveals too much of like an economic policy that we should follow.
Well,
Obviously,
I
there's, like,
I think
social
so
issues
because
with
I mean I think that economics are a social issue to an extent. You know, like for instance, I'd say that it's pretty like ungodly for Donald Trump to rescind an ACA subsidy and allow it to expire, which has now increased the healthcare premiums for over 45 million Americans. There's so many people in the working class that are now paying an additional like $1,000 or $2,000 a month for the healthcare premiums simply because that ACA subsidy expired. You know, or the fact that, you know, a lack of access to healthcare is already killing around 40 through 60,000 low-income Americans per year. And under the big beautiful bill, Donald Trump took it away from another 10 to 17 million. Like, I'd argue that it's pretty like not godly just to like take people's essential social programs away. I'd argue that it's pretty not godly to make their healthcare premiums go up. Do you agree or do you disagree?
Oh yeah, no, I can agree with you, right? That like not all of Trump's actions are going to be ungodly. I'm just like going to be referring to like that Trump is going to be the better option when we're talking about maximizing following the will of God, right?
Bro, why do you have a Jeffrey Epstein edit?
What? Dude, are you gonna like respond to what I said? Are you scared? Are you better run?
This question? Wait, and it
Why
looks
do I have a
like
Jeffrey
your
Epstein edit?
screen name used to just. Oh wait, sorry, no, that's a repost. Why did you repost a Jeffrey Epstein edit?
It's funny. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I don't think anything he did was good.
Well, I appreciate you for coming up. I don't really talk to people that think child rape is funny. Have a good day. Over on PayPal and Venmo, a couple of people like to thank. Deanna, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Says, so God approves of grape, hate, misogyny, and being an overall fucker. Apparently, according to him, you know, man, like, and I'd love to absolutely cook him on that position. Fry his shit, but, you know, I kind of hold a red line against talking to people that think child rape is funny. You know
why you're better than me, Dean?
What's that?
It's because I refuse to engage with Phil Bros. Like
Oh.
they chap my ass, and I just like because it's all about the actual debate and not about the substance, and they don't actually believe the things that they just say.
Oh.
They just hold the point in order to win the debate, which is fucking weird.
So debating Phil Bros is like my favorite. Because like, sure, like I think that like Phil Bros can absolutely like, you know, really like analytically drive a point home. And that's like really advantageous in some discussions. But I'd argue that ability, right, isn't like too advantageous within like a debate about Trump, for instance. Because like inevitably what will end up happening is because like Phil Bros are all about just like analytically driving a point home. Phil Bros, right, you know, they'll die on any hill. They'll make any concession, right? And then like we'll leave Phil Bros looking absolutely insane, right? You know, like for instance, like the whole conversation about, you know, like what candidate was more godly, what candidate is going to create an American which is more conducive towards that of being true of the Christian faith. You know, starting a conversation about economics is certainly a way to maybe reject P3 of his argument. But then there's also like entailed absurdities. Like all of a sudden he has to say that the candidate, right, you know, who's like covering up for P3DOs, child sex abusers, so on and so forth, held civilly liable for raping a woman, is going to be in a higher amount of alignment with the faith. The candidate that is materially impacting and damaging more people, regardless if it's economically speaking, or just materially with the fact that maybe abortion's morally wrong from the Christian perspective, and we only see a higher level of abortions. You know, like following the overturnment of Roe v. Wade, right, is like also going to be something which would go against his conception of Christianity. So Phil Bros don't really do too well on empirical debates because you can't like really like logic your way out of an empirical fact. So I mean, I really do think that Phil Bros are one of like the best demographic of individuals, and I absolutely
your
love to debate.
Your eyes light up like they're a chew toy.
No, I
every
mean,
single
dude,
time.
they on this topic, they are. You know, like I'm sure that like for instance, that last guest could absolutely outclass me in philosophy of mind, theories of personal identity, the rigorous drill down of various philosophical facts. Right. But just because, empirically, there's just no argument to be made that Donald Trump is a good president, they always just end up looking crazy. But I won't debate anybody, including Phil Bros, if they think that Jeffrey Epstein is cool. And then, from another Michael, this actually isn't the same Michael. From another Michael, thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo, who says Michael supremacy. Thank you. Thank you so much, my friend. I want to see 1,000 Michael W's for the second Michael. I appreciate you so much for your kindness and for the love. As well as Erica, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, I didn't know that you're homeless at one point and how independent you are now. So proud of you, Dean. Yeah, I was growing up with my mom at certain points, but, it wasn't like a terrible experience from my own perspective because I got to live with a lot of my friends at points in my youth. It was pretty fun, actually. Thank you for the $10, Erica. Kelly, thank you for the 5. S, thank you for the 5. And then Deanna, thank you so much for the $20. Okay, what is going on? Ash, there's a very specific reason why I brought you up. Would you like to know what it is?
Go for it.
Because you were spamming W guests in the comment section. Before and after, he said that child rape was funny. Come on.
I'm a survivor.
Oh my God! And you were spamming W guests?
And I voted for Donald Trump. As someone who actually lived through sexual trauma, I don't take accusations seriously. I take facts seriously. Shaming survivors because they don't vote your way, that's not advocacy at all. And the way you are talking about the survivors, you're using them as your party ploy, and it's sad.
Who shames survivors?
Wait.
What?
Could I just hop in here real quick?
Yeah.
You just said the way that I talk about survivors and using them as a party ploy is sad. Well, you understand in arguing that suggestion, you are affirming that people like E. Jean Carroll are indeed a survivor of being raped by Donald Trump, right? Like, did you misspeak?
He wasn't criminally.
Wait. So the only way that someone can be a survivor is if their victimizer is criminally held liable? Is that what you're saying? So anyone who doesn't have a actual victimizer that has been held accountable by the
my whole thing is where you're not, you two are not listening.
No, I need you to answer that, please,
support
Ash.
for survivors means respecting their
Ash,
voices, even when you don't like who I voted for.
That's fine. Can you answer that one? Is it your premise that the only survivors are the ones who have victimizers that are criminally prosecuted? Yes or no?
I did not say that. I am saying
Yes or no?
I just said I did not say you continuously, Dean, bringing up Donald Trump with the pageants and everything else. What you do to victims like me is you're not protecting us. You're trying to use us and our trauma as a way to be disrespectful to a man you just don't like. So rather than talking about 20 years ago in 2005, something that he said, because we can all say we've never said anything perfect.
Yeah,
we
this
could
is gross.
regret
Santana,
things that
I'm
we
gonna
said.
take this one real quick. Go ahead.
But instead of doing that, you are talking about 20 years ago. You refuse to talk about today's events. You refuse to talk about anything that's happening. You refuse to talk about the actual events that are happening. You're going back to 2005. Survivors like me don't want to have to relive through men like you that just want to use our trauma as a way for people to try and vote your way. That is something that, believe it or not, I was Democrat. I was Democrat.
Remember when you said that you need to respect the voice of a survivor?
Yeah.
I'm also one. Did you know that?
Perfect, Dean, and I feel
well. It doesn't really sound like you're respect. It doesn't really sound like you're respecting my voice too much right now. No, here's a fact. So first fact, I will not respect anyone's voice, even if they are a survivor, when they're using that voice to advocate for the worst possible material outcomes, not just for this country, but for the world as a whole, including a negative impact on survivors. Okay? I'm sorry that you lived that experience.
So why
that is
is it that
something that
your
no
voice
one,
is-
one moment. I'm sorry that you had to live through that experience. That is something that no one should ever deserve to have to go through. Okay? 110%.
Is it just your thing to
Did you allow
shut
me
women
finish
up?
speaking?
No, because all you do on your thing, on
Is
your
it your
panel, you
thing
drop
to
people.
interrupt
Ash,
and disrespect the
talk
voice of
over them.
survivors?
You're
She's
rude.
no, it's not about shutting
it's
women up.
weird.
You
No,
literally
no, no,
got
no,
a
no,
chance to
no.
speak.
You're doing it right now, and I'm talking.
Yeah, I am, but that's
Misogynistic
because
Democrats are believe it.
not
I would
Okay,
Democrat.
Santana, it's fine. Just let her speak as much as she wants. It's whatever. It's fine. Go ahead, Ash. Interrupt me. I wish I could
No, I'm not
finish
going to
speaking.
interrupt. I'm actually going to say, Dean, I'm sorry you were a victim, but I hope you really can grasp reality one day, and maybe your party can win the next election.
Okay,
because
check
as
this
of
out.
right now,
I have
Dean,
4 specific
let
reasons
me
why you're
let me just
wrong.
say one more thing, and I'm not going to waste any more.
Oh, so you're gonna leave? You know what, Santana, go right back to it.
No,
Yeah,
I
go,
won't leave.
Go,
I won't leave.
Yeah,
I'm just
no, I
gonna
got
say
it.
something. The reason why
go
Donald
ahead.
Trump is our president right now is because of people like you. You are obsessed about him. Instead of talking about ways we can move forward in 2028, you're sitting here and you're talking about things that happened in 2005. People in reality right now want to come together. They want parties to come together and come up with things that can help the American people, not sit here and have TDS constantly back into 2005. You are the problem with the Democratic Party, and you are the reason we can't come together because of people like you, Dean. Sit there and smile with your smug look on your face because that's
You know
what
she's
you
gonna
do.
run when she finishes monologuing.
No, I'll stay right here with you.
Santana, please just allow her to speak. I want her to have the mic as long as she wants it.
No, I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, finish.
I'm not done.
Oh, you're done?
Continue with your TDS.
Okay, well then perfect. I'm gonna say this very slowly, and I want you to listen to every.
You don't need to say it slowly, Dean. I know you're slow, so you can say it for yourself, but go ahead.
You're being ableist
Keep
right now,
going.
bud. Please don't do that. SLOW is very ableist. How about you stop and let Dean speak since you said you were?
What an asshole, dude. Listen, God.
Calling women names. You guys are funny. I love watching Democrats' personalities
I called
come
you a
out.
name because you're an asshole,
Can
not
I-
because you're a
Yes,
woman.
you are an asshole. I agree.
Hey, Ash, can I speak?
Ignorant asshole.
Are you ever gonna shut the hell up and let somebody else
Nope,
speak?
never.
Okay,
I will
got
not.
it. So
And you won't make
anyways,
me either. If
so
Democrats
here's-
think that they can make women shut up, this is why you lost an election.
Okay.
You don't
So
like that I'm
anyways-
talking? Does it make you upset that
No,
You
I
might
just
not do it,
wanna be
Dean,
able
but
to
I
speak.
can.
I don't even want to mute her. It's okay. I don't even. It's okay. Don't mute her. Don't it's fine.
Okay.
Ash.
then we can all sit here together and hold hands. How about that?
Perfect. So anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and start speaking. I'd really appreciate it if you'd let me speak. Really appreciate it if you'd listen. Here are the facts. So you've made a handful
They're
of
not facts, they're your
statements.
feelings.
Ash, can you not interrupt me?
No, because that's all I've learned when I see your live. You cut people off, you drop them, especially the guy that was on before me. He was very intelligent with his words, and you dropped him because you knew it.
Very nice. Anyways, to get back to what I was saying. So you made a
Mhm, go
handful of
ahead.
claims. I'm just gonna go ahead and refute them all as I always do.
They're not claims, they're just as they are. And everyone knows who you are, Dean.
Thanks, Ash. But anyways, as I was saying.
A low life. Everyone send me
Wow.
money. Send me money.
Oh, you know what? You get pissed off by the
Typical
donations.
Democrat.
Yeah,
Typical
fucking
Democrat.
bad. Fucking bad. Professional
Fucking
dog
bad.
trainer.
Bye.
Thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. No, I'm just gonna thank my donor. Professional dog trainer sent $25 over on YouTube Super Chat who says
I
this
know
woman,
you need it, Dean. You
wait.
clearly can't get a job.
Oh wait, this is a job. Define job.
Dean, sitting behind there and being misogynistic is not a job, honey.
Wait, then define
Grow
job.
up.
Define job.
You're behind a
Define job.
screen.
Yo, Alexandra, thank you for the $30 over on Venmo. Holy crap!
winning.
Thank you so much
You're
for the love,
raising your
Alexandra. I know, I really appreciate that. Then Deanna,
I
thank you for
love
the
this.
$20
I love
over on
it.
Venmo. I'm so sorry. I'm thanking my donors. I'm just gonna
I
have you
love it.
be quiet real quick. Deanna with the $20 says she is a survivor, but she doesn't stand with other survivors. I'm a
You
woman.
know
and I
you're
totally agree that
winning
she's an
when
asshole.
someone yells.
I appreciate you for the $20, Deanna. And then Deanna with another $50 over on Venmo, who says I'm also a survivor of CSA. I'm a woman and I totally agree that she's an asshole. Deanna, thank you so much for the $70 over on Venmo. I want to see 700 Deanna W's down below. Ben, thank you so much for the $25 at Venmo, who says the country's run by 70-year-olds, but somehow 21-year-old Dean broke it. Dead Aspen, thank you for the $20. Sydney, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo,
begging.
who says donating again because no, as a victim, you are not using me. You are advocating for us and pushing to stop the normalization of rape that she's actually fighting to normalize. And in fact, I'm going to
No
add this
one's
on.
not-
I'm going to add this on to what you just said, Sydney, with the $20.
Misogynistic,
She is
misogynistic,
using
misogyn-
victims and survivors of sexual violence,
you-
and she is using misogyny to attempt to cover up the
why-
dissemination of the truth in
you
a
mute-
fight for women, in a
you
fight
mute-
for girls, and in a
you mute
fight for survivors. The only person using and re-abusing, in a sense, survivors on this live is you. Thank you so much for the love, Cindy, with the $20. Emily, thank you for the 5.
Wait,
Deanna, thank you so much for another $20. Victoria, thank you for the $10. Who says thank you for all that you do. Thank you for the love, Victoria. Kaylin, thank you for the $20. Who says the survivor that you brought up was being really manipulative, and it pissed me off that she weaponized her abuse to defend abusers. Thank you so much for the love, Kaylin. I appreciate you for the $20. Joanna, thank you for the 5. Kelly, thank you for the 5. Over on PayPal, Kristen, thank you for the $5. Who says guess is a delusional asshole, sincerely an SA victim. Austin, thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. Desiree, thank you for the 25. Who says she pissed me off enough to send you money. Thank you for the $25. Mel with the $5. Who says survivor here, she's doing exactly what she's accusing you of. Thank you, Dean, and other respectable survivors for helping me. Alexandra, thank you so much for the $30 on PayPal. Who says, as somebody who is groomed and molested by more than one individual, you are definitely spreading the right word, and I hope that your opinions are heard far and loud. Oh, I'm sorry that happened to you, Alexandria, and I'm so sorry that this woman is disputing that, okay? Because she's sitting over here and validating, okay, right? Your experiences in part by exploiting the fact that she is a survivor to then defend the perpetuators of sexual violence. Thank you for the $30, Alexandria. Heather, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. Who says, please read this to the guest as a survivor, and this woman does not speak for me. What you do is amazing. We need more men to stand up if we ever want to see an end to grape culture. Thank you for the $15.
Nope, still here. He just muted
Cole,
me.
thank you so much for the $15 as well over on PayPal. And Clayton, thank you so much for the $50. I appreciate that, Clayton. And yeah, Clayton, that guy was so insufferable. Let's
Thank
get
you, chat. I know I won. I see the
Clayton
wins.
W's down below in that comment section. Monica, thank you for the $15. Who says she does not speak for me as a survivor. Ask
Thank
her
you
what
for all
therapy
your
she sought
gifts,
for her
chat. I
trauma.
see it.
I appreciate you so much for the $15. Kaylin with the $5 over on Vimeo. Chris, thank you for the $20. Who says this woman is an apologist. I'm a victim and she's an idiot. Zachary with the $10 says much love. This is to troll the grapist defender. Josh, thank you for the 5. And Sarah, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Who says so we only believe victims when there's a conviction. Well, according to by her logic, 98% of victims aren't victims because according to RAIN.org, only around 2% of perpetrators of sexual violence are ever locked up with a conviction. Ali, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Says she's an asshole for weaponizing her femininity. Audrey, thank you for the 5. Claire, thank you for the 5. Joanna, thank you for the 5. Kelly, thank you for the 5. Dude, I'm just gonna go on and on because they're still going. Kat, thank you for the $20. Who says as a woman and a survivor, she only makes me want to pull my hair out. Thank you for the $20, Kat. Bryson, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal to tell the idiot to shut up. Monica, thank you for the $15. Who says she does not speak for me as a survivor. I appreciate you for the love, Monica. Over on Super Chat, Harvey, thank you for the $50 Canadian over on YouTube Super Chat. Who says what the guest is doing is gross, sending this just to piss her off. I appreciate you for that love, Harvey.
You realize
the dog, thank you for the $10 saying that she's mad. Professional dog trainer with the $10 who says there's plenty of us who appreciate your advocacy, Dean. This woman doesn't represent any survivor that I've ever known. I really and sincerely, truly appreciate you for the love. Jordan, thank you for the $10 sharing your story. I thank you so much, Jordan. Thank you, Storm, for the $20 who says SA survivors are the ones actually put on trial. Our entire lives are laid before us for the judge and further humiliating us and compounding the trauma, still resulting in a 98% acquittal rate. Yup. And then Desiree, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal, sending another 25 to say that she does not speak for me. Alana, thank you for the 2. Lauren, thank you for the $5 who says I'm a survivor and this guest does not speak for me. Thank you so much. Deanna with the $20 who says thank you for defending us against the survivor who never got help for a trauma and then takes it out on other victims. Thank you for the $20, Deanna. Kat, thank you so much for the $20. And then James with a 5 and Jessica with a 5. It looks like we're all caught up. Can you please thank all of those donors that just sent me money for my real job? Oh, and Patty, thank you for the $50 Canadian over on Super Chat for the Boot the A-Hole Fun. Patty, thank you so much for the $50
Yes,
Canadian
and I have been getting lots of gifts off your live, so thank you. We're doing each other a favor. I'm glad. I'm very happy you're getting money sent to me.
Just FYI, there's a couple of thank yous from survivors as well. Kat, thank you so much for the 10 and tell her to F off from a survivor. Absolutely.
I am a
Ivan,
survivor.
thank you so much for the 5 from the DNC to help for security. Tara, thank you so much for the 10. Who's saying, yes, you can't advocate for someone who are survivors while also advocating for a rapist. Mike, thank you so much for the 10 cent F this caller. Markeisha, thank you so much.
You guys
for the
keep
20,
saying F this caller.
she's
Drop me.
exploiting her experience and exploiting SA. It's gross. I understand. Holy fuck, Melinda, thank you so much for the 50. Saying as a survivor, thank you all for all that you do. Jeffrey, thank you so much for the 5. And said, got it. I won't read it out loud, but thank you so fucking much. Marlene, thank you so much for the 10. Yes, internalized misogyny is absolutely a thing. And yes, we are misogynists, but this is not a situation. Samantha, thank you so much for the 10. She does need therapy. We all need therapy, but specifically her. Alexandra, thank you so much for the 20. I really appreciate you. And last but not least, Evan, thank you so much for the 5. No message, but I appreciate you. Ash, would you like to actually engage in a conversation?
Yeah, I have a couple more. Bleeding Rose, thank you for the $35. Thank you so much, Bleeding Rose, who says, Ash, please shut up, you pathetic, hypocritical troll. Be better and use your annoying-ass voice to bother men who actually use their gross platform to invalidate and insult women and survivors. I believe every survivor. Shout out to you. Thank you for the $35. I'd also like to thank Alana for the $5, who says, guess as a woman, we don't claim you. Evan with the $5. Brandy, thank you so much for the $8 to tell her to go fuck herself. Hannah, thank you for the $20, who says, I'm a survivor of SA, as well as severe brain injury. She's weaponizing her past, as it was discussing how she used the phrase slow. Yeah, I'm sorry that you had to live through that, and sorry that she fucking used such an ableist phrase. Thank you for the.
You guys are
$20, Hannah.
sensitive. Oh my
And then
god.
Rain, thank you for the $10, who says, as a survivor, this woman speaks for none of us. So disrespectful and rude. A total asshole. I was groomed and molested by a friend of my family. I only just started having memories, and he's been arrested for attempted kidnapping. I'm so fucking sorry that happened to you. And I'm so sorry that this guest is just being a total asshole.
So because
and
I'm a
offensive to
survivor
you.
and I voted for Donald Trump, mine doesn't matter. Is that what you're all trying to say? And thank you for all the, I see all the gifts. Thanks.
What we're trying to say is that you're trying to use your voice to invalidate.
No, you're trying to
the
use
voices that we're
survivors as a
lifting
way
up.
to
No,
get
no, no.
people.
We're
No,
lifting
don't tell
up
me
the
no,
voices
sir.
of other. Yes, I will tell you.
No,
no.
you
We're
will
using
not.
the voices
No,
of
you
others.
will not.
There's a
Talking
difference
over a
between,
woman is very typical.
Listen, there's a difference between being a misogynist and someone just being an asshole.
What is up with your?
I'm not doing this because I'm a misogynist, which I am.
Yes, you are.
Because all men are.
Yes, you are.
Absolutely. But I'm doing this because you're just an asshole and you have impulse control.
Yes, you are an asshole.
That's the problem.
Santana. Dude, okay, when you clarify about like inherent misogyny, you gotta find some.
Yes, all men have. Men have inherent misogyny.
You gotta find a.
I'm glad you admitted that.
You gotta find like a.
Yes, I have no issue with them admitting that.
You gotta find like a better way to say that than saying, I am a misogynist. You gotta.
Well, and so like that's the thing that I don't run from. I understand my misogyny, and every single day I work on it, and I look to identify that because as a man, I have inherent misogyny, and it's something that I was born with, and it's something that I have to recognize.
100%.
And I can also recognize the difference between when I am being misogynist and when I'm just clowning an asshole, and that's what this situation is. Ash, this has nothing to do with you being a woman. It's because you're an asshole. Jessica, thank you so much.
I think
for
you're
the
an
5
asshole
saying,
too, so
"Tell her
that
to
makes
F off
both of
from
us.
Survivor." Kel, thank you so much for the 5 saying, as a victim. You said, tell her to watch next Tuesday. And Alana, thank you so much for the 1.
Okay, I don't think what
you're
you guys
absolutely right.
aren't understanding, you two, is that I watched some of Dean's things. I typically see Dean pop up on a lot of like short clips people will do. My whole thing is, I don't think you guys are. We're gonna leave the victim survivor part out of this because everyone's going to be inclined to feel how they feel, and your chat's trying to tell me that just because I feel the way I feel that I'm wrong. So my whole thing is, we want to talk about today's events, what's happening, and where we can move forward in 2028. And I haven't gotten that from you. All I've gotten is how much you guys hate Donald Trump, all of this stuff. And when Republicans ask you guys, like, look, it's not. If you really sit back and look, it's not right versus left. It's literally them versus us. And we're sitting here.
You're not a part of
and
us,
we
bro.
are
Not a part of the group. Not a part of the team.
You're not an American.
No,
Also,
you're not a part of the team, bro.
You're not an American.
Also, when Trump supporters come up, the Dean he asked the same question: why do you support Donald Trump? And the conversation is predicated based off of what they say. And if they want to talk about current events, which we will engage with current events, but Dean allows them to actually set the tone as a Trump supporter.
The last guest tried to bring up current events, and he got dropped because I think his words were just too big for you guys. He was Dean. It's okay to just not act like a child. How old are you again?
I'm 21 and doing significantly more dull shit than you are on a daily basis. I mean, come on.
Oh my god, I don't spend my day behind a screen arguing, so you don't know what I do with my life, Dean. Let's not do that.
Well, whatever you do with your life, it's definitely something very sad. Now, Ash, I'd like to clarify that not only do we talk about like
As you mute me.
breaking news and like recent events on this live, but you understand like the other like half of my platform is like posting short form videos on my feed to serve as news videos going over recent events. Like I don't just do debates. I also do breaking news. Come on. But anyways, listen, Ash. on
Yes,
top of
you
that,
and Harry do breaking news, and
Breaking
it's always
news, quite
breaking
frankly.
news. Donald Trump, breaking
Yeah,
news. Donald Trump.
breaking news. The president of the most powerful country that has ever existed in the
Why
face of
didn't
planet
you
Earth
do
matters.
this when why didn't you do this under Biden for 4 years?
Okay, well, because under Biden, during the first 2 years, I was a little kid. Under Biden, for the second of the 2 years, I didn't even focus on politics. I focused on social issues. Then under Biden for his last year, I did do this every day. Yeah, so happy I can clarify.
Also, FYI, like, and to be completely honest, I lived through the first Trump administration. I woke up every single morning. The first thing I did was check my phone to see what fucked up Donald Trump did every single day. And then under Joseph Robinette Biden, I didn't get those same notifications. I wasn't being force-fed Donald Trump talking about annexing Greenland, kidnapping a president, talking about how we need to take the Panama Canal. So if there's breaking news every fucking day from the president of the United States, then maybe we should talk about it. Dean,
Okay.
sorry.
Can I ask you guys a question?
No, you can't. Because of this.
I thought so.
Point number one-
Misogynistic. Go
point
ahead.
number one. Dude, come on, be real. Point number one, there's no expiration date on a condemnment for sexual exploitation. And I think that you need to recognize that. And point number two, okay. Why are you following kids?
Oh, now she doesn't know how to come off mute. Now she doesn't know how to interrupt. Now she has impulse control. Now she can stay quiet. Now there's no
You had
reason.
me on
There we
mute.
go.
And even people in the chat said I didn't, so you can go look at that.
Oh, don't worry. I only brought it up once. I
Dean,
was
do
given
you,
proof.
Dean, when you lose conversations, do you go to your chat and then people go to their page and try to do weird stuff? There's multiple people in your chat that just said that just told you no, she doesn't.
Yeah. So I only like bring it up on live if I've given proof. I have been given proof that you follow kids. You could deny it, but the proof is sitting in front of my fucking eyeballs.
Any other time she has no issue coming off mute.
I only believe that when I'm given proof.
Don't keep muting.
You had no issues when you
So,
were being muted before.
I'm looking at the kid that you follow in front of my fucking eyeballs. Why do you follow kids?
Who is the kid? Show me the kid. Tell me about the kid. I'll tell you about why I follow him. Probably because I like the content. Why are you trying to change? Why are you trying to pivot?
Because you like their content? Dude, it's like literally like a 7-year-old child with like their father's iPhone, most likely, like posting videos of their face and body. So that's really weird content to like. Excuse me. EP Girl, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. I appreciate you for that love. And then TJ, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you so much for the love, TJ. Yeah, appreciate you guys. Let's go to catch up over. But that was, jeez.
That was
Yeah. Caitlin, thank you for the $5 over on Vimeo. Says, I'm okay. By the way, I'm just gonna this is Caitlin's words. I'm just reading what she said. Caitlin sent $5 saying, "quote unquote, thank you for advocating for those that can't and for putting this B word in her place. Appreciate you for the $5." Sarah, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love. Sarah with the $50 says, "Girl, be for real. You voted for a P3DO and a felon as a survivor." I appreciate you so much for the $50, Sarah. Let's get 500 Sarah W's. Seriously, that is so kind of you. Nicole with the $5 says that she's the worst. And Net with the $5, appreciate you so much for the love, says tell this guest to take all this gifts and invest in therapy. And then Atlas, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo, who says, thank you for being a voice for all of us. I experienced essay from a family member and was dismissed when speaking out. Thank you for making me feel seen for the first time. Atlas, we love you. We love you. Thank you so much. And then Jared, thank you for the $20, who says you and Santana helped me realize that I'm a survivor as well. F off guests. Ray, thank you for the $15. I appreciate you so much for the love, who says Trump was best friend with one of the worst P3DOs and sexual abusers we've ever known in modern times. Best friends during the peak of his crimes. How does his color defend her support for Trump as a victim knowing these facts? Then Jean, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, says, Mean Dean, this woman is a joke. I'm inclined to agree. Amy, thank you so much for the, let's see here, $24, saying, please read out loud. I'm a survivor of multiple essays and the guest does not speak for me. Thank you for the $24, Amy, and I'm sorry that happened to you. Finn, thank you so much for the $12 as well, who says, hey, Dean, I'm from the UK and I absolutely love everything that you do. Thank you so much. Layla with a 3, Pure with a 5. Then William, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Says, my mom and girlfriend were both essayed and never pressed charges. People who defend essays disgraceful. Incredibly disgraceful. And then Brandolin with the $10 over on PayPal says, from a woman to the guest, shut the fuck up. Appreciate you for the $10. And then Monica, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Okay. All right. Looks like we're all caught up. And go ahead, Santana.
Just a couple of quick thank yous as well. Monica, thank you so much for the 10. I'm sorry I didn't get to the question about therapy, but I think that's something that we can all use. Erica, thank you so much. Dr. E, I'll say, thank you so much. I try to make sure that I'm always hyper aware of all of my privileges. Rachel, thank you so much for the 10. Yeah, like that was absolutely disgraceful. Ashton, thank you so much for the 5. Yes, we understand the actual difference between being a victim and just using that as a shield. Sarah, thank you so much for the 4. I'm really sorry to hear that about your daughter and your son. Tracy, holy shit, thank you so much for the 25. Yeah, sometimes it's a little hard to actually deal with them, but I get it. Marie, hey Marie, thank you for the $6.70. And you're right, she doesn't speak for everyone. And Lee, thank you so much for the 20. I appreciate you, and I completely agree.
All right. Well, Santana, I do appreciate you for coming up, but we're actually going to be wrapping up with the stream for the day. Have a good rest of your night, man.
Absolutely, bro. You as well. Thank you.
Yeah, and listen, for everybody tuning in, I really appreciate you guys for joining the live stream today. We are at 4 hours and 14 minutes, and I got to end because I have a dinner party to go to through my girlfriend's work. So, yeah, I love you all, and I'll see you tomorrow. I may even be posting a little bit of a video on Instagram and TikTok going over some counterclaims made about Venezuela. I love you all. See you tomorrow. Peace and love, guys. Good night and goodbye. Make sure to follow on your way out on TikTok and hit that subscription button on your way out on YouTube. And drop a comment on the VOD before you head out on YouTube as well. Bye, y'all.